For those of you joining us online, we'll be preparing to start the meeting shortly. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We're ready.
Okay. It's now 9 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the June 10th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
Martinez. Present. Koenig.
Here.
And Hernandez.
Present. Would any members of the board like to dedicate today's moment of silence?
Yes, Chair. In the Aptos area and the Seascape area, we unfortunately had a house fire and somebody sustained a death there. And so to the family, we're so sorry. And to the first responders, thank you very, very much for being on scene and for helping the remainder of people that were affected. Thank you.
Right. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask our CEO Palacios if there's any late additions or deletions to the regular or consent agenda.
Yes, Chair Hernandez and members of the board, we do have a late item to add to the agenda that came to our attention this weekend. This is item 3.1, which is to adopt a urgency resolution condemning the use of military force in civilian communities and affirming the constitutional rights of all residents. So the board will need to vote by 4/5 majority to place that on the agenda as an emergency late add.
So that would be a consent agenda item on 72, I believe.
Correct.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
So moved.
So we got a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Cummings. Do we need a roll call vote for that? Okay.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. It'll now be number 72, correct? Okay.
Okay, so that is added to the agenda as item number 72 on the consent agenda. We also have one other correction. This is on the consent agenda, item number 39. There are additional materials. There's a revised attachment, CSA 4 rate resolution FY 25-26. Packet pages 1527 to 1532 are replaced. That concludes our corrections for this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
we'll now move on to public comment. There's opportunity for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda, items are on the consent agenda. Or if you'd like to speak to us on an item that's on the regular agenda, please wait till that agenda item comes up, please.
Chair, I think you were going to ask the board to see if they wanted to remove anything from consent before you get to public comment.
Oh, yes. Before we go there, would any members of the like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Okay, I think your microphone's off though.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll now move on to the public comment.
Good morning. My name is James Huey Whitman. I hope my other phone that looks just like this is in my truck. Otherwise, there's lots of information on my dummy phone. So, it's not very often that I feel like saying a prayer before I speak. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the film, with the Netflix program Game of Thrones. Got me to start watching TV again. What do we say to the God of death? Not today. So, I don't even know where to begin. I'm really glad that Mr. Palacios, the murder puppet in the county, who seems to be above the sheriff, has mentioned what's going on with, let's say, the debacle that's going on in LA. Apparently, there's going to be hundreds of rallies where people are destroying property. Well, this is another example of how law enforcement is being thrown under the bus. The only people being more affected by law enforcement and emergency responders from parasites like you two men, Jason Heath and Carlos Palacio, are teachers and youth due to the frequency weapons and the stuff going on. So I did ask the clerk to make more copies because, hey, when I got here, there wasn't stuff for the morning. I didn't grab the last copy. It wasn't there. But I'm looking at this, this implies that our Western medicine has anything but nefarious things going on for the safety and health of the most important aspect of any mammal, which is the female. It's the female that is in charge of, has the responsibility, and the only one that can actually recreate life. Our society, the Nazis learned a lot from people like Margaret Sanger. I can't think of a more disgusting group than maybe what the Nazis actually supposedly did. I don't know. I wasn't there. But they learned a lot from Planned Parenthood. There's a Planned Parenthood in kind of every community, one diagonally across the street from the city of Santa Cruz. My time's up.
Thank you.
I did lose my phone. Hopefully it's in my car.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dutron Kibibu. My number one job is being a father. My day job is being the director of Mentors, a program dedicated to supporting boys, young men, and fathers. I came here today to thank our chair, Supervisor Hernandez, for the proclamation of declaring the month of June as Father Involvement and Fatherhood Month. When we set this kind of message in our community, we support fathers, we encourage families, we help young men and boys and fathers to really be the best version of themselves. So we're very grateful Santa Cruz County has taken this step and celebrate. So we invite nonprofits, businesses, civic churches throughout the month to do activities that elevates fathers, celebrate, recognizes, so we have a stronger community. More than ever, we need to have now stronger community. Everything that's happening in our communities, we're missing a lot of fathers. Fathers are under-resourced, under-supported. So thank you for taking this step. I know you have made this effort, so we appreciate you. And on behalf of some of the fathers who are here, I want to thank you and good luck today.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your service. My name is Shalak Abanis, and I love Santa Cruz. I also love how accessible each of you are to have your constituents come and talk to you. I want to thank you for your commitment to wellness and health in Santa Cruz County by finding the funds to support the MHCAN, the Mental Health Client Action Network, which is a peer-run organization that provides peer support, connections, kitchen use, computer use, phones, showers, and laundry. I think you'll find that there will be a substantial return on your investment, both fiscally and socially. So again, thank you very much, and thank you for the privilege of serving as chair on the Mental Health Advisory Board.
Me again, Laura Chatham. I just thank you for all you all have been doing, working on the budget. I just have a question today. Last week, one of our elected representatives, one of our county supervisors asked Mr. Palacio about whether we could shift funding priorities. Mr. Palacio replied, and I am paraphrasing, Mr. Palacio basically answered that the budget priorities could not be altered because contracts have already been signed and we can't get out of them without perhaps getting sued. So my question is, don't you normally wait for a budget to pass before you sign the contracts? Doesn't it take away the power of our elected representatives, who are often our community's only voice, if you already have decided what you will do with our money before they even hear the report? I do understand that some contracts may run for a few years. So then how much of our somewhat unrestricted general fund is already under contract before we even started this whole budget process this year? And how would you suggest that we, the public, reclaim our right and our responsibility to our community to make our budget instead of leaving it to the whims of unelected managers? By the way, I bet you are not already under contract for those sheriff deputy trainees straight out of high school, because the posting just closed on May 30th. And the county regularly takes months to hire people. So not hiring 4 kids straight out of high school for $131,000 per year as advertised in this job listing would give us enough for.
Morning. Those are some great questions. Thank you for bringing those questions to the board. My name is Carol. I'm here today to strongly oppose agenda item number 10, which would build a 140-foot cell tower in the center of a rural residential neighborhood, which would literally be within 1,000 feet of some of the people's homes. Many of the people that currently live near this proposed cell tower actually moved there because there were no cell towers. They did their due diligence. They didn't want to live near a cell tower. And unfortunately, the county changed the codes, which destroyed those protections, including zoning, height requirements, and the setback. I guess the setback was changed from 750 feet to 20 feet within a home. So unfortunately, if this tower goes in, it would actually set a new standard, a very low standard for similar cell towers. I'm just curious, where are the safety results, the results of the safety testing for living that close, within that close proximity of a cell tower? And I'm just wondering how many experiments the county is going to foist upon the people of the county before we really learn about true health and safety, honestly. And similarly, along those same lines, I want to strongly oppose, as I've mentioned many times before, the opposition to a lithium BESS facility in the county. I know there's 3 proposed sites at the moment. And you all probably heard on June 3rd, there was a cargo ship near Alaska that caught on fire. There were many EVs on that cargo ship, and the crew had to jump into the water to save their lives. And then 2 days later in Philadelphia, 40 EVs that were buses were all packed. They were out of service. They were tightly packed, and they caught on fire. So I want to avoid this for Santa Cruz County. I want to ask again for a moratorium on any BESS facilities going forward. Let's get the results of the lawsuits before we move forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to make sure that people wait till their agenda item is up for public comment. So this is for items on consent agenda or comments not on the agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and board members. Thank you for your service. My name is Alex Aparicio Hernandez, and I'm a recent graduate of Harvard High School and have served as a young outdoor leader with County Park Friends for 2 years. I'll be attending San Jose State University in the fall and intend to study in business economic analytics. Today, I'm here in support of the consent agenda item 71, the recommendation by the Parks Commission to approve Valle del Pájaro as a name for the South County Park. Parks matter to our community because they are a place where anyone and everyone can make meaningful memories. Most importantly, a place that brings some sort of joy to us. As a young outdoor leader, I know that communities own their parks, communities care for their parks, and communities need their parks because it's a free space for anyone, and that's why they see it as another home. I know that Pájaro Valley has the fewest parks in our county and has the most young children and families. The name Valle del Pájaro for this needed new park represents the community and is important because not all children have parks accessible to them. And this Valle del Pájaro will be super accessible to the surrounding schools and their students. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and board members. Thank you for your service. My name is Elsie Fabian. I am a recent graduate of Harvard High School and have served as a young outdoor leader for 4 years and a current member of the Youth Advisory Task Force. I will be attending UC Irvine in the fall and intend to study public health. Today, I'm here in support of the consent agenda item 71, the recommendation by Parks Commission to approve Valle de Pájaro as the name for the South Country Park. Park matters to our community because they are open spaces for all, no matter race, gender, identity, and it's a place where everyone can enjoy themselves. I also know that Pájaro Valley has the fewest parks in our country and has the most youngest children and families. The name Pájaro de Valle for this is needed because it represents the community, is important because Pájaro Valley has a vast majority of Hispanic communities and will mark a significant step in naming a park in Spanish rather than English. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and board members. Thank you for your service. My name is Genevieve Malesio Romero. I'm an incoming junior at Harbor High School and have served a young outdoor leader with County Park Friends for 2 years. Today, I'm here to support a consent agenda item 71, the recommendation of Parks Commissions to approve Valle de Pájaro as a name for the South County Park. Parks matter in our community because it identifies Santa Cruz, the people surrounded by these parks, and especially our county. As a young outdoor leader, I know that communities own their parks, communities care for their parks, communities need their parks. Because without the ability to own, care, need, Santa Cruz wouldn't be the foundation of happiness to our county. And that's why I feel like we need more parks for those that don't have the ability to own or care for their own parks. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, and thank you for the service. My name is Yadira Flores. And I am the Community Mobilization Leaders and co-director of the Young Outdoor Leaders. And when young people feel that parks belongs to them and they are welcome, seen and valued, they show up differently. They take care of the space, they dream bigger, they feel a sense of pride and responsibility. But that doesn't happen by chance. It happens when we invite them, when we ask for their ideas, and when we trust them to lead. When we include people's voices and decisions about the places that they live and love, we are not just making parks better. We are building a stronger sense of belonging where we're saying, this is yours and you matters. So let's continue to create spaces that reflect our collective dreams, not just the ideas of a few. Let's lift up youth voices, honor community wisdoms, and make sure our parks grow as vibrant, inclusive, and deeply loved places for everyone. Thank you for Valle de Pájaro, the name in Spanish. And it would be a plus if you approve a sign to honor the first people that live and own those lands. Thank you.
Good morning, board, and thank you for your service. Mariah Roberts, Executive Director of County Park Friends and very proud colleague and leader with these young outdoor leaders. I'm very humbled right now. I just want to say County Parks and County Park Friends were incredibly grateful to be awarded the Outdoor Equity Program grant 3 years ago by California State Parks. That is what has enabled us to have this incredible cohort of young people who have continued to offer their ideas, their brilliance, their questions, and as you can see, their power to impact our organization and, of course, our County Parks Department. We will be graduating this cohort on August 29th, and you will be receiving an invitation to attend. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hernandez and the Board of Supervisors. I'm Zach Johnson. I'm here representing the Seniors Council, which is the area agency on aging for Santa Cruz and San Benito counties. I wanted to thank you today for your proclamation recognizing June as National Elder Abuse Awareness Month. It's a critical issue. As you note in your proclamation, by 2030, we expect 30% of our population to be over the age of 60 in this county. That's a rapidly growing number. And in fact, it's the fastest growing number in the state. So it's an increasingly important issue for us to pay attention to. And although I've been with the Seniors Council for just a short time, I've seen how impactful these programs can be in people's lives. They literally save lives. So I want to thank you again for the recognition of this month and for all of the work that you do supporting our programs. And I would implore you to continue to support the basic safety net programs that help keep our seniors safe, healthy, and in their homes. So thank you for all the work that you do.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dana Wagner. I'm the Director of Meals on Wheels of Santa Cruz County. I'm speaking to you today to thank Supervisor Martinez and Supervisor DeSerpa for joining Meals on Wheels during Community Champions Week. Both supervisors did a ride along with one of our volunteers and met with recipients of our home delivered meals. I'm sure you can attest to how rewarding it is to talk with recipients of the home delivered meals. These are frail, isolated seniors who not only appreciate the nutrition assistance of Meals on Wheels providers, but welcome the chance to connect with others and share their stories. As the ride-alongs showed, the volunteer drivers know the people on their routes, and they help Meals on Wheels staff make sure that all participants are physically and mentally well. In addition, Meals on Wheels staff conduct quarterly wellness checks to make sure participants' needs are met. As we near the end of this fiscal year, I can report that Meals on Wheels conducted over 1,900 wellness checks from July 2024 through May 2025. We greatly appreciate the time that Supervisors Martinez and DeSerpa spent with us, and we hope it was an informative and valuable experience for you both. Thank you for your ongoing support of the growing adult community, older adult community in our county. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for my time that you're giving me, and thank you for the time that you guys are giving us to come and speak about problems in the community. Without going on too much of a tangent, I'm going to stick to my letter. Now, to the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, defunding the Casa Pacific Residential Mental Health Rehabilitation Program would be a devastating blow to our community's most valuable members. By cutting funding to this life-saving initiative, we risk exacerbating mental health crisis, overwhelming emergency services, and abandoning those who need guidance back to wellness. The letter outlines catastrophic consequences of defunding this program and urges reconsideration to the project, our community's well-being. The decision to defund Casa Pacific would be a staggering abandonment of our community's most fragile members, individuals struggling to cope with mental illness, trauma, and despair. By withdrawing support from this vital rehabilitation program, you would condemn valuable citizens to suffer alone without guidance or hope, overwhelm emergency service response teams with mental health crisis, diverting resources from traditional emergencies, or force untrained police officers to respond to complex mental health situations, leading to unnecessary arrests, unjust punishments, escalated conflicts, potentially ending in tragedy, further traumatization of already fragile individuals. Is this truly the legacy you wish to leave in our community, one of neglect, fear, and suffering? In conclusion, defunding Casa Pacific would be a haunting reflection of our local government's priorities or lack thereof. It would scream loudly that the well-being and safety and lives of our citizens are negotiable expenses. We urge you to reconsider this devastating decision. Instead, invest in compassion, invest in community trust, invest in saving lives. Will our local government be remembered as one that turns our back on those who needed help the most, or will you choose to lead with empathy and wisdom, especially in these times that we are facing? We await your decision. Sincerely, Angel Romero, and on behalf of the Watsonville community.
Hello, I'm here again to speak on behalf of Casa Pacific. I recently learned that the county has made an offer to Encompass leadership. I hope that the offer is enough to keep Casa Pacific open because the gap between them was so large. The initial offer by the county was $75 per person per bed, which amounts to $328,500 for the year. Which would only really allow for 5 counselors total to cover 168 hours through the week. So very far apart. Hopefully they get closer. Encompass believes the cost is closer to $711,750, so more than double to support the counselors that we currently have for the clients that we care for. We are a small facility. But even the largest provider in Santa Cruz County would struggle at $75 a day. 7.5 years ago, I worked at Front Street Residential, which has 47 beds, and they charge rent of Social Security for residents. When I started there, it was $1,079, and the county gave an additional $1,000 per resident per month to costs. That amounted to about $69 a day. That was about 7.5 years ago. Now rent is about $14.20 at Front Street, and I believe the county contract has increased, which would be, but even if it didn't, that would be more than $80 a day at our largest provider, which is 47 residents. And one of the ways Front Street was able to accomplish this was during the evening from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. when I worked at Front Street, they had 1 staff member for 47. And that was the way they were able to make that work. And I don't say this to condemn Front Street. They are an undeniable good in our community. Their leadership is an undeniable good. Their staff is, but that was how they were able to do that. I'm just bringing this up to talk about the difficulties of residential treatment, the costs and what it means. And these costs will be passed on to jail, telecare, and out-of-county hospitalization if we don't have Telos or Casa Pacific. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Mila Boyka, District Number 1. And first of all, here I see again Mr. Xelak Cabanes. Do you know Mental Health Advisory Board? Every year he comes here several times to thank that he was nominated to lead a Mental Health Advisory Board who does nothing year after year after year. I was the one person who was visiting their meetings. One person, do you know, like nobody welcome to attend that meeting. And after that, I just stopped going there because there is no way to get anything except he just comes here and he thank you every year. And another thing also, homeless encampment. Yeah, I just found out yesterday that it's already 26 years, like the community across the road of that homeless encampment was complaining about that. So it is Capitola Road and corner of Soquel Avenue. It's Arana Creek. It's not Arana Gulch, it's Arana Creek. And Sheriff's Department and Santa Cruz Police Department cannot figure out whose jurisdiction it is for sure. So I always call both. Yesterday, I made a call again. Nobody came. So nobody wanna have deal with homeless encampment. And this is a restricted area. It says there, restricted area. And so I already asked last year about the fence. Is it possible to put fence if people don't understand English language? And there is nothing done about that. So, and here we have applications for deputies, you know, sheriff department, that high school kid can come and be a deputy. You know, when I try to share the law, state and federal and local law with the sheriff's department, the papers were thrown into my face.
Good morning, Chair, Board, Administrators. I'm Jeffrey Yarl, the Secretary for the Mental Health Advisory Board for the county. I'm here regarding the consent agenda item TT, our letter for the recommendation to reinstate the HSA funding. I'd like to thank everyone here for the work you've done, especially CEO Carlos Palacios for his offering of an alternate proposal. I'd like to thank any staff, any members here who participated in this important change and that funds MHCAN and moves Gemma over to Janice. These are important programs that need to be sustained and expanded. So I look forward to next year working on expanding MHCAN to South County and programs like Gemma. Thank you again very much for your dedication, your endurance, your hard work, and your compassion. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rashawn Williams, and at the risk of sounding like a raver, I made a promise to myself this weekend as I was discussing current situations with my parents that if a certain line was crossed, I was not going to go into work. And I'm rescinding that because I am going to go into work today. But the active duty military has been called to action in Los Angeles. And as a former Marine, it is extremely concerning. And I think as we approach summertime and these stresses that you're hearing today from your county citizens, it's very important to keep in mind that de-escalation from violence is going to need to be on the fore of everyone's mind as we step into this summer. And the non-efforts at de-escalation that I have seen from federal political leaders. I know that the role of the Board of Supervisors is very limited as far as the day-to-day actions of law enforcement. However, I think that coming forward at this time to state the importance from citizenry and law enforcement to reduce the threats of physical violence is very important. We have to get ahead of this before the situation hits Santa Cruz and all this budget talk gets thrown out the window because there are other issues that are taking precedence and the house is burning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniela. I'm with Central Coast Energy Services. I'm here to speak on consent agenda number 46. The Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, also known as LIHEAP, provides energy payment assistance and weatherization services, and it is a lifeline for the most vulnerable communities in Santa Cruz County and across California. Electric and gas bills are the second highest living expense for county residents. Last year, 19% of households in the county received assistance from LIHEAP to prevent their electricity from being shut off. This program is crucial to ensuring the health and safety of our vulnerable residents. On May 2nd, the President's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 eliminated LIHEAP funding, threatening the livelihood of the people that rely on it. Last year in Santa Cruz County alone, more than 1,100 households relied on this program, including 917 seniors, 280 children under the age of 5, and 819 individuals living with a disability. If this funding is eliminated, these residents will face the impossible choice of paying for the energy bills or choosing to pay for food or medicine. The impact of losing LIHEAP program expands beyond just assistance. County residents who work to administer this program will also lose their jobs, which inevitably will affect the local economy. LIHEAP is a crucial program that ensures households can keep their lights on. We urge you to support LIHEAP by urging Congress to fully fund LIHEAP. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Silvia Trejo. I work for Central Coast Energy Services, and I am here to speak on consent agenda number 46. I'm here to tell you about the honor it's been working at CCES, directly assisting low-income households that benefit from the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, also known as LIHEAP. I'd like to share a couple impact stories from our customers and community members. First, I want to tell you about Fidel Aldama. Fidel is a Watsonville resident, and we assisted him with his PG&E bill in February. Fidel is a disabled individual in a wheelchair. He and his wife rely on Social Security as their only income. Their PG&E bill is over $150 a month due to medical devices. Without LIHEAP, they would struggle to pay for rent, food, and utilities, especially in the winter when heating is essential for their health. I also want to share the story of Irene Munoz, who is another Santa Cruz County resident. Irene suffered a stroke 15 years ago and unfortunately suffered a second stroke recently and was hospitalized for over a month. Upon her release from the hospital, she returned home and found a 48-hour disconnection notice waiting for her. With the help of LIHEAP, she avoided disconnection and was able to focus on buying essential needs like food and medicine. These stories are not uncommon. Many of us in this room know people in our communities that face energy insecurity. Please help us spread the word about the impact and the crucial need of the LIHEAP program. The new administration is trying to get rid of LIHEAP, so it is our responsibility to fight back and protect and defend our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. I'm Paul Johnston. I'm a member of the Santa Cruz Welcoming Network. 8 years ago, I had the honor of working with your predecessors to draft this county's sanctuary ordinance, as well as the city of Santa Cruz's sanctuary ordinance. 25 years ago, I had the honor of drafting what I think was the first sanctuary ordinance, a modern one anyway, and strongest perhaps still in the city of Greenfield. And 50 years ago, I was among the soldiers who at Fort Ord refused to go and fight, exercise my rights as a conscientious objector to refuse to go and fight in an illegal, immoral war. And in that spirit, I have two suggestions I'd like to make. Since my time is limited, I'll make them very quickly for consideration on your item 3.1. I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to see the language, but I suspect that it's not there. For one thing, just as those little red cards advise people of their Fourth Amendment right not to open doors to private spaces without a judicial warrant, all of our public facilities, as well as private homes in our county for folks who choose to exercise those rights, should be labeled as private spaces which will not be which will not open their doors to ICE without a judicial warrant. That's number one. We should have a standard sign that's posted in places like libraries, some parts of schools, some parts of our county facilities, and we should encourage homeowners to do the same. Secondly, we should affirm the right of any county resident who is a member of the National Guard or serving in the military to exercise their constitutional right to not comply with unconstitutional orders, including serving on the streets against the American people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Kilmer. I'm speaking regarding agenda item 10, cell phone tower built Summit Drive. I'm a local realtor and lender in Santa Cruz County. I've been helping people buy properties for over 10 years. I'm also a property manager for over 200 properties in the county of Santa Cruz, including properties that are leased to cell phone tower companies, and have seen firsthand how leasability changes once cell phone towers are built, specifically with 95 Penny Lane, which had an increase in vacancy for over 2 years, and we had to reduce leasing value twice. Properties near infrastructure like this are damaging to property values. This I've seen in my experience reduce property values 10 to 20%. The Summit Drive area is unique. It's in the Redwood Forest overlooking the ocean. It's been devastated by the CZU fire complex, and folks that have lived there have had to rebuild. A client of mine recently purchased a property and has rebuilt, and now they're looking at the flowers bloom and the fruit trees fruiting for the first time. Their property value has eroded due to infrastructure, due to increased insurance costs and septic restrictions on their property. Including this cell phone tower will continue to erode the equity of the 20 members who oppose this cell phone tower building. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Shane McKeithen, and I'm a proud Watsonville resident speaking in strong support of Agenda Item 3.1. I'm here because I deeply care about the future of our community and the values we choose to uphold. Supporting our community means standing up for their rights to live free from fear, criminalization, and intimidation, especially when they're peacefully assembling or simply going about their lives. Every resident, regardless of status, deserves dignity, safety, and due process. Please adopt this resolution, then put action behind the promise. Take decisive, concrete steps to uphold the well-being of hardworking families. We're counting on you during these critical times. Let's not stop at words and follow through with actions. Thank you.
Is there any public comment online?
Yes, Chair. Erica, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Erica Padilla Chavez, and I'm speaking to you today as a resident of the Pajaro Valley. I want to thank you for adding item number 72 to your consent agenda, and I want to personally thank Chairperson Hernandez for his leadership in ensuring that this item made it to today's agenda. I recognize that you have a lot of issues to contend with here locally, but what is happening in Southern California is scary, particularly for our immigrant neighbors. I am proud of being the daughter of Mexican immigrants, and I'm forever grateful to my parents who taught me and my sisters to love our country and to cherish the opportunity to live in this land that is founded on the premise of freedom and justice for all. I am particularly proud of all of you, the leaders of the county and the leaders of our community-based organizations, such as the Pajaro Valley Collaborative and others, who can relate to the immigrant experience and who have chosen to use your lives to make our communities and therefore our country stronger and more vibrant. The contributions of our immigrant families make us better, not weaker. So simply thank you for standing up. Thank you for acknowledging that in Santa Cruz County, immigrants contribute positively to our economic and social fabric. And thank you for standing up for our constitutional rights. I suspect we will continue to need your leadership in the months ahead. Thank you so much.
Andrea, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm and then also in the room, I have the superintendent of PBU who would also like to speak. Would you like to go ahead, Heather?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to join in to say I really want to show strong support for item number 72. And I want to urge you to adopt this urgent resolution condemning the use of military force in civilian communities. I affirm the constitutional rights of all of our residents, including our undocumented immigrants. The last time we had federal forces that were deployed against the will of local and state governments was used and was during the civil rights movement. The parallels today are chilling. They're not just accidental, and this is more than a humanitarian crisis. It's a moral one. So we need to not remain silent while fear and hate are given room to grow. And history has shown us that when silence is there, this is being complicit. And so we really should be taking this moment to uplift our commitment to human dignity and to our belief in freedom. So I'm hoping that this resolution passes and that we are supporting all people in our community at this point.
Thank you.
Call in user 1, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett. Boy, lots of threats to our survival, aren't there? One of them is vaccination threatening our health. I want to recommend to people Weston A. Price publication called Wise Traditions. It's westonaprice.org. And an article in here, Vaccination Updates, the ever-expanding push for a lifetime of shots by Kendall Nelson, director of the Greater Good. I'm reading from the spring 2025 issue. Weapons disguised as medicine. This is part of the article. Once one admits that vaccines are not the life-saving miracles they are marketed to be, it is difficult not to conclude that they are, in reality, weapons disguised as medicine. Consider their toxic ingredients. Neurotoxic heavy metals like mercury in the form of thimerosal, aluminum adjuncts, DNA fragments, carrier proteins, metallic contaminants and nanoparticles, glyphosate, antibiotics such as neomycin, squalene, polysorbate 80, and carcinogenic formaldehyde. These are just a few of the harmful substances deliberately injected into bodies, often without full disclosure or informed consent. The presence of such toxins cannot help but raise serious questions.
Thank you.
Charlie, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Charlie Eady, Eady Consultants, representing Pajaro Dunes. I'm here today to speak on the item related to CSA 4 and the 2.8% increase proposed. I realize that the public hearing is in 2 weeks on the 24th, but we wanted to give you a heads up about some concerns and need for information. In March, we reviewed the budget for the coming year with Michael Beaton. And there seemed to be, with the new assessment, which is now more than $3,200 per house, there was plenty of money to cover the upcoming year. So this idea of a 2.8% COLA or CPI increase has come as quite a bit of a surprise. So what we'd like to do is have a little more rationale and clarity from the staff about why we're doing this, why it's needed, and then we can have a better sense of any further issues that we need to resolve. And I would like to leave you with the thought that while you legally can apply a benefit assessment increase up to the CPI limit this year, 2.8%, you do not have to do that. You can do a lower number or you can do none at all. Thank you.
Jason, your microphone's now available.
Hello, this is Jason Johnston. I'm a physician assistant with the Homeless Persons Healthcare Project and a SAU 521 member, employee of the County of Santa Cruz. I'd like to point out a couple of things. One, as I'm sure the board is aware, before cuts to county services at county clinics, state law requires a specific Balancing Act hearing. And I question whether adding it to the agenda and allowing comments during public comment qualifies under state law as a Balancing Act hearing. The normal practice is a special hearing of the board to discuss the impacts of these cuts. So unless the board is going to take the time out of the schedule today, out of the agenda to have a specific Balancing Act hearing, I question the legality of proceeding with the elimination of radiology and labs at our county clinic system. Second, as a healthcare professional, I'd like to point out that all of the healthcare professionals unanimously are objecting to you proceeding with these cuts and are clearly stating the damage to our patients' health, to the public health, the spread of hepatitis C, HIV, syphilis, tuberculosis, and infection and death and disease among the highest risk individuals in our community that we're supposed to serve. And as a SAU 521 member, the decision to privatize county clinic services, we are well aware of these choices you are making as our elected representatives. You have spoken to the labor movement about your commitment to your principles. This is not what you told us. The labor movement is here. They will defend these county clinics, and we will defend public services in the county of Santa Cruz if our politicians and administrators will not.
Positive discipline, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Brown-Liu, and I stand for courage, dignity, and joy for myself and all others. I am the proud daughter of immigrants and the first in my family born in the United States, and I'm raising children in 2025 while serving my community as Executive Director of Positive Discipline Community Resources. Oh gosh, this has been a really, really rough weekend and a devastating 4.5 months. I'm speaking today as someone who brings my husband and our young children as often as I can to participate in our local government, and I appreciate your resolution in item number 72 of the consent agenda. I personally am really grateful for the resolution, and I just, oh God, I have to say that, man, am I afraid. I'm afraid to continue participating in our local government. I'm afraid to show up. I'm afraid for what the cameras at traffic stops could mean for our community. And I'm really grateful that you're standing with the little power that we have left in our local government to protect our people from being caught in that theatrical cruelty of the Trump administration. You supporting the preservation of our constitutional rights as residents in the face of escalating federal threats of militarized enforcement is something that I'm deeply, deeply grateful for. I am proud of my heritage. I am proud of what I stand for in this community. And I thank you for your humanity to recognize that this moment is one that cannot go unnoticed. I appreciate also if you could please call to further demystify and destigmatize that we are not criminals, that we are in mourning, and that there just needs to be more education in the public about what this moment means because they are so either ignorant or misinformed. Thank you.
Kim, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for hearing me today. So anyways, don't be afraid. Trump is a coward, okay? And I just wanted to let you know I agree with Jason's previous comments to a certain degree there for sure. So men in our country need a little bit of mentorship, especially Republican men, all right? So I'm gonna hand down some mentorship right here. First of all, our US Marines, Navy SEALs, and Army Rangers. Wow, this is all interesting. I'm thinking about all this, you know. My uncle was a US Marine. I have many combat veterans in my family. And I showed pictures to John Leopold, my uncle. He's a lieutenant colonel in the US Marine Corps, okay? He fought in Korea and in Vietnam. And so you wonder who goes back for that. US Marines, okay? They deliver toys during Christmas. They do not assault American communities and assault communities of immigrants, whether they're legal or illegal. All right. They want real opponents to fight. So if you're in the US Marines and Navy SEALs and Army Rangers, I cannot see how this helps you in your training when the adversaries that you're fighting are American people and our communities here. You know, you're supposed to be training, you know, to fight real opponents that are armed to the teeth. So I look at this whole scenario as remarkably weak. And you know, I just got to wonder about it. You know, this is not the way we're supposed to be using our armed forces. We know it's wrong. It puts us on the back foot militarily against foreign powers that want to do incredible harm to the American people. It is a complete waste of money and time. So if I was in the US Marines, I wouldn't put up with my chain of command doing this sort of stuff. I would be quite disappointed. Anyway, so those are my comments. You folks have a fine day. Thank you very much.
Helen, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Helen Ewan Story, COO of the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. Along with other organizations in the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, we urge your board to adopt a resolution condemning the use of military force in communities and affirming the constitutional rights of all, regardless of immigration status or background. In these incredibly disturbing times, and I was really moved by Stephanie's earlier testimony, we must stand up against the tactics of fear, violence, criminalization, and stripping away of due process and other rights of our most vulnerable populations, including immigrants and refugees. We must also champion the rights of all of us to free speech and peaceful assembly in the face of these tactics by our federal government or any other governmental entity. Therefore, we urge you to exert your leadership and the power of your example to other jurisdictions to adopt this resolution. Thanks so much.
Call-in user 6769, your microphone's now available.
Hello, good day. I am a long-term resident and homeowner in Santa Cruz City. I am increasingly concerned by the escalation of fear-mongering and the militarization, abuse of military power, and the abuse of power in general in our nation. I'm also concerned about our local situation where I feel that I have observed very loud vehicles, probably transporting drugs or other illegal something, and that are clearly identifiable if you're looking closely. I would like to encourage the council to consider noise ordinances, especially concerning loud vehicles. I've been in 3 different places in town where I've heard the loud vehicles coming in and then seen people exchanging little bags of I don't know what in their little brown paper bags. Clearly, we have an epidemic of opioid crisis, and we have an epidemic of sort of alienation, anger, frustration, fear. There's a lot of beauty, real beauty in this community that needs to be preserved. Our wildlife, our oceans all need to be protected. It's insane to think that the ban on oil extractions might be lifted by someone who simply doesn't seem to care about nature, the environment, or the global and local and national environmental crisis we face. So I'm asking our council.
Jasmine, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, dear members of the Board of Supervisors. I write you today not only as a concerned resident, but as the granddaughter of immigrants, people who came to this country with the hope of building a life rooted in safety, opportunity, and justice. It is from this perspective that I urge you to adopt a resolution condemning the use of military force in civilian communities and affirming the constitutional rights of all residents. What we are witnessing in Los Angeles is heartbreaking and unacceptable. Our communities, particularly communities of color, immigrant neighborhoods, and young activists are being subject to aggressive militarization, policing tactics. Peaceful gatherings are met with intimidation. These are not signs of public safety. They are signs of systemic overreach and a deep betrayal of public trust. The excessive use of force undermines our shared values and disproportionately harms those who have already been historically marginalized. It sows fear where there should be care and violence where there should be protection. The Constitution guarantees all people, not just civilians or those with privilege, the right to speak, to assemble, and to be treated with dignity under the law. These rights are not optional, they are foundational, and when they are denied to some of us, they are threatened for all of us. By adopting this resolution, you have the opportunity to affirm that Santa Cruz is a place where all people are valued and protected regardless of race, immigration status, or socioeconomic background. You can make it clear that our communities deserve safety without militarization, justice without violence, and leadership without fear. I urge you to act with integrity and boldness. Stand with us, condemn the use of military force against civilians, affirm our constitutional rights, and help create a Santa Cruz County where everyone can live without fear.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll bring it back to the board for any comments, questions. I think I'll just start from my right. Thank you, Supervisor Serpa.
I have no questions.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to ask a clarifying question around the Casa Pacifica funding. Maybe CEO Palacios could help clarify that situation.
Yes, we did find that there was some miscommunication, evidently, because we were not aware until just last Monday about the issues they were having in the funding. That's when we first found out about it. There was also an incorrect item in the newspaper saying that we had eliminated Measure K funding from these residential units that the board had allocated last year. And that was not true. The board, it is actually in the budget, that 400,000 for from Measure K for these residential treatment beds. And our staff, our health services agency staff, are meeting with Encompass to see how we can come to a resolution and keep Casa Pacific open.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the public so that there wasn't any confusion of the board trying to cut those funds. As it pertains to the consent agenda, item number 29, I believe I voted against this, and so I'm going to register a no vote on that one. Item number 43, adopt a resolution opposing new and existing offshore oil and gas drilling and take related actions. I just want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa for signing on to that item with me. It really is our board trying to make sure that we're consistently standing up and opposing the offshore oil drilling and the proposals to reopen offshore oil, not just here potentially in the Monterey Bay, but throughout the entire coast of California and the United States. Item number 45, I also want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa. This is an item to direct the chair to send a letter of support for Assembly Bill 1243, the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. And so again, just really trying to hold polluters accountable and want to support Assemblymember Addis, who's authored this bill. Item number 58, ratify revenue agreements with the city of Santa Cruz in the amount of $140,000 and the city of Watsonville in the amount of $60,000 for severe weather shelter services during the 24-25 winter season and take related actions. I just want to thank those two jurisdictions for their ongoing help and support as we're trying to provide winter shelter when nights are cold and we know that the most vulnerable are exposed to the elements. And so I just want to continue to support those partnerships with Watsonville and Santa Cruz. Item number 60, accept and file youth crisis programs, update and adopt resolution designating Santa Cruz County's youth crisis stabilization program at 5300 Sokol Avenue as the acute mental health facility for youth up to age 17. I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work on this. This facility is almost complete and we'll be really looking forward to that ribbon cutting and opening of that facility here in our community. Item number 62, approve 4 revenue agreements in the total amount of $496,441 with the cities of Santa Cruz and Watsonville for various behavioral health support services. Just again, want to thank staff and our partners in the city of Santa Cruz and Watsonville for all their help and support to make sure that we're providing behavioral health support services for members of our community.
Item number 69, defer to honor before August 5th, 2025, the public hearing on amendments to the county code regarding the short-term rental regulations. Just want to continue to support us moving forward with updates to our short-term rental policies, because we know short-term rentals have so many negative impacts on the cost of living for many people who are trying to attain housing, just trying to find housing in our community. And then lastly, item number 72, condemning the use of military force and affirming constitutional rights for all. Just wholeheartedly stand behind this. It's appalling what we're seeing play out day to day with the militarization. Well, the using the military against our own citizens. It's just unheard of and unconscionable that we've gotten to this point, especially because it's a situation that they're creating by getting people want to support their neighbors from all backgrounds. Everybody deserves to be here, and creating pathways for people to have permanent residency should be what we're focusing on, rather than trying to just sweep people up and make them disappear to other countries or places where we can't find them. And so just want to thank Supervisor Hernandez for putting this on the agenda, and look forward to working with everybody in our community up and down the state and across our country to push back against this fascist regime. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Would like to thank Supervisor Cummings for his comments and Supervisor Hernandez for bringing forward an item that addresses really what's happening at the national level. And actually, when I look at a number of the items that are on today's consent agenda, as well as a number of the callers today, it's just a recognition of the weight of the weight of what is happening at the national level and the impact that it's having on our local community and our local residents. And so I won't go through each one of those and comment on them, but I just want to recognize that here in Santa Cruz County, we're all in this together, and we're here to stand up for the rights of our most vulnerable community members. And I appreciate everybody who took the time to come speak to us today on those. I would like to let the clerk know that I'm going to be abstaining from items 62 and 63 today on the consent agenda as a result of my prior role as both the CEO of Encompass and a board member of CFSC Inc. On items number 56 and 57, there are two items brought forward that I think are quite related. One is to approve amendment to the agreement with our court-appointed receiver for Big Basin Water Company and take related actions, as well as directing the board chair to send a letter supporting the Facilitating Increased Resilience, Environmental Weatherization, and Lowered Liability Act to relevant congressional offices and committees. And I just want to thank OR3 for their continued efforts to ensure the stability of our water resources in the San Lorenzo Valley, and to really work with every federal, state, and local partner in ensuring the resiliency of our community. So I thank them for bringing this forward. On item number 60, accept and file county's youth crisis programs update and adopt a resolution designating Santa Cruz County's youth crisis stabilization program at 5300 Soquel Avenue as the acute mental health facility for youth up to age 17. I do have a couple of questions. So I'm wondering if somebody from HSA or behavioral health could come up so I could ask just really quickly. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. It's nice to see you today. Just really quickly, my questions are around the timeline for opening as well as the timeline for licensing the program. Can you please explain first for the public kind of what's happening to services today versus what will happen on June, at the end of June, July 1st, and then the anticipated opening for the program?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. So we have had an agreement with the emergency room department at the local hospital and a agreement with Pacific Clinics to address child and youth crisis intervention that we had hoped the timeline of that agreement would really line up with the opening of the facility. And unfortunately, it looks like we might have about a month where there'll be a gap between the continuity of that services, but currently staff in behavioral health as well as in our medical facilities are working together very actively to put protocols in place so that our families and our children and youth won't experience any kind of difference improvements in their critical care needs. So what we're working on also simultaneously is a pretty complex licensing process for the facility. The timeline is that construction is targeted to end July 1, and we're expecting startup operations to begin right after that, and with open and operational target date between August 1st and September 1st. The licensing process in particular requires about 3 significant components. The first of which is really relevant today with this board item, having our board designate the facility as that crisis receiving center, which will then allow us to move forward with the Department of Healthcare Services for that licensure status as a crisis stabilization unit. Following that, we will also need to do our Medi-Cal certification of the facility for the crisis stabilization unit. And then the next phase will be to do the actual site certification for the crisis residential program, which is co-located in the facility. And so that will require multiple steps as well. That licensure status is through the California Department of Social Services. Will also require a Medi-Cal certification. And then once that is completed, the facility will require a mental health certification. And then we will be able to then follow through with the final step to get it licensed as a short-term residential treatment facility that will serve as the licensing entity for that short-term residential stabilization. So the timeline exactly will be very dependent upon the processes with the 2 state departments, with our local team here to work on the Medi-Cal site certification, and then for our team to work in partnership with DHCS around the Medi-Cal mental health program approval. So I can't give you exact timelines, but the way that CDSS has been operating with most of these facilities is we get in the initial phases with the acceptance of the resolution today, the Medi-Cal certifications, we really are able to start operations and move through the licensure process in tandem.
Thank you. That was kind of my question. So are we able to actually open the center in August or whenever the building is ready and provide services without those licenses being complete?
So we will be able to get the crisis stabilization unit going, which is really our initial intent so that we really minimize any shift between the current services and getting the facility going. And we're hoping that the Department of Healthcare Services partners with us so that we can really have, by that September date, the residential program really rolling through. I have seen in my experience as the STRTP licensure category rolled out through the state of California, the facilities were open and operational even as they had their initial community care license in place, but were working towards their actual STRTP license and were able to have residents in the facility. So I anticipate that that should be the same.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that because I understand how important these services are to our community and all the partners who are working to support these youth. So thank you for keeping us up to date on on the timeline.
Yes, yes. Many staff actively working behind the scenes to take care of all this.
Appreciate that. Thank you. With that, that's my final comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Yes, well, thank you to my colleague, Supervisor Martinez on item 60, and to Dr. Sandoval for the additional clarification. I did have the same concerns that our youth might end up back at the emergency department at Dominican, waiting in hallways and such. And I'm glad to hear that there is a plan to avoid that and, maybe begin using some parts of the facility, even if not of the Children's Crisis Center, even if not all parts are ready. And looking forward very much to officially opening that facility. And then on item 72, condemning use of military force and affirming constitutional rights for all, I also want to fully support this resolution. What we're seeing happening in Southern California is unnecessary, inflammatory, ill-prepared. There's images of the National Guard troops sleeping in kitchens and on the floors and all kinds of places and loading docks. It's expensive, estimated costing over $134 million. And so this is just really a terrible course of action. And we've heard how important it is to our own community here. And I hope that our collective voices can help turn the tide. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a few items I wanted to address, but I'll keep the comments really short for the sake of time. First of all, I'd like to thank all the public that was here addressing us on public comment. And item number 29, illegal dumping. I'd like to thank all the CDI, sanitation, waste, and all the community partners that helped us out with this. Item number 46, there's that an item is always important when you have 3 or 4 CBOs that come and tell you to bring this forward. But this is also very important for our communities like South County, Watsonville, in pockets of Santa Cruz area too. Item number 47, the Paulson Technical Advisor Group. First of all, I want to thank all the staff that has participated so far, from CDI, from OE3. I think that, once we get, and plus all our community partners that have participated so far, from the Land Trust to the Conservation District. And item number 48, I would like to thank Cami Bashir to be serving as the alternate planning commissioner. It's always a commitment to work as a commissioner and have to come from South County to meetings over here in Santa Cruz. Item number 71, Valle del Pájaro naming. I'd like to thank all the students that took part in leading these discussions in South County to name the park. That area in the past was called Sal Si Puedes, get out if you can. And I was thinking that they're going to try to name it that, get out if you can park. Luckily they didn't. Item number 72, military force. This is something that's also really important for our entire community, our entire county. It falls in line with our, strategic plan goals, with our with the Supervisor Cummings at the beginning of the year, reaffirming our sanctuary status. And, as a veteran myself, I want to thank Mr. Williams that made the statement as a former Marine. But once a Marine, always a Marine, right? I had the opportunity to serve, and when I was doing my my MOS, it was at that time it was 91 Alpha Combat Medic. About a third of my unit got directly sent to units going to Panama, and I kept in touch with most of them. But that was one of the wars that had to deal a lot with public. And it was directly, communities of color. It was directly the barrios that they called them over there in Panama. And a lot of them, when they came back, they got settled in Fort Hood, where I was, the 1st Cavalry Division. And a lot of them had to deal with deep-seated PTSD issues and suicide. So not only is it tragic for our community, but also for these soldiers upon their return. So it's better that we keep them out of these situations. That concludes my remarks. That will bring it back to the board to entertain and approve a motion.
I'll move approval of our consent agenda today.
Second.
We got a motion from Supervisor Serpa, a second from Supervisor Koenig, and a registered no vote for item number 29 from Supervisor Cummings. And I forgot the 2 numbers.
62 and 63 abstaining.
62 and 63, the items dealing with the 2 nonprofits you served on.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa and Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll hold a hearing in accordance with the Bellison Act to consider the redesign of the county's clinical services, including ending health services agencies, radiology, and laboratory services. Let me, I've got 3 agendas for today, so I have to make sure I'm doing everything here. I'll turn it over to Jennifer Herrera, Acting Director of HSA, Julian Wren, Administrative Services Manager, and Raquel Ruiz, Senior Health Services Manager, for the presentation.
Hey, good morning, Chair Hernandez and Supervisors. My name is Jen Herrera. I'm the interim
Director for the Health Services Agency. I'm joined by my colleagues Raquel Ramirez Ruiz and Julian Wren, who oversee operations and finances in our Health Centers division. We are here to present the public Bielenson hearing on our proposed lab and radiology changes for our health centers. I'll start with a broad overview and some background for our health centers, and then I'll turn it over to our staff for details on operations and finances. For some context, counties in California are legally mandated to provide care for, quote, the indigent population, those who are poor and under or uninsured. Every county has their own unique way of meeting this mandate. And in our county, one of the ways we fulfill this obligation is through providing direct healthcare services through our federally qualified healthcare centers. However, as we discussed last week, the expenses for our healthcare services are outpacing our revenues. And though we're seeing gains in our revenue due to increased productivity and other efficiencies, it is not enough to sustain our current operations. So we're proposing to modify our clinic operations in order to maintain our core services in a balanced budget. And this is, the proposal here before you is just one of multiple tactics to increase our efficiency and our sustainability. Go back one slide, please. So just some background on a Bielenson Act hearing. California law requires that counties conduct a public hearing for input into proposed public health service reductions that impact our indigent population. The spirit of this hearing today is to be transparent about the changes, ensure there's opportunity for community voice, support a democratic process for making decisions, and protecting the most vulnerable in our community. HSA shared our lab and radiology reductions in the proposed budget and posted public notices of this hearing on May 20th. Right. So here's a very high level summary of what the changes actually look like. So our current practice is that we do operate what's called a CLIA waived lab. So we can provide on-site simple laboratory tests, and we do have radiology. We have existing agreements with external labs for more complex diagnostics and radiology, and we also have agreements with radiology labs throughout the county. We have staff to collect specimens, and our lab staff also provide quality assurance oversight of specimens sent to providers such as Quest for processing. We currently manage equipment related to these services. For radiology, we only provide X-ray. And I do want to note that our health centers lab has also supported our public health division with specimen packaging and transport to specialized public health labs outside in other county jurisdictions. So the proposed changes include maintaining our CLIA waived labor. So we will continue to be able to provide point of care testing. We will continue to have agreements with outside imaging and labs like we do right now for more complex labs. But the main change is that we are going to have limited staff to collect specimens, and really we'll be referring patients to community providers who can bill for these services directly. Next slide, please. So before diving into details, just a couple more slides on the health center's background. We have considered our health center's mission and vision when developing this recommendation, specifically with our mission to provide comprehensive and affordable primary and integrated behavioral healthcare services for people of all ages, and our vision of supporting long-term equitable access to healthcare services. And certainly quality and accessibility of patient care is core to the programs that we provide. Next slide, please. Through our health centers division, we provide integrated behavioral health and primary care through these 4 health centers in the county: Homeless Persons Health Project, Santa Cruz Health Center, the Emmeline Clinic, the Watsonville Health Center, and the Watsonville Health and Dental Center. Last fiscal year, we served over 13,000 patients, averaged close to 2,000 encounters a week. In total for the year, about 100,000 appointments overall. Although our core services are primary and integrated behavioral health, we provide additional services which support a holistic approach for our patients. This includes medication-assisted treatment, acupuncture, family planning, orthopedics, and of course, on-site lab and radiology services. So we face a difficult crossroads right now. Do we continue operation status quo, knowing that our financial trajectory is really in the deficit, which potentially could lead us to closing down or consolidating some of our core services of primary care? Or do we start making some structural changes now to right-size our operations with realistic expectations of our resources? So as we've developed this proposal, our goals were to maintain access and quality of care for our patients, create sustainable operations by mitigating future financial risks and current financial strains, and minimizing impact for our staff. So I'll now turn it over to Raquel Ramirez Ruiz for further details.
Good morning. We operate lab and radiology services at 2 of our county-run federally qualified health center locations. These locations include Santa Cruz Health Center at 1080 Emmeline and Watsonville Health Center at 1430 Freedom Boulevard campus. The Health Resources and Services Administration requires federally qualified health centers to provide laboratory and radiology services, either by providing the services directly or through agreements with community partners. Federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, are reimbursed primarily through the prospective payment service, or PPS rate. This is a bundled fixed payment covering all services provided in a single visit, regardless of the actual cost of providing that service. We receive a PPS rate for our Medi-Cal visits. 76% of our patients are on Medi-Cal, and the remaining are on Medicare, self-pay, or commercial insurance. Our expenses are outpacing our revenues. Our revenue is primarily based on our PPS rate, which has remained flat. Even with increased productivity, we project that the lab and radiology programs are unsustainable. Most FQHCs provide ancillary services through community resources. The 2 other FQHCs in Santa Cruz County include Salud para la Gente and Santa Cruz Community Health, and they have agreements for these services. The Physician Ownership Referral Act, also known as PORA, is a regulation that allows FQHCs to enter into agreements with commercial laboratories to place phlebotomists in health centers. In general, commercial labs are restricted from placing phlebotomists in doctors' offices. FQHCs are specifically exempt from this regulation as it relates to laboratory services. The next slide shows our radiology visit volume in fiscal year 23-24. Santa Cruz Health Center Radiology Program completed 1,060 appointments. That equates to an average of about 21 appointments per week. Watsonville Health Center Radiology Program completed 1,210 appointments, which equates to an average of about 23 appointments per week. Combined totals for both locations is 2,270, averaging 44 completed appointments per week. We have historically utilized outside providers for imaging services such as ultrasound, CT scans, mammograms, and MRI. We refer out about 63% of our imaging orders and complete 37% of our imaging orders in-house with X-ray. Our patients have access to X-rays through community partners such as Dominican, Dignity Health Advanced Imaging, Watsonville Hospital, Sutter Health, and Simon Med on Green Valley Road. Our lab visit volume, our lab provides lab draws, low complexity testing such as strep throat and pregnancy test. In fiscal year 23-24, Santa Cruz Health Center Lab completed 7,250 appointments, which is an average of 139 lab appointments per week. Watsonville Health Center Lab completed 7,777 appointments, which is roughly 150 appointments per week. The combined total for our health centers is 15,027 appointments, averaging 289 appointments per week total. Our staffing, we have 2 full-time equivalent staff in radiology. One is stationed at Emmeline and 1 FTE equivalent in Watsonville Health Center. These are filled positions. Our personnel department has offered to work with staff to find other placements within the county. We currently have a combined 3.6 FTE phlebotomist in both Watsonville, and Santa Cruz health centers. This translates to 1.8 FTE phlebotomists in each location. We have one FTE senior lab assistant phlebotomist that serves as a supervisor for phlebotomy for both health centers. We have one clinical lab scientist in Watsonville with a grand total of 5.6 FTE in lab combined. All of these positions are currently filled positions. And again, personnel department has also offered to help find placements in other positions for the county, at the county. We have 2 anticipated retirements in Watsonville within the next month. Those positions include a clinical lab scientist and a lab assistant phlebotomist. While we're making financial adjustments, our primary concern is maintaining quality patient care and access to essential services. We have a streamlined approach for referrals to X-ray services. We have established formal referral relationships with local hospitals to ensure patients can access X-ray services without delays. This eliminates the overhead of maintaining our own radiology equipment and staff while preserving patient access. Patients will continue to receive the same diagnostic services they need through our community partners. The care team at the health centers will still coordinate and receive all results to maintain seamless treatment planning. We acknowledge that patients will need to travel to radiology centers, which may cause some inconvenience. We are working to partner with the most accessible locations and will provide clear directions and support for scheduling. Agreements with external labs. We are exploring partnerships and external laboratory services. We're exploring partnerships with external laboratory services to maintain on-site collection capabilities. We have an existing interface built with our electronic health record system and a local commercial laboratory that will allow us to share lab results. This partnership will maintain convenience for our patients. They will still come to a familiar location for lab draws and specimen collection at Watsonville and Santa Cruz Health Center. Care coordination is a priority. Results will still flow directly into the patient's medical records. Transportation is also available through the Central California Alliance for Health for non-emergency medical appointments. We also have an FQHC grant helping to pay for taxi or bus vouchers for uninsured patients. This approach allows us to maintain essential services while reducing our operational overhead. We are balancing patient needs with financial sustainability to ensure long-time service availability. And I'll hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Julian Wren.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of radiology lab and then overall clinics financials. As you can see on the slide, there are approximately 2,270 X-rays that are performed per year. And you can see that the costs are a total of about $525,000. For about $405,000 of that is salaries and employee benefits. Services and supplies is about $69,000. Administrative allocations is about $51,000. 51% of those costs are in Santa Cruz, at our Santa Cruz site, and about 49% of those costs are in our Watsonville site. As you can see there, also, we have some revenue that is related to radiology. As was mentioned before, our PPS or prospective payment system, there's a bundled cost or bundled reimbursement that we get for a primary care visit. These particular revenues are based on a patient coming in specifically for radiology that we can get reimbursed for. Next, let's look at the laboratory. So there's approximately 50,000 blood draws. That includes, if you think about it, a patient can come in, can have multiple blood draws. That's why it looks like a very large number, because you can easily get to that number if a patient's coming in and gets 1 to 10 blood draws at a time. You here see the overall costs are about $1.5 million for both of our sites together. About $1 million of that is salaries and employee benefits. 52% of those costs are in Santa Cruz and 49% of those costs are in Watsonville. You can see the lab revenue is about $27,930 for similar reasons to the radiology because of our bundled payment. So this slide shows our overall cost structure and highlights where our expenses are concentrated. You can see here about 71% goes to salaries and benefits. It reflects our people-intensive services and represents our most significant investment. 19% covers our services and supplies, and a little over 10% is split between our allocations and rent and leases that we have. As was mentioned before, we've seen an increase in our substantial salary and increases, which is positive for our team, but is also impacting our bottom line. And significant portion of that, or inflation of our service and supplies. So we've seen an increase in that as well, especially since beginning of the pandemic. So we're actively evaluating all services based on cost, revenue, and community needs. And we're looking at our overall revenue cycle to improve efficiency and to diversify and optimize our revenue moving forward. So what you're looking at here is our financial trends since 2019-2020 fiscal year through our proposed 2025-26 budget, tracking our revenues against two of our largest expenses, just to give you an idea. So the top line is our revenues. You can see that there's a steady growth from $35 million to $48 million. And then you see here for 24-25, what was budgeted is a spike in the revenue. Some of that is due to some one-time grants and incentive fundings. Also, some of our improvements that we put into place over the last 18-24 months. Salaries and benefits, which is the second line there on the chart, is our largest expense and grew from about $23 million to a high of about $37 million, with a slight reduction projected for next fiscal year as we implement cost containment measures. Services supplies also grew, you can see there, from $5.8 million to $9.2 million, with a small decrease proposed due to our cost containments. So as you can see, our revenue growth has not necessarily met the same level of increase as our services and supplies and our salaries and benefits. And this gap really highlights the need for us to be strategic and look at all of our services to make sure that we're optimizing our revenue stream and also being able to provide the services that we want to provide to our community. So lastly, I just want to talk and highlight that the external labs and external radiology organizations that we work with in our community are also adhere to rigorous quality standards, have oversight for federal and state level. For us, there's also some accreditation and licenses that they also hold. So what we want to do is make sure that we maintain the quality and the care that our patients receive now. And even as we consider these changes, we want to make sure that the quality and safety are our main priorities, as well as the interface and the communication between the two agencies. So to make sure that our clinicians can get the information that they need. So I'm going to pass it over to Director Herrera to make some more thoughts.
Thank you. With this proposal, our lab and radiology services will still be available for our patients, but with a different design through a referral-based program. There's risk of these services being less accessible, which is something we are planning for and will mitigate as best we can. The redesign of these services will allow us to allocate funding and resources towards maintaining our core service of primary care for those who are unable to afford care. So in closing, our recommendation for this board item is to hold the public hearing, and we are here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing. I'll now open the public hearing to the public to see if there's anyone that'd like to address us on this item.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Zajac, and I am a senior lab assistant for Santa Cruz County Health Services. And when I say phlebotomist, I mean California State Certified Licensed Phlebotomist, and that's for any context that I'm mentioning. I'm here to declare that there's an elephant in the room and point out the Emperor does not have any clothes on. HSA currently does not have a lab. We have phlebotomists that do a service just like a medical assistant, a nurse, or a provider does. In the past 2 years, we have been CLIA waived facility and are limited to the testing with a similar equivalent of tests that are taken home to do, that any trained clinic worker can perform. What these past budget proposals are is an undercover way of attacking our social equity by privatizing our so-called lab. The solution could be to incorporate our extremely talented phlebotomists into the clinic like a nurse, clinician, or MA. Why not do that? My answer is because it's a way to not be accountable for the lost ability to generate revenue due to mismanagement. The lab had its chance to generate revenue for our community, but because of management's inability to function that capacity, it's gone now. I know what a mess that created and what is coming or has come to your desk in a fallout of that. That's the elephant in the room. It's the goal of busting the union in the name of privatization that is now the emperor. Let's learn the lesson from history. According to Mark Levinson's statements in the American Prospects 4/8/22 article, The Privatization Myth, when local health departments cut 55,000 jobs over 12 years, we ended up with a private sector unable to deliver goods and a public sector starved of resources for the COVID pandemic. Our community has needs and it deserves to be protected. My vote is to not gamble away our opportunity to provide that with the privatization of any of our public health services. I encourage you to do the same.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, board. My name is Kevin. I'm a therapist at the county health clinics here once again to oppose the closure of county labs and X-ray and also the cuts of 74 total positions in HSA, which is more of a thing for this afternoon. The billions in hearing materials, the presentation today state that cutting the lab and X-ray will save us $2 million annually. This appears to reflect lab costs and to exclude lab contributions to overall clinic revenue. The lab costs $2 million annually to run, and so if we cut it, we will save $2 million. I'm afraid, and I'm wondering what we're going to do if we cut lab and X-ray and then see a significant decrease in patient visits. I imagine that it's difficult to try and figure out how much lab and X-ray contribute to getting people into the clinic and keeping them there. And I'm worried that we're going to find out that that was more of a contribution than we thought. What if this savings of $2 million costs us much more in lost revenue? Are we then going to cut even more programs to compensate for that? When does it stop? When, if ever, are we motivated to consider making investments to increase revenue rather than making cuts to decrease costs? The purpose of this hearing is to give the community a chance to express any concerns about closures to public health facilities. You will have a mere few hours to consider this feedback before making a decision that will likely be permanent. For me, this is a failure of process. These are conversations that should have been happening months ago when the budget was first being created and being put forth for your consideration. It shouldn't be happening now when it kind of seems, in our opinion, like it's a done deal. Decisions are being made about our programs without staff input and critically without patient input. Trust is built through collaboration and transparency. We don't feel that we've had either. How are staff supposed to trust that these decisions are in our best interest? How is the community? Our community deserves better from us. They're public servants. They need us now more than ever. And unfortunately, it appears that in this time of increasing need, they will be left more and more on their own. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Liam McLaughlin with SKU 521. The main thing I wanted to ask is there are things you can do with your in-house county employees that you can't do with contracted employees. Always, right? You always have more flexibility, always have more capacity with the folks who are in-house. So the idea I think that they're proposing is that, you know, no services will be interrupted. We'll get the same thing for less cost, but that's just not true, right? When it comes to contracted employees, you don't have the same things you can do. And so a big example of that is our county phlebotomists are disaster relief workers, right? They can be flexed into these situations really versatile in a really versatile way that really helps the public, has stopped, I believe, major measles epidemics, all these different issues that some contracted lab is not going to send their underpaid employees into, you know what I mean? It's just, it's not going to happen. So there is going to be a loss here if we go through with this. I think we need to find any other way we can. It's just not this way. Let's keep our in-house folks who can do the job really well. Also, I understand that, you know, from what I've heard, the phlebotomists at these contracted places work there for 2 years, 3 years. They don't have good retention rates. We have folks who've worked here for 20 years, really know what they're doing. There's a really significant difference here. So please keep that in mind. And don't cut the labs, don't cut the x-rays. Thanks.
Hi, friends. Again, Paul Johnston. I'm here to speak in support of Local 521 and the county workforce. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I worked for that union as a union organizer. And 20 years ago, I was the interim executive director for the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. So one thing I'd like to do is remind you something I think you know, that the labor movement runs deep in this county. It's a sleeping giant, but when it wakes up, you want it to be on your side. And in fact, local government management and public workers together can be a powerful and important force in a time like the time we're facing. You want them to be with you. In between those times, I should mention, I was a professor of sociology at Yale University, director of the organizational behavior program with the focus on public organizations. And one thing I think I can say with some confidence is, with all the best of intentions, management and planning staff suffers, as we all do, from the perspective that comes from their role in the organization. We always overemphasize, and we have a blind spot about the importance of our own role. And I think, you know, when you take a look at where cuts ought to be made and couldn't be made, where it's necessary to make constraints, I think it's necessary to take a look at tightening the belt at the administrative and management level. Perhaps also useful to keep in mind that administrative costs, administrative overhead stays there regardless. It's not a savings to when you make the staff cuts. I would recommend a process in which you have folks sitting down together with folks from the union to explore alternative budget strategies. And if they can't come to an agreement, allow the union folks to present you with an alternative for you to consider. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2, your microphone's now available.
Wow, thanks to the speakers. Looking at the agenda here for item 7, there's no reference here in the short version to cutting 74 positions or busting the union for privatization. That's really critical information. Another elephant in the room I'd like to bring up is about all these CT scans, mammograms, MRIs carry negative health impacts. And I think just from the description of staff today, there are so many sources of people getting these radiation detection things. I have a book here called Poison Power, The Case Against Nuclear Power Plants by Goffman and Tamplin, 1971. There's a chapter called Is Any Amount of Radiation Safe? And I've also read that medical x-rays are a significant factor in causing cancer. Quoting briefly from the book, obscurantist gobbledygook has characterized all efforts to set so-called safe or allowable standards for industrial poisons, radioactive or other. In truth, standard setters know full well there is no evidence for any safe amount amount of a poison, such as radiation or radioactivity. The authors conclude no amount
Thank you.
of
Call-in user 6769, your microphone's now available.
Hello, good morning, and thank you so much to everyone who has commented succinctly and profoundly on these issues. I'm a bit late to join the conversation, but I would like to say that I feel, especially in this time of greater stress among our populations as a result of the poor direction from the top of our nation and the crisis of violence, the escalation of also bacterial situations, one of which I've just escaped with my life and my leg after 6 months of treatment, but I know of others who have died. I believe it's essential to keep local phlebotomists and other medically trained people present and active in our community and available, especially and always to the less favorisés. Well, you know who I mean. The people who don't have the capacity to get the testing may be carrying critical diseases. And I think there are issues of rising bacterial load and climate crisis. I'd like Santa Cruz to be a model of caring for the people and also a more holistic approach. And I think that money could be saved, in fact, in the long run by developing better systems for capturing water and growing fruit trees and other community gardens and things that will feed the people, nourish the people, strengthen the people. So there's less disease, there's more community, there's less criminal activity, there's a greater chance of some sort of sustainability. And I do not agree with just cutting away and privatizing when in fact we see at the highest levels and all around us how privatization is basically
Thank you.
destroying.
Brandon, your microphone's now available.
Hey, good morning, board. My name is Brandon Johnson. I'm a pastor in Santa Cruz County for the past 20 years. I wanted to express my strong and unequivocal opposition to the proposed AT&T mega tower in Bonnie Doon, which is dangerously close to residential homes and unspoiled natural land.
I mean, that item is coming up. This is a hearing for the Bellison Act. If you can come back.
You got it. I'll be right back.
2 agenda items forward. Thank you.
See no further speakers, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any comments, questions. Oh, hold on. Yes, got 2 minutes.
My name is Fadi Ayad. I'm the supervisor for the radiology department. I'm here to speak to you guys and thank you for your time. What was presented by Raquel and Julian all sounds great, fine and dandy on paper, but in real life, it doesn't happen. We were closed for radiology last year because of RMG shut down. They sold their practice, so we couldn't have anybody read our x-rays. We referred out maybe 400 or 500 x-rays. I don't have the numbers. They caught me off guard with the numbers. But maybe 20% showed up for their x-rays and got them done. Everybody else has referrals that never got them done. So if they're saying that they're gonna stop that access, improve that care, it's not gonna happen. Our patients are special. They have special needs. They have really hard time getting from point A to point B. Calling a cab, calling a bus, an Uber, CCA, Hearts, and whatever, that car company, it's not gonna work because they're gonna get frustrated and leave. Charles Bruffy, the CEO of RMG, before he left, he said, our patients were the hardest to do, hardest to get in, and hardest to image because they always never showed up. They always canceled their appointments. Now that's going to cause frustration for Watsonville Hospital, Dominican, Dignity Advanced Imaging, because then they're going to be like, we don't want to see your patients. They don't show up. We're wasting other slots for them. And that conversation happened many times since I've been the radiology supervisor. And I had to fight those, I had to put out those fires. And having radiology in-house is going to help these patients get access to care right away. It's going to help the doctors provide care right away, diagnose if they have TB, if they have, pneumonia, if they broke a leg, we get them into ortho. And that's going to generate more appointments. They're going to come back and see ortho. They're going to have follow-ups, and that's going to have more time to generate more revenue as what they want. So don't be another barrier, please. Think of our patient.
Thank you. Now I'll bring it back to the board. I'll start on my left. Supervisor Koenig.
Chair, there's just a reminder, there's no action on this item. The action will be taken this afternoon on the health services budget. So just reminding you that.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions now, since you guys are all assembled. The first is around the true cost savings. Sort of this number of $2 million has been put out there, give or take a little bit. But I mean, I assume we'd have to issue an RFP for diagnostic services, and that would cost something. Is that right? I mean, so what's the actual net savings that we would see here?
So the savings are $2 million. What, as Julian, Dr. Wren mentioned, the way we're financed through FQHC model, it's bundled payment of, I think it's approximately $400 per visit. So because we can't bill for those lab services directly from, patient comes in, primary care visit. So what the proposal is that these external commercial laboratories are able to bill directly. And so by referring out, someone else can bill for it, we're not able to. And our patients utilizing that service is an additional cost to us. But Dr. Wren, did you want to add anything to that?
Was your question in regards to an agreement or procurement?
No,
Is that what you're asking for?
That clarifies it, that the diagnostic services are able to bill directly, and that we're not the ones, they're not billing us to provide the service.
That's correct.
I've heard some concern that whoever provides these services within our community might actually have trouble hiring. I know certainly, Telecare, for example, is just one example of a contractor who has come into our community and then realized how hard it is to hire qualified people within our community. I mean, largely, as we all know, because of the cost of housing and living here. Do we know that any of the contractors that might, well, I guess they're not technically contractors since we're not contracting with them, any of the third folks who would provide this service in our community can actually do the job and staff up?
So in preliminary conversations with those potential referring parties, healthcare staffing is an issue across the board in the nation, including here in Santa Cruz County. So there's a model of having these commercial labs be able to be on site and providing services. And we've been told that this is feasible, but we do anticipate that there are potentially delays that they wouldn't be able to necessarily start as of July 1 when this proposal would start. So we're going to keep pursuing that option, but we don't have a definitive timeline of how quickly they can start up because of the staffing issue.
Okay, interesting. And of course, on the item this afternoon, there's a proposal to provide enough funding for sort of 3 months of a transition period. We heard a suggestion that that lab staff be incorporated in sort of different revenue generating positions like MAs or nurses. Can you just speak to the feasibility of that at all? And was looking at our job site, and we don't actually have any of those positions currently open, but I mean, interested in your comments.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the uniqueness of how we're financed as a federally qualified health center. We don't have a fee-for-service model. We have a bundled rate. So whether that at that one visit that a patient has, they could see primary care, they could see other services, they could have phlebotomy services. It's one rate. So if we add additional staffing to that service, it's still the one rate. We don't get additional funding for it.
Okay. This board has asked for alternatives to this particular proposed cut. I'm just curious if you could elaborate on why we haven't seen any alternatives.
I will defer. So I will share that this proposal wasn't just our executive staff within health services. It was in consultation with the medical directors and the health clinic managers of each of the clinics. It's called the Sustainability Committee. It was also briefed with our health center commission, which we're required to have through as our FQHC status. And as I mentioned earlier, this isn't. We do have a systemic issue in terms of how we structure our healthcare delivery systems within HSA, just across the board. And so we're looking at how do we have efficiencies in general. FQHCs across the nation struggle. So it's a business model that's just hard to maintain. And we recognize that there's going to be have some sort of subsidy, especially for the uncompensated care that we anticipate is going to increase, especially with the state proposal of the rollback of healthcare for our undocumented population. So this is just one strategy among others, such as looking at how we increase productivity, but also looking at how we support our providers with a culture that supports their success with increasing productivity, which is going to take time. So in the meantime, this is just one step, one layer of right-sizing our operations in order to be sustainable with the real challenges and the expected challenges that we're going to see due to federal and state impacts. I'll turn it over to Raquel to see if there's additional comments on other considerations as well.
I don't have any additions. I think you've covered them, Director Herrera.
Okay, well, I'm just saying is, I understand that you did some internal analysis, and I think it would be helpful for us and the community if that was a little bit more transparent. I understand that maybe some of the other solutions you looked at were not as good. But nevertheless, there must have been multiple options weighed. And so I think that's this sort of question mark that, or question that's lingering in the air that doesn't seem answered. Or we sort of said, well, what else could we do? And all we've heard is this is what you can do. So again, we'd love to understand more what kind of deliberation you guys went through internally.
Right. And I'll just reiterate what Director Herrera mentioned is we're looking at, we're not trying to cut our way out of this. We're trying to look at increasing access to patient care, and increasing access then, it has an impact, improving productivity, improving efficiencies will help this whole health centers be more sustainable.
Okay. I did see our personnel director in the audience. Just had one quick question for her. Director Patel, if you could come up. There's been some mention that we think that there are other positions that would be suitable that are currently vacant for anyone for current lab and radiology techs. Could you speak to the ability of the county organization, in your opinion, to actually hire folks that are no longer needed, would no longer be needed in these particular positions?
Sure. Good morning, Ajita Patel, Personnel Director. So at this time, given the fact that the proposed budget had filled eliminations, our recruiting team has reached out to all 11 folks who were impacted. And there are a couple who have chosen to retire. There are a couple who have determined that they only want to seek placement at equal pay. That is a little challenging, only because we don't have a lot of vacancies at that level. And then there are a number of folks who are working actively with the recruiting analysts. And I do believe that we are looking at least 3 of them who are very likely today to be placed. So I feel that between now and June, when some of those positions are going to be eliminated, that at least 3 would be placed. Looking good. A couple of them are soon to have some job offers.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thanks.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. And thank you for those questions. I share similar questions as well. The board will have an opportunity to talk even broader about this topic in the afternoon when we are at last day budget hearings. But since we have so many folks in the audience who care about this, I do want to share a little bit of my perspective. What's most important to me is that we're maintaining just accessibility and quality for our patients. It's incredibly important. And it is a very special, as the word was used, and important population to serve effectively. I also am recognizing just how difficult of a situation we're in financially. This is a structural deficit that we have, and the federal picture doesn't look good. And we anticipate a reduction of Medi-Cal reimbursements and perhaps a reduction of eligible services for FQHCs into the coming year. And so, I take that really seriously. Myself, and I know members of the other members of the board had an opportunity to visit the radiology and the lab and meet the dedicated workforce who really cares about our patients and have really done a fantastic job. Another part of my evaluation is kind of just doing due diligence of understanding what's happening in the other FQHCs in our community. We have 3 FQHCs. We have our county clinic. We also have Santa Cruz Community Health Center and Salud para la Gente. And I did make calls and I talked to the CEOs and the medical directors at the 2 other clinics. And I understand that they also refer out with Quest and for their radiology services. And they expressed to me that their patients don't see much of a difference, right? That they are able to maintain seamless care. And that was something that was really important to me in consideration of these changes, because that's the bottom line, right? Our patients need to have access to the services that they deserve. I do have a few follow-up questions. We heard some comments about how our teams do more than just, the average lab services, right? Whether it's disaster relief, whether it's, say if there was an outbreak of an infectious disease, this is the team that we call on. Do you have any response to that? Do we have a plan for any of these sort of emergent issues that could come and staffing to support that?
So for disasters and public health emergencies, so that is that would be covered through our public health division primarily. We do have our emergency preparedness team that helps develop med health plans that supports the county's emergency operations response. For the public health piece, it would be a process that our public health team would be absorbing.
And so you feel like we would be able to respond in the event that there was another epidemic of some sort of outbreak?
Yes, we would be able to respond. And certainly this decreases our. We would have to figure out a different way to respond. Because we don't have in-house phlebotomy services to reach out to. So it would be probably a partnership with the commercial laboratories to figure out how we can get the specimens for our disease control cases and patients.
Thank you. Another question, and not to put you on the spot. I mean, it's just I'm trying to understand this. Between the lab services and a contract in that regard, or radiology, is there one of the 2 that feels most impactful to our patients?
Based on volume, our laboratory services, we do see quite a bit happening within our facilities, which is what we presented.
Thanks. And Another thing, I want to second some of the comments from Supervisor Koenig about seeing other options or alternatives. One of the things that I heard when speaking with staff is that, there may be willingness to reduce hours or furlough or things like that. And I would have liked to have seen, perhaps an option to keep partial staff on for the harder to reach, those folks who really just, they're not going to go to the next referral, while also possibly bringing in Quest or other contracts, right? Is there a balance that we can do just to make sure that there's some sort of way of reducing the gap, right? The gap that, or the crack that folks might fall through. So, that's just a little bit of feedback to you. And again, I recognize the difficult challenge and choices ahead of us. Again, we're going to have an opportunity to speak about it again later today and make a decision around it later today. But thank you for an opportunity to hold this hearing, to hear from the public and answer my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez. Supervisor Cummings.
I'm going to try to keep it brief because I know we're going to talk about this more later. I'm wondering, moving forward, or maybe if you could just speak to the changes that have happened as it relates to billing and reimbursements that's kind of gotten us into this position, because my understanding is that these services have been offered for the past 50 years, and now we're at this point where now we're considering cutting them. And so I guess the question for me is just kind of, if you can just speak to how we got to this point and maybe some of the changes that have happened at the state level as it relates to billing and reimbursements, and if that's contributed to where we are today.
I'll start and then turn it over to staff for more details. I think healthcare is just a tough business to be in. And then on top of that, being a safety net clinic that is mandated to provide care for people who don't have insurance, they may pay a sliding fee scale, but it's never enough to cover costs. So the things that, has happened, just the landscape over time with healthcare is we don't have enough staff. We don't have enough education pipeline to get staffed up. So we had the pandemic, which has been a huge strain on our safety net in our acute care clinics, acute care healthcare facilities. And so the changes that have happened over time, we've had this PPS rate, this bundled rate that hasn't changed over the years, but we've been trying to do as much as we can with it. And one of the ways to maintain the number of the amount of revenue is to maintain providers. And so focusing on retention and recruitment of billable positions has been something we've been working on over time. But over the pandemic, we just haven't had the productive because of the pandemic and other pressures for just on our healthcare system. There's just a lot that our providers and our healthcare systems are holding, and we haven't been able to structure our operations to have the revenue at the level that helps us break even. And so we've been working on level setting that over time. So really it's not that there's been a change in our revenue rate. It's really been a systemic change of just needed to increase our revenue over time. I'll turn it over to Raquel and Julian for details.
Yes, I want to give a little more context. Annually, we do get what I call like a cost of living in our PPS rate. It's pretty low, doesn't keep up with inflation. Some of the other things that happened was that a lot of our service and supplies have really increased. Things like vaccines cost way more than they did in the past. During the pandemic, we grew to meet the demand, and there was some COVID funding that was there that has since gone away. Some of the other things that we have an opportunity to do is we do have an opportunity to strategically open ourselves up for an increase in our PPS rate. And part of that depends on the amount of completed visits that we can meet. There's a minimum amount that's factored into that. And so once we get to that, we're able to get to that point, we're able to trigger what's called a rate review. So it's a possibility in the near future that we may be able to get a higher rate. But that rate has not kept up with any of our expenses in the clinics.
And just a quick follow-up, who controls the PPS rate? Like how is that determined?
It's the state Department of Health Services.
Okay. Thanks. Well, I'll just say, because then we got some big items and not a whole lot of time, that I really do share a lot of the concerns that have been brought up by the workers today. Again, we'll have more time to talk about this, but having an opportunity for them to also provide a proposal to us, I think would be beneficial, just so that we can be able to compare, what the workers may be willing to sacrifice and how that could actually, maybe help keep them employed and keep these services. But I'm open to exploring, all possibilities at this point. But do want to thank you all for the presentation. And again, we're going to have a much deeper discussion when there's time to take action on this item. So I'll conclude my comments and just want to thank everybody for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. These decisions that our community in many areas of healthcare have had to make over years are very painful. I'll just start there. I have been an employee at Dignity Health, and in the time that I've lived and worked in the community, they've had to close their rehabilitation care unit, their home health program, their outpatient therapy is now run by Kindred, Plaza Pharmacy, and really painful, cut social workers in the evening in the ER. Watsonville has years ago cut their home health service. They used to have a substance use program that's gone. They were hopeful they could put in a program for children in crisis that went by the wayside, and they have essentially one social worker for the whole hospital. So the most expensive part of running a healthcare organization, aside from like your MRIs and your big equipment, are staff, right? Staff is always your biggest expense. It is, I think, painful when we have to look at making these cuts, but in our health services, we do have a structural deficit that must be corrected. I understand that lab services, just like at Dignity Health, they use Quest, right? Just like the other FQHC clinics. In the Capitola office, we have the phlebotomists there on site. In the offices on Soquel that are the 4-story, they're downstairs. So it's easy, and the results are available in the electronic medical record quickly. The issue that I am struggling with is the radiology piece, because I do think the lab piece we have an answer for. But radiology, I mean, these are people. I have worked with these people on the streets. I have put them in my car. I have transported them with much trying to talk them into going when they needed it. And if they had to then go to a different location after presenting at the clinic, many of these patients will not get their radiology exams that they need and their imaging. So is it possible that, I mean, I don't know structurally, but could it be possible to so let me ask this first. Is there a radiology tech down at Watsonville and at Emmeline? Yeah, so there's one at each location.
Correct.
Okay.
One FTE equivalent.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, working in the clinic, like I was the social worker for 75 doctors. And so I saw all their high-risk patients. It was me, a nurse practitioner, a PA, and a nurse. And we case managed a lot of patients. I had like more than 1,000 on my caseload. They have a panel of 60,000 patients at Dignity, and they took Medi-Cal, right? So PAMF does not take Medi-Cal. Kaiser, not really taking Medi-Cal, says they're going to, but have been very slow to upload the Medi-Cal patients. So really, it's the clinics and Dignity Health that are seeing the super high-risk patients in our community. Our providers are seeing 16 to 20 patients per day in their practices. And I don't recommend that. But how many patients on average are providers seeing in the clinic? Because this is a revenue generator.
On average, we're averaging a little over 14 visits.
14 per provider per day. That's, yeah, okay. Because I know a lot of people no show, so I understand. And then are there drop-in, people can drop in and see their provider as well if they need to?
Yes. We do have some availability for drop-in. And no-show rate is one of the things that we have really worked hard on as a team to reduce, and we've made some reductions in that. We've also increased our ability to see patients by opening up our panel. So we've increased our completed appointments about 20% year over year since last year.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's all for my questions. I appreciate y'all being here, and I know these are difficult proposals to bring forward, difficult decisions to be made.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. I do have just a few questions. So with this bundle system that the FHQCs have, does the clinic still get the 400 without any labs?
Yes, it's $423.30 right now.
Okay, and what about the x-rays? How does that work out? Is that part of the bundle or is that separate?
It's part of the bundle if the patient sees a primary care provider and then goes to radiology or lab on the same day. It's considered one visit.
Okay, so if they're on separate days, they can be billed.
Correct.
Is that correct for the labs too, or is that different?
That's correct.
Oh,
But we don't get the same rate.
We don't get the same rate. And it's not, you don't get the 423.30 if they come in just for a lab. It's basically the Medi-Cal rate for that particular test or lab draw or whatever it is that they do.
So but you get the 423 plus the lab rate?
No.
It's a lower rate for the bundle.
Correct.
Okay. Some of the folks brought up from radiology earlier, I'm not here right now, but how if a certain service like either x-rays or the labs aren't provided, that because they're not working together with the primary care, that those delays equal cost. Has that been looked at?
So
and contributes to the the no-shows as well.
What I'm hearing you're asking is that if the patient is not getting their lab or their radiology in a timely fashion, is that going to cost? Is that going to cost something?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. And have we calculated? We haven't calculated that, no.
Okay. Because I'm part of a healthcare system that is very much, trying to work on the no-shows. They have a tremendous amount of no-shows at the VA. I mean, I myself have x-rays I got my order to do them December, and I still haven't gotten around to do an x-ray. And, this is using community health. I could do it anywhere in the vicinity. But I think clinics are dealing with an entirely, even more difficult population to try to get them in. What things have been addressed to address that? Is there like community rides or, taxi rides that are billable to get to their appointment?
We do utilize the Alliance for transportation. We also have funding to help pay for either taxi or bus services. And I do want to mention that our no-show rate is surprisingly low for an FQHC. It hovers in the like 9, 10, 11%. But just want to qualify with our homeless person's health project, given the nature of the work that's done and the nature of our patients, our no-show rate is about 25, but combined 25%, excuse me. Combined, we're about averaging total all clinics in the 11% range.
Okay. And I think I'd mentioned this, I had the opportunity to also visit the labs in the clinic, and, everybody there from doctors, nurses, radiology, people in the labs said that one of the things that they would love to see is to be able to work with billing, with staff, management there, and the rest of the FHQs and the community hospital to see how they can address things like productivity and what's billable. But I'm surprised that, similar to what Justin and Supervisor Koenig and Supervisor Cummings were mentioning, that it should have been a little bit more transparent into where we're at in these two departments. And what I mean by transparent is to see what staff has done to address these issues, right? Sort of a task force that involved workers, not just, whoever, department heads and, management, but one that involved the workers. So it wouldn't come to us as a surprise either. But was there anything done that did you guys do any audits of what we could do to make these two departments, break even?
I think we've worked on multiple areas of improvement in order to increase our ability to get some revenue or earn some revenue or reimbursement. Part of that is getting our revenue cycle to be quicker. So basically, how quickly can we get paid, and reducing denials, things like that based on CPT codes. And we have internal processes that's ongoing. For example, in the last 3-4 years, we have reduced our time to get reimbursed to about 54 days. It was double that several years ago. So that's just kind of a microcosm of what we've done in our entire revenue cycle in order to improve. So we've improved there. We have a consistent group working on our average reimbursement. So basically, we have some visits that are non-billable, but we also have other visits are billable. And so we're consistently looking at what CPT codes we're using, if we're using the correct ones, are we using enough in order to get the full reimbursement that we can get. So those are all areas that we've worked on. We've worked on education. Anything that comes up, we're surveilling for any errors that come up. And we're working with our medical directors in order to educate our staff. And we're also looking for avenues of increasing our reimbursement by providing other types of procedures and services. So those are things that's ongoing, that we've been doing, and we're going to continue to do. And we've seen some positive results from that. And we want to continue to build on that.
And the last thing that we had a conversation about is, I know that with labs, there'll be the possibility of them becoming in-house with Quest or someone like that. But with X-ray, that initially I was told that it was going to be a Dominican. Is there any changes to that? Because that's, I think that especially for the clinic in South County, that would be an equity issue, having to drive in the highway, drive all that way to get an X-ray to Santa Cruz for folks that probably don't even have cars,
Yes. So, and to clarify, we have agreements with both Dominican and Watsonville Hospital. We also have agreements with some radiology providers, standalone clinics in South County as well.
So will they be able to have the same opportunity that they have at the clinic to do like drop-in, or possibly do drop-in at these locations that we have MOUs with?
So at in South County specifically, we have Dignity Health Advanced Imaging as an option and for our uninsured patients. The drop-in piece, you're specifically to your drop-in piece. Do you have it?
Yes, when I reached Dignity Health Advanced Imaging, I know it does have drop-in times they can come, that patients can come.
Where's the Dignity location located at?
The Dignity.
There's one on Soquel and there's one on Commercial Way.
And there's a Simon Med in on Green Valley Road.
So Simon Med only does ultrasound though, right? They don't do X-ray.
So the information I have is that Simon Med will see our patients on Green Valley Road for X-ray, is my understanding.
Yeah, that was the understanding that we had with the VA, but if they don't, they don't provide it. Even with an order, they won't provide. They only do ultrasound there.
Thank you.
But it does worry me that they have to go to, what'd you say, Commercial Way, or I don't even know where that's at.
It's in Santa Cruz.
Okay. Is there any provider that we can bring that would be in Watsonville?
The Watsonville Hospital is the provider for our.
And we have a memorandum of understanding.
We have an agreement
with them. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'll save the rest of my questions for 1:30. We do have a big agenda before us, so we will now close this public hearing. I literally do got 3 agendas here. Next, we'll move on to item 8, hold the public hearing, consider adopting a resolution approving the issuance of lease revenue bonds, Series 2025A by the Santa Cruz County Capital Financing Authority in the amount of not to exceed 15 million or improvements in the Ben Lomond Transfer Station and acquisition of 420-440 May Avenue in the city of Santa Cruz.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Peter Detlefs, and I'm a principal administrative analyst in the County Executive Office. I'm joined here today with Suzanne Harold, the county's municipal financial advisor. We're here with you to speak about regarding items 8 and 9 related to the issuance of lease revenue bonds. These items will be heard here together, but voted on separately. All right. This one, thank you. Today we'll be speaking about the facilities to be financed, the process for the issuance, cost of the financing, and the actions that are here before you today. The first project included in this financing is for the improvements of the Ben Lomond Transfer Station. The total project cost is $8.5 million. And bids for the project will be open tomorrow on June 11th, and they'll staff will return to the board on August, excuse me, 10th with a contract. The second project is the acquisition of the building currently leased by the Public Defender's Office at 420 to 480 May Avenue. The estimated cost of acquisition is $3.5 million and an additional $500,000 to be included for needed repairs to the building. At this point, I'll turn it over to Suzanne for more information on the financing.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. You've seen the financing process before. The issuance of lease revenue bonds are usually what that's the county's traditional method of financing public improvements. It does require the board to conduct a public hearing and then adoption of resolutions by both the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors acting as the Board of Directors of your financing authority. This slide shows the financing costs. The project funds are about $12.5 million. That's $8.5 for the transfer station and $4 million for the property acquisition. And there's some cost of issuance involved. And so this slide will just show you the estimated par amount of bonds to be issued. The bonds will have a 30-year maturity using the county's current AA+ lease rating. And so the estimated interest cost is about 4.65%. You can see here the annual debt service for the transfer station is about $540,000 a year. It'll be paid through charges received in CSA, in CSA 9C. And the annual debt service for the property acquisition is about $255,000 a year. This will be paid from rental savings. The current building rent is about $271,000. So it's just about a break even. The resolutions before you today authorize the sale of the bonds. They set the parameters for the sale of the bonds for a bond amount not to exceed 15 million and an interest rate not to exceed 6%. They approve the form of the financing documents required for the transaction, and they authorize either a competitive bid for sale of the bonds or a negotiated sale, depending on market conditions. We have had a little bit of drama in the bond market in the last couple of months, so we wanted to give your staff flexibility to choose the best method of sale, depending on the conditions when the bonds are to be sold in the middle of July. So the actions before you are to open the public hearing, take testimony, close the public hearing, and then acting as the Board of Supervisors, adopt the first resolution under item 8, and as the Board of Directors of the Financing Authority to adopt the resolution under item 9.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll now open this public hearing, and by anyone on the podium would like to speak.
I just want to be clear. I did not hear a joining of these two items as 8 and 9, and I actually wouldn't recommend that, given that you're acting in two separate capacities. So I think you're holding the public hearing right now on item 8, and then once you vote on that, then we'll move to item 9.
Okay, as one fell swoop.
Not as one fell swoop. Separate. Two distinct items.
Okay. So I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none. Anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cummings?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. We'll take roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. We'll now continue with item number 9. Item number 9, as the board of the Santa Cruz County Capital Financing Authority, adopt the resolution of authorizing issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed 15 million of lease revenue bonds 2025 Series A and approving related documents and official actions. We'll continue this here. I'll turn it over to Peter Detlefs and Susan Harrell.
Thank you, members of the board. This is a companion item to item 8, which was the approval by the Board of Supervisors of the financing. This is the financing authority's action to approve the issuance of the bonds.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this hearing. Seeing none, anyone online?
We have no speakers online.
I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion or for questions, comments.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
We have a motion for Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, if you could take a roll call vote.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Around the interest rate? So I saw that I know they've been kind of all over the place. Is this an interest rate that can be renegotiated over time if interest rates fall?
So the interest rate that will be set at the time that the bonds are sold is fixed. You can refinance it after a 10-year period. So after 10 years, you can refinance it, but you will not be able to call the bonds and restructure them during the first 10 years.
And did I read in the backup that it's at 6% right now?
No, the expected interest rate is 4.65% during using current market conditions. The 6% is just the maximum cap that it could go to. We don't expect it to go that high, but it does give your staff a little bit of flexibility in case market conditions change.
Okay, great. And will a report be coming back to the board on what the actual interest rate was when the bonds are issued? Because I know sometimes they're issued not all at once. Are we going to be issuing these all at once in order to purchase these properties?
It'll be a single issuance. We don't typically come back to the board, but we can certainly inform you on that information.
Yeah, or just maybe let us. Yeah, I think the public should know, actually. So that'd be great. Thank you.
So the bonds will actually be sold in the middle of July, and you staff will be coming back to the board for the award of the construction contract for the Ben Lomond facility. So you'll probably get your update at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next agenda item is number 10. This will be a long hearing since there's an hour of, I guess, presentation. We do have a 1:30 scheduled and a closed session that we need to finish. So it's like right around that cusp of the time. So we're gonna move forward with item 10. Hold de novo public hearing to consider the appeal of development permit application 221049 regarding a proposed wireless communication facility located at 186 Summit Drive, assessor's parcel number 080-06202, adopts the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Sheila McDaniel, Principal Planner, for the presentation.
Good morning. So we're going to go get started here. We'll just move to the next slide. Oh, sorry about that. So as you know, it's a removal of an existing 70-foot tall lattice tower, satellite dish, shed, and a shorter lattice tower and chain link fencing, and is proposed to be replaced with a 151-foot tall wireless communication facility camouflaged as a monopine with 9 panel antennas, associated wireless equipment, generator within an existing equipment building, an outdoor propane tank. They're planning to repaint the equipment building, and they're proposing landscape screening and other miscellaneous improvements located within the existing building and site enclosure, and a new 6-foot chain link fence with grain slats and barbed wire. It requires a commercial development permit and an exception to height in consideration of adoption of a mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The project site is located in rural Bonnie Doon within Summit Park, a residential subdivision recorded in 1941 that is made up of rural parcels approximately 2 to 3 acres in size that are mostly developed with single-family homes. The property is accessed via Summit Drive, a private road that extends from Empire Grade Road to the west. Summit Drive winds around to the east to the subject property. Access to the property is provided from the western Summit Drive frontage, where gated access is provided. The site backs up to Summit Drive to the east. The area is densely wooded and is characterized by a mixture of both deciduous and evergreen trees with a relatively sparse understory. The project site is currently developed with an existing television booster station established over time from 1969 through the 1980s. Contains a variety of telecommunications equipment. You can see in the upper left-hand shot of the existing facility and the existing scaffold and equipment building and fencing. Take 1 second here. Sorry, moving along too quickly. The property is zoned rural residential and designated rural residential by the general plan. Wireless facilities are an allowed use within the rural residential zone district pursuant to the wireless regulations. Height is regulated by the wireless regulations. A height exception has been required. And then moving on to the existing site plan, all existing improvements are proposed to be removed. Those are shown in red, that with exception of the existing equipment building constructed in 1969. The lower left-hand view is the existing view from the property located to the south. The green arrows will show you the direction of that photo. The lower right view is looking from Lower Summit Drive located to the southeast of the site up toward the location of the proposed improvements. So as you can see in the proposed site plan, the wireless facility is proposed at 151 feet. As noted, the propane tank, the existing equipment building, proposed underground conduit and a gate and a proposed chain link fence with barbed wire. Just as a note, project's been conditioned to provide an 8-foot solid board fence. Understory views of the fencing and equipment building are available from Summit Drive as shown in the upper left image. As you can see, tree branching height was required to be revised to the tower to be least visually obtrusive to Summit Drive, reducing visibility of the foliage. All improvements meet the required setbacks established by the zone district. The proposed commercial development permit application supersedes prior permits as this is considered a new facility subject to all current wireless ordinance standards. And in the elevation drawing here, the monopine is not visible above the tree line of surrounding properties on all sides, with exception of a narrow view to the southeast, which is in the lower right-hand corner along Summit Drive as shown in that image, and 2 residences to the southeast far below. The lower left image shows proposed landscaping at the south and southeast. Trees to the southeast would eventually grow to screen views across the top of the facility. According to County Code Section 1310-660 C4, a new wireless communication facility outside of a public right-of-way is prohibited unless the applicant provides documentation prepared by a qualified professional engineer to enable the county to find 2 things. The proposed facility eliminates or substantially reduces one or more significant gaps in the applicant's carrier's network. And secondly, the proposed facility is located on the least visibly obtrusive site and least visibly obtrusive portion of the site where the applicant provides substantial evidence that it chose the best solution for the community after a meaningful comparison of alternative sites and designs, including but not limited to considering less sensitive sites, alternative system designs, alternative tower designs, placement of antennas on existing structures that are equivalent or superior potential alternatives. So moving on to the first finding, gap in coverage. The alternative analysis includes a necessity statement by the wireless provider. Since their first public hearing in October 2023, the applicant's necessity statement has maintained that they have a gap in coverage in both in-building and in-vehicle service. So it's important to note that in mobile and in building coverage is a gap that they're proposing to fill. So this is the 6th public hearing and nothing has changed with regard to the gap in mobile coverage that they're seeking to fill. Santa Cruz County Code Section 1310-660B-18 defines a significant gap as a gap in the wireless provider's own services that is deemed significant by certification from the carrier. Propagation maps were provided as part of the necessity statement. At the request of the zoning administrator, the applicant provided test drive data, which is coverage, capacity, and quality of service data, and the following FCC broadband maps, which corroborate the applicant's certified statement that there's a gap in coverage in mobile services. So moving along to the FCC broadband in coverage map, you'll notice your board letter includes a link to this page. So hopefully you have taken a look at that. The FCC broadband map shows that there is a gap in mobile coverage, and you can look in the image. In the dark blue, it says mobile broadband. The right arrow shows in-vehicle mobile. You'll note that Verizon is the only carrier with in-mobile coverage Per the FCC, AT&T has no in-mobile coverage pursuant to this and consistent with their statement of gap in coverage. So and then to note, under federal law, local governments have the authority to regulate the placement, construction, and modification of wireless communication facilities subject to certain limitations. A local government's regulations may not unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services and may not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. The law ensures that the state and local governments do not unreasonably discriminate among providers of these services. Essentially, if two providers offer comparable wireless communication service, they should be treated equally under zoning and regulatory decisions. For example, the fact that Verizon has in-mobile wireless coverage is not a basis for determination that there's no gap in coverage in AT&T's coverage of in-mobile services. Further, the fact that AT&T has outdoor network coverage is not a basis for determination that there's no gap in AT&T's in-mobile network. The applicant's certified statement, test drive data, and FCC's national broadband maps are clear enough evidence to make a determination that there's a gap in coverage of in-mobile coverage. Staff's determination, and I put emphasis on this, is relying on the ordinance definition of significant gap in coverage, aka the applicant's statement of fact, including propagation maps. So moving on to the second national broadband map, you can see that the FC has fixed broadband map showing that AT&T does not have fixed broadband coverage. You can see a variety of satellite, cable, and other fixed wireless providers and other carriers, but no identified fixed broadband coverage for AT&T. And then lastly, the FCC broadband map shows that there is a gap in 5G outdoor stationary coverage for AT&T, but there's no gap in 4G outdoor stationary coverage. You'll note that these maps are last updated May 27, 2025. So although neighbors identified new information during the jurisdictional meeting that I believe Justin Cummings wanted consideration, this information states that there's no gap in stationary outdoor coverage. However, the applicant is not requesting to fill a gap in outdoor coverage. The applicant is proposing to fill a gap in in-mobile broadband coverage. In this map, that is the tab to the right of the outdoor stationary in the image here. So you can see, you can go online, you can toggle between them and clearly see what is what. So the outdoor mapping information shown in the Chamberlain report attached as public comment today on your board item has been provided by the neighbors and Gary Patton's wireless expert to suggest that there is no gap in wireless coverage. This is not the case. There's a gap in mobile coverage. So again, staff is relying on the wireless ordinance in making the required findings regarding the gap in coverage. The certified statement provided by the applicant's engineer since the beginning of the hearing process is sufficient to make this determination. The additional information provided by the FCC mapping and the test drive data that was provided to the zoning administrators for sufficient for this determination. And before I move on to the alternative analysis, I didn't want you to get caught up on looking and reading the slides. So I'm just going to start there and say that once a gap in coverage has been identified, the finding required for approval specifically states that the wireless ordinance requires a determination that there is no alternative to the proposed wireless communication facility as condition that is technically feasible and environmentally equivalent or superior to the proposed wireless communication facility, including with less visual and or resource impacts. So the wireless regulations also require new facilities requiring height exceptions to be co-located onto existing facilities, base stations, or utility poles, unless there is no existing facility that would provide substantially similar coverage and the proposed facility is visually screened, camouflaged, or otherwise integrated into the surrounding character of the setting. So now we're going to go into the summary alternative analysis. Feel free to read away. The alternative analysis evaluated a variety of alternative sites to determine if there were any other site that could substantially fill the gap in coverage. You can see in the table that the CTI site, that is the Summit Drive application before you, would substantially fill the gap in coverage at 140 feet. They proposed 150, but the project was approved at 140 feet with the acknowledgement that a minimum of 140 would be required to substantially fill their gap in coverage. at both the north and the south end of their coverage gap. So I will go into what the coverage gap is in a moment. The other sites that were evaluated but are not included here are Patrick Drive, which is located 30 feet below the Summit Drive facility. And it's noted by the applicant that it provides less coverage and fails to close the gap in wireless coverage. Other sites that are not included but are included in this table, but included in a variety of staff reports throughout this process includes Robles Drive that is here. PG&E failed to, decided not to lease to them, so that's not a viable site. Crest Ranch, located at Empire Grade, was also identified to be too far away. The Ben Lomond Conservation Camp on Empire Grade was also located too far away. And then the Bonnie Doon Fire and Rescue Station at the intersection of Empire Grade and I believe it's Felton Empire and Ice Cream Grade is also too far away to provide, to fill that gap in coverage. So now getting into the lower right-hand image, in the lower corner, provided for the Summit Drive on the left and Patrick Road on the site, these are the propagation maps that accompany their necessity statement. You can clearly see that Patrick Road on the right-hand side at 140 feet does not provide reliable indoor and outdoor wireless coverage. That is the green color in the southern portion of the identified gap in coverage to almost half of the residential neighborhoods located on the south portion of the gap along Empire Grade Road near Conifer Lane. At 140 feet in height, Patrick Road cannot be considered a similar site because it does not substantially fill the gap in mobile coverage. Sure, Patrick Road can provide improved outdoor coverage in blue. You can see they're equal, the outdoor coverage in blue are equal between both facilities. Based on this information, Summit Drive has been determined to be the suitable option for filling the primary objective of filling the coverage gap in mobile coverage and indoor-outdoor coverage. Thus, the proposed project is not required to be co-located on Patrick Road since Patrick Road does not fill the gap in coverage. So the applicant had taken the additional step and evaluated what it would be the required height if Patrick Road were considered. They determined that a facility of approximately 210 feet in height would be required to provide similar coverage as the proposed 140-foot Summit Drive facility. So, however, in the event that it is feasible to build a tower tall enough at approximately 210 feet or so in height to meet the objectives in eliminating the coverage gap, such a project would not be without controversy. There is no actual application under consideration before your board today. Thus, it would be premature to conclude that the Patrick Road site would be any easier to permit, given that it would be substantially taller than the approved Summit Drive location. The next slide provides your board information about public views of a protected roadway. So we've evaluated the gap in coverage, the alternative analysis concluding that Summit Drive is the feasible site that will fill the gap in coverage at the lowest height of 140 feet, and there are no alternatives that would do the same. So the comparison of both Patrick Road and Summit Drive were also evaluated as part of the alternative analysis for a determination of which site would be least visually intrusive. The ordinance requires that towers shall be designed to be the shortest height possible to minimize visual impacts. As noted in the project photo simulations, the proposed wireless facility on Summit Drive would fully be screened from public view from Empire Grade Road by location within the existing forest. That, just for clarity, that is the left-hand image there. The Patrick Road facility on the right hand would be visible at existing height of 150 feet. It is currently 150 feet in height. It's a triangular scaffold that was authorized by a building permit after the CZU fire. However, it would be significantly visible at 210 feet. So you can see in the right-hand image, the taller extension is the 210-foot visual impact from Empire Grade. And to note, General Plan Policy 510-11 requires discretionary development to be sited out of public view of scenic roads. Patrick Road would be in conflict with this policy. Summit Drive is compliant with scenic resource protection provided to public roads. This includes all county roads, not just Empire Grade. They provided visual simulations. Although they're in your packet, they're not in this image today. Your board should be cautious before concluding that Patrick Road alternative is a viable alternative site providing substantially similar coverage. Staff cannot make the required findings that Patrick Road would substantially fill the gap in mobile coverage or be least publicly visually intrusive, given visual impacts to Empire Grade due to general plan protections provided under CEQA. The finding specifically reads, the development of the proposed wireless communication facility as conditioned will not significantly affect any designated visual resources. Thus, staff can make the findings for approval of Summit Drive because it is not visible to any public roads, is the lowest height feasible to fill the gap in coverage at 140 feet. Lastly, co-location is not required because a 150-foot Patrick Road site does not provide substantially similar in mobile wireless coverage and would result in greater visual impacts to protected visual resources. So the alternative location at Patrick Road is not required by ordinance and is not considered a superior location. So then moving along to private views, both sites would have impacts on views in private neighborhoods. Patrick Road at 210 feet to meet the gap in coverage would potentially have significantly greater private visual impacts due to the substantially taller facility required to fill the gap. So then moving on to CEQA, as directed by the Planning Commission on appeal from the zoning administrator, the Planning Commission requested an initial study prepared to evaluate environmental impacts. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The project was reviewed by the county's environmental coordinator on October 4th, 2024. A preliminary determination to issue a negative declaration with one mitigation by the environmental coordinator and the mandatory public comment period expired on February 5th. All potential impacts are evaluated, including not limited to aesthetics, noise, soils, geology, cultural resources, biological resources, hazardous materials, air quality, etc. The project was determined not to result in significant environmental impacts, with the exception of the potential to nest for nesting birds protected under a federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Thus, a mitigation measure requires pre-construction survey to confirm absence of birds prior to construction or cessation of work until birds have fledged. Oops. So moving on to the basis of approval. So I mentioned the findings required for approval, findings for a significant gap. The applicant has amply demonstrated that there's a gap in in-vehicle mobile broadband coverage based on their certified necessity statement. That's the bar for a determination. However, they also provided drive data and FCC in mobile broadband mapping to corroborate their determination. Secondly, the alternative analysis has shown there's no other site with less visual impacts at 150 feet or even 140 capable of filling the identified gap in coverage, a required finding for approval. Co-location onto Patrick Road is not required by ordinance because Patrick Road at 150 feet in height would not substantially fill the gap in coverage and result in greater visual impacts. So Patrick Road neither fills the gap in coverage or results in less visual impacts. A height of 210 would be required, which would be substantially a negative relative to our protection policies for public roads. And then in addition, the reduction of the facility to a maximum of 140 feet ensures it still effectively substantially fills the gap in coverage as noted by the RF engineer in their wireless statement, while minimizing views across the top of the facility to the extent feasible to make it least visually obtrusive. And then again, the facility includes a foam monopine designed to blend into the forest setting to maximize screening. This includes consideration as branching location on the trunk, foliage color matching surrounding foliage, landscape screening, and wood fencing to suit the forest. And then lastly, compliance with radio frequency and noise thresholds. So all these factors contribute to a wireless facility that is least visually obtrusive and compliant with the wireless regulations, demonstrating a comprehensive approach to mitigating visual impacts while ensuring adherence to regulatory standards to fill the gap in identified coverage for a determination that there are no other alternatives capable of filling the gap. And then lastly, project mitigation requires a pre-construction survey And then I just had a few comments before recommendation regarding neighborhood comments. So I believe Julie Cahill made comments about violations associated with the facility. There are no open code violations associated with this site. The facility has operated for the last, I believe, 50 years. I did not see any open code violations in our computer at this point. However, I did want to note that since the application was submitted in 2022, neighbors have lodged service complaints related to existing dilapidated conditions associated with the site. It has been acknowledged by the zoning administrator that the proposed project is a new permit replacing prior work and that it will supersede prior permits and will address site conditions, including landscaping and fencing, etc., to bring it up to current code. Project is conditioned accordingly. And then just a couple comments regarding correspondence from the Berg Law Firm. In response to the law firm noting no gap in wireless coverage, it's staff's responsibility to implement the wireless code with regard to a determination of gap in coverage, which relies on the certified statement of the wireless radio frequency engineer. The applicant provided additional information, including test drive data and now FCC maps, which notes that there is a gap in mobile coverage. Secondly, with regard to the assertion that Patrick Road is a viable site for co-location, the Patrick Road site will not meet the required finding that it would reasonably fill the gap in coverage or be least visually obtrusive, as it is a conflict with the visual resource protection policies. Thus, Patrick Road is not a superior site. And then lastly, with regard to comments about microplastics were evaluated for potential environmental impacts as part of the environmental review. Material proposed for needles is polyvinyl chloride, also known as PVC. We're all familiar with it. This is not a known hazardous material. Based on the information available about this type of plastic used for monopine needles, the project is anticipated to result in limited release of wireless needles into the environment. This limited release would not be considered a source of hazardous materials. The proposed project is not anticipated to result in a significant source of microplastics, since the proposed PVC material does not readily break down and is otherwise inert in solid form. There's a lot of talk about microplastics. However, PVC is not a predominant source of microplastics. Plastic bags, as you know, polyethylene, and car tires are a big source of microplastics. That's why plastic bags are banned in California. Car tires make up 20% of microplastics in the environment. Thus, the environmental coordinator determined that the proposed project is not anticipated to result in significant impacts. So with that, staff is recommending your board hold the de novo public hearing to consider the appeal of application 221049, a proposed wireless communication facility. Staff is also recommending your board reverse the decision of the Planning Commission to deny application 221049 and approve application 221049, thereby upholding the zoning administrator's approval of the project pursuant to the project plans, recommended fence plan, findings, and conditions of approval, and that your board adopt the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll save the questions till after all three presentations. Next, we will have hear from the applicant. Again, this is for 20 minutes or less.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Hernandez and the Board of Supervisors. And thank you, staff, for your extensive work in researching the site. There's two major questions that need to be answered. Does this close a significant gap in coverage for AT&T? And is this the least intrusive site? And the answer to both of those questions is yes. AT&T's propagation maps, drive test data, and empirical data that they've put forth shows that there's a significant gap in coverage. And this site would close that significant gap in coverage for AT&T. The information that's been submitted are the most granular maps that take into consideration topography, clutter, in-building coverage, and coverage while you are driving. Other maps are a generalization and do not take these factors into account. There was a question about alternative sites and technologies and which would be the least intrusive site. The CTI site would be the least intrusive site. It is designed as a monopine that can have 3 carriers locate on that site. as well as the County of Santa Cruz. The Patrick Road site that's been brought forth for consideration currently, as it stands, has constructability issues. It's a light duty tower that would not hold AT&T's configuration and would have to be completely rebuilt to do that as it stands. In addition, if you went to the height that would give them similar but not the same coverage, that tower would need to go to 210 feet and wouldn't be designed as a stealth facility such as ours that could house 3 carriers in the County of Santa Cruz. It would need a new use permit. Our site is not visible from a public view shed, whereas the Patrick Road site is. It is the least intrusive site that is designed for 3 carriers in the County of Santa Cruz. Our partner AT&T has an agreement with FirstNet. This will provide the community emergency services and critical communications. FirstNet currently does not have coverage in the area. This site would provide needed coverage from an emergency perspective. This site also has battery backup and generator backup. So in times of power outages, the site would still be functional and provide those necessary communications. And then lastly, I'd like to state that not only do we have support of FirstNet and the County of Santa Cruz, we also have support from the Greater Bonnie Doon Housing Association, who has submitted a second letter of support. I know in these situations, I've built many towers in the state of California. The immediate residents are not happy with the tower, but the greater community is. It provides necessary and critical communications for the community. Thank you.
Next, Peter has an additional map he'd like to submit into the record.
Good morning, Chairperson Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Young Saw. I'm Associate Director for Radio Access Network.
Can you bring the mic down so we can hear you?
Oh, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let me start from the beginning. Good morning, Chairperson Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Young Saw, and I'm an Associate Director of Radio Access Network Engineering here at AT&T. I bring 33 years of experience in RAN access network, and I'll hold 2 patents in radio interference mitigations and in passive intermodulation. I'm here to discuss need for new sites in Bonnie Doon. I have observed there's been multiple arguments about the coverage predictions, with some believing that AT&T does not need coverage enhancement. And I'm here to assure you that AT&T have analyzed the data, and we have the need for significant coverage gap closure. And with the additional analysis, multiple analysis, we have determined that TCI Tower will close that significant gap in coverage. AT&T utilizes ATOL propagation tool, which uses Aster propagation model. The advantage of Aster lies in accuracy. It integrates high resolution terrain data, i.e. 5 meters or 10 meters resolution compared to FCC's 10-meter resolution requirements, as well as detailed clutter data, like including foliage and building database. This leads to more precise signal modeling, and FCC uses what's called this long-range rights model, which primarily considers terrain obstructions. Now, both models are efficient and effective, but the key difference between long-range rights and Aster model is the data that goes in to predict the model propagation. The standard deviation for Aster modeling is about 6.5 dB, whereas Longley Rise standard deviation ranges from 8 to 12 dB. Just to put this in perspective, what does that mean? It is, like if there's a 6 dB of difference, that equates about 60 or 50% difference in coverage. So could be a dramatic difference in a free space loss. Now, difference between the FCC and AT&T coverage map provides them from difference in modeling approaches and various resolution data, terrain data, and clutter input. Furthermore, FCC map shows in-vehicle on LTE for AT&T network. It shows there's no coverage in Empire Grade, as well as many parts of Bonnie Doon. And when you look generally examine the FCC map, it also has noted the disclaimer, which states coverage maps are based on propagation modeling and actual on-ground experience may vary. Empirical data remains the gold standards for carriers, and we use that to identify significant gap, which we have done in Bonnie Doon. As also, we have crowdsourced data that is available to public. When you look at crowdsourced data like Ookla and CellMap, it also confirms that there's a significant coverage gap, which is consistent with our findings. In conclusion, we should objectively assess need for coverage and use empirical data to identify the significant gap in coverage. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
We have Kevin Nada with FirstNet on the line, if we could bring him in.
Kevin, as a panelist, you should be able to mute and unmute yourself.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Kevin Nida. I'm a senior public safety advisor with the U.S. Department of Commerce First Responder Network Authority. I came to the Department of Commerce with 35 years of fire service and paramedic experience, responded to scores of wildfires, weather events, was part of our urban search and rescue team for over 20 years. And on every major event, coverage is an issue. The importance of coverage and firefighter safety, public safety cannot be understated. Coverage in this area would have significantly supported the 2020 CZU lightning complex fire that affected the Bonnie Doon area, where it was part of the loss of 1,490 structures. So FirstNet is different. It's a public safety ban on band 14 that supports public safety, and that can be cleared for exclusive use during emergencies for FirstNet users. Whatever the mission, FirstNet users have prioritized high secure access to the network, and this site will have band 14 installed in it. Currently, there are nearly 30,000 public safety agencies and organizations across the country subscribed to FirstNet. We have over 7 million devices on the network. AT&T has built over 2.99 million square miles of coverage across urban, suburban, rural, territory, and tribal areas, with 20,000 square miles of terrestrial wireless coverage added just in this last year. 99% of America's first responders are covered by FirstNet, so it's really important to get coverage in Bonnie Doon. It's not just who lives there. They're very, very important, but it's also who's going to respond to help them. In 2024 alone, the FirstNet Authority, which manages the contract with AT&T, had more than 1,400 engagements with public safety, reaching more than 53,000 first responders and key stakeholders. So the input that we get is coverage, 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 and reliability. In 2025, 1,000 new cell sites were added for public safety across the country. And over the last 5 years, the state of California received its own more than 1,000 cell sites. These new cell sites are equipped with band 14, giving first responders this always-on priority and preemption privilege. The vast majority of these enhanced coverage for public safety locations like fire stations, police departments, courthouses, and hospitals. And this means that public safety now has coverage, capacity, and dedicated spectrum in more areas. And as well, their mobile devices can transmit 6 times the power of a regular handheld or commercial device. So it increases the range as well. AT&T in 2024 announced with the FirstNet Authority a 10-year, $8 billion investment into FirstNet. So we're not done. This is an important site, and I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'd just like to thank staff and the board once again for your time and all the voluminous materials you've had to review as part of this application. I was kind of amazed going back through it myself at how many letters you've gotten from me. So I apologize for that. I'll try not to drone on too long today. I'd like to start by reiterating that the Telecommunications Act of 1996 was adopted to address scenarios just like this. Facilities like the Instant Project, which seek to provide new or improved wireless coverage, are vital to meet the modern communication needs of the broader community, including emergency communications. Because these facilities are always opposed by nearby residents, the Act constrains local agencies' ability to deny towers like this one, even in the face of vocal opposition from neighbors. Project opponents and the Planning Commission failed to rebut the showing made by the applicant pursuant to the 2009 Ninth Circuit case T-Mobile versus the City of Anacortes that AT&T has identified a significant gap in their coverage, and the manner in which they propose to close that gap is the least intrusive means available. Because the record shows there is no technologically feasible, less intrusive alternative, if the board were to deny the application today, such application would result in an unlawful prohibition on the provision of wireless services under the Act. AT&T has indeed demonstrated that it has a significant gap in its service coverage using the precise industry standard tools carriers use to design wireless networks. The gap in coverage is evidenced by an RF statement certified by a professional RF engineer, detailed propagation maps, and empirical drive test data and mapping. Young, AT&T's engineer who you just heard from, also submitted an additional map demonstrating using crowdsourced data that there's non-existent and very poor coverage in the gap area. As I've already mentioned to you, courts have consistently held these tools, not the high-level maps cited by project opponents, are the appropriate ones to determine whether significant gaps in coverage exists. Federal law has grown increasingly deferential to wireless carriers in the determination of whether a significant gap in coverage exists. In 2023, the county rewrote its wireless code, as Sheila mentioned, to mimic this deferential standard in federal law. And in doing so, it defined a significant gap as a gap in a wireless provider's own wireless service that is significant as certified by the wireless carrier. Here, the county code directs the board to rely on AT&T certification that a significant gap exists, not project opponents' unsubstantiated arguments otherwise. Despite this clear direction, project opponents have tried to obscure the law and facts by citing the 3 high-level mapping tools that are not intended for and not appropriately relied on to design wireless networks. Both the wireless marketing maps and FCC wireless maps opponent sites are, in their own words, high-level approximations of coverage. As Young mentioned, they do not take into account granular site-specific conditions like terrain, clutter, and building data that are especially important to identify indoor and in-vehicle coverage gaps in hilly forested areas like that area surrounding the proposed facility. We've already discussed the marketing maps and why those are inaccurate. I'll just quote from the FCC broadband maps on their website. Quote, the LTE coverage map depicts the coverage a customer can expect to receive when outdoors and stationary. It is not meant to reflect where service is available when a user is indoors or in a moving vehicle. And a user's quote, and a user's actual on-the-ground experience may vary due to factors such as the end user's device, cell site capacity, and terrain. And even if we were to accept that the FCC maps are appropriate to design wireless facilities, as Sheila mentioned, they show that there is no in-vehicle or indoor coverage within the gap area. Therefore, the FCC maps confirm and do not refute AT&T's significant gap showing. I'm also going to briefly discuss the carrier of last resort mapping that's included in the opposition materials. This mapping is based on the availability of an industry-wide agglomeration of multiple providers and their voice alternatives, including wireline, voice over internet protocol, and fixed mobile wireless. So it doesn't focus on AT&T's coverage. It is irrelevant to the analysis at hand. The applicant demonstrated that there are no less intrusive alternative locations or means by which it could close its significant gap in coverage. Project opponents have repeatedly pointed to satellite or small cell technologies as feasible alternatives. First of all, federal court decisions and the FCC have made clear that local governments may not require deployment of a specific technology to close a gap because the FCC has exclusive authority over technical aspects of wireless communications, and that dates back to a 1997 FCC order. And as Scott already discussed, small cell and satellite alternatives are not feasible here, even if the county were able to lawfully require them. AT&T's comprehensive alternatives analysis confirms that there are no technologically feasible and less intrusive alternative sites to locate a similar tower. AT&T has consistently ruled out the Patrick Road site starting back in 2020, and the record contains voluminous evidence confirming this conclusion. As Scott mentioned, the Patrick Road Tower lacks the structural characteristics to support a wireless antenna array, and that means an entirely new tower would need to be approved and then constructed, going through this same process that we're going through today. I'll just reiterate the portion of your code that Sheila already mentioned. One of the findings necessary for approval of a height exception for a replacement tower at Patrick Road under the county code is that there are no less visually obstructive alternatives. This finding can't be made because a less visually obtrusive alternative exists and you're considering it today. So again, I know I stated this in the last hearing, based on the record before the board and the showing made by the applicant, the only way the county could deny the project is if it showed that there were some potentially available and technologically feasible alternatives. As staff and the zoning administrator have consistently agreed, project opponents have not done so here. County code and federal law direct the board to approve the project. And just briefly to conclude, as I've already mentioned in the last hearing, neither the commission's denial nor any of the materials submitted by project opponents set forth substantial evidence sufficient to deny the project. And even if the county could identify a reason to disapprove the project under its code, it could not do so because it is preempted by the act from effectively prohibiting wireless services. Based on the record before the county, including the alternatives analysis prepared by AT&T, denying the project based on the county code would amount to an unlawful prohibition on the provision of wireless services. So to conclude, we request that the board accept staff's recommendation, grant this appeal, and approve the project.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll now turn to the organized group opposing the application, the Bonnie Doon Residents for Responsible Self-Coverage, represented by attorneys Gary Patton and Robert J. Berg, for no more than 20 minutes.
No more than 20 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and board members. I am Gary Patton, and I am not the primary attorney on this. Mr. Berg is, and a very knowledgeable person. I have been called in because he's in New York. He thought maybe it'd be better to have a real person here. And certainly what you have just heard from your staff and the applicant seems like there's no argument against this. In fact, there is a very substantial and important one, which I hope your board will in fact ultimately decide is the correct argument. What we're going to do with our time is to hear first, and I believe he's queued up to show up on your screen, Dr. Kent Chamberlain, really a worldwide authority. And then we're going to hear from the local people, Tim Richards, who's helped bring together the opposition and done a lot of work on this, including contracting with the attorney and the engineer. And then finally, we're going to hear from Robert Berg, the attorney, who's in New York. Again, I think he's queued up. I think you're going to find that things are substantiated. And if we don't use 20 minutes, we'll reserve our time for the final pitch to you after you hear from anybody who's here on the public hearing. And thank you again to all board members for taking this seriously. There really is a serious concern here. So this is, yeah, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Don't run our time while you're queuing him up, please.
Okay. My name is Dr. Kent Chamberlain. I'm professor and chair emeritus of the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of New Hampshire, with over 40 years of experience studying how radio waves propagate in real-world environments. I've advised federal agencies, chaired research panels, and served as associate editor for the IEEE Transactions on Antennas and Propagation, our field's top journal. I'm here to provide you today with a brief overview of the June 4th report that I submitted to you. I was asked to review the evidence submitted by AT&T and CTI towers in support of their proposal to build a 140-foot monopine cell tower at the 186 Summit Drive in Bonnie Doon. So, and after a thorough review, my expert opinion is that there is no technical justification for this tower. And here are my 5 reasons for coming to this conclusion. Well, first, there is no evidence of a significant gap in coverage, contrary to what you've heard in just a moment ago. AT&T claims there's a gap in 4G LTE service, and they've provided computer-generated coverage maps to support that claim. They don't disclose, or at least they haven't up to this point, disclosed in their report what model was used, nor did they provide other information regarding to the modeling process. Now, as an expert in radio wave propagation modeling, I can tell you such information matters enormously. If you don't know what they put into the model or how they modeled it, you are simply getting basically a Rorschach test when you look at their results. In a similar manner, the outdated drive test data provided by AT&T to justify the tower only presents the data measured and does not document how the measurements were performed. This is particularly relevant because the AT&T drive test data do not agree with recent citizen-collected data, as I'll mention shortly. Even more concerning, AT&T has provided no dropped call logs, and that is the gold standard for proving that actual coverage gaps exist. Without those logs, the claim of a significant gap is unsubstantiated. My second point is that residents confirm that coverage does exist in the purported gap regions. Community members have documented with photo and video evidence that they can make calls, send text, and stream data in their vehicles in the exact areas where AT&T claims that no coverage exists. This lived experience directly contradicts the company's claims. Keep in mind that model results are only estimates. It's the old map in the territory thing, where measured data is the real thing. In addition, model results given are only estimates of coverage by one tower at a time and do not include the coverage contribution of other towers in the vicinity. So I've reviewed the drive test data collected by Leif Moeller, Brian Smith, and Tim Richards, and they used 3 different AT&T phones, including one on FirstNet, and find both the results and the methodology for their measurements to be credible. They clearly show in-vehicle mobile coverage throughout the Summit Drive, Empire Grade, and Alba Road regions in the Gap area. My third point is that the AT&T reported data shows that coverage is robust in the region. And I make this statement based upon the FCC's National Broadband Map, which uses coverage data submitted by the provider where it's unlawful. It's unlawful for the provider to present erroneous data. FCC map shows that AT&T already provides 80 to 100% mobile broadband coverage in the area around the proposed tower. This finding is consistent with what residents are reporting. Now, I should note that if you look at the FCC broadband map, you may have to expand it to get really granular, but you'll see in the homes or at each home location, it is reporting that you do have in-vehicle broadband coverage. My fourth point relates to AT&T's filing to the state of California, which contradicts their claims of a coverage gap. In that filing to the California Public Utilities Commission, AT&T requested to be released from its less lucrative landline service obligations in Bonnie Doon, claiming its more lucrative wireless network is already sufficient to replace those landlines. It appears that AT&T is telling one government agency its wireless network is strong enough to drop landlines and then tell this board that its network is weak and needs a massive new tower. That's a clear contradiction. My fifth and last point relates to a less intrusive alternative site. Now, even if we assume that coverage needs to be improved, although evidence suggests otherwise, there is an existing 150-foot tower on Patrick Road just 1,000 feet away from the proposed site. AT&T dismissed that site based upon the results from the same undocumented modeling process I referred to earlier. The maps for the two sites show comparable predicted coverage, and the difference in modeled results is likely within the 6 to 8 dB margin of error, decibels, and it's a logarithmic scale that is typical of even the best propagation models that were referenced earlier. Using the existing tower on Patrick Road would meet the standards of a less intrusive means which is required by law, federal law. In conclusion, federal law requires that new towers be allowed only if there is a significant gap in coverage and that there is no less intrusive alternative means for filling that gap. As you've just heard in my review shows that no significant gap has been proven and that a viable alternative does exist. Consequently, there is no technical basis to override the Commission's denial of the proposed site. I urge you to reject their proposal and protect the integrity of your rural community. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Dear Supervisors, thank you for taking the time today to see, hear, touch, and comprehend the evidence about the proposed 150-foot monopine cell tower in the center of our residential neighborhood. If approved, this tower could and would raise an additional 20 feet without input from the county or residents under the Spectrum Act. 2 professional drone flights confirmed that the tower would be visible from Empire Grade at this extended height. If approved, this would become the tallest tower in a residential neighborhood in all of Santa Cruz County, creating a dangerous precedent to allow giant cell towers in residential neighborhoods in extremely close proximity to homes, potentially as close as 20 feet away, given updated setbacks under the county code, which is dangerous to people living in a rural residential zoning and would effectively make this designation meaningless. This tower cannot be allowed either under the Telecommunications Act of 1996 or under the county code for 3 main reasons. 1, as Ken just explained, there is no gap in coverage. AT&T provided carrier certified presence of coverage to the FCC under penalty of perjury that it has outdoor stationary mobile coverage throughout this entire region. Never once in their application have CTI or AT&T stated a need for in-vehicle mobile coverage. We searched the entire history on public record. The mini packet in front of you today is the first instance where this idea was introduced by staff, not by the applicant. Secondly, there was a flawed CEQA review that did not seriously take into account the devastating impacts of prolific monotime plastic pollution, which you can see in the gallery here. And thirdly, even if you disagree with the above, there are at least 4 viable alternative sites with less impact, 3 of which have not been evaluated sufficiently with evidence for denial: 333 Robles, Crest Ranch at 12500 Empire Grade, and McDermott Station, currently under negotiation with the county for a 150-foot tower for AT&T. And one of which was not evaluated honestly, 125 Patrick Road. Today, we present to you our evidence as well as our legal and expert witness to support you in denying this application with impunity. Please find our suggested findings for denial in the packet that I handed you. My neighbors and I have spent over $80,000 and countless hundreds of hours over the past 3 years that we've been fighting this. We had to go out of pocket for this because county staff failed to perform its duty to obtain independent scientists and experts to do the analysis for the county at the applicants, as the county code expressly provides they need to do. Therefore, we had to become citizen scientists and run testing ourselves to make sure it was done right. We designed our test with input from Dr. Chamberlain to ensure that our results were well documented and repeatable. My neighbors Brian Smith, Leif Moeller, and I ran 3 drive tests using 3 different AT&T phones, one of which was operated on FirstNet. In a painstaking drive test process that took us many hours to complete and document with photo and video, we made a total of 106 calls, 102 of which were successful, which gave us a success rate of 96.2%. This includes Leif's in-vehicle calls documented by video emailed to the board this morning, along with those in the spreadsheet that you have in the packet in front of you. Our data shows extensive in-vehicle AT&T coverage throughout Empire Grade, Summit Drive, Alba Road, and even on Conifer Lane and Vic Drive. These findings debunk both the November 2023 AT&T propagation map showing no coverage at all and their drive test, which Kent pointed out the flaws of. Our data conclusively prove that there is abundant in-vehicle mobile coverage available in this region, in contrast to what AT&T says in its own reporting, and in contrast to the data that ATT has provided to the FCC concerning a lack of in-vehicle mobile coverage. Even the FCC knows that carriers can submit inaccurate data because it's all based on fallible digital modeling. The real world is very much more complex and often different. It requires local knowledge that's specific in order to ascertain through lived experience. Thankfully, unlike AT&T, they acknowledge the fallibility at the FCC of the carrier's propagation maps and allow residents to directly challenge the carrier's reported coverage. On the same type of the website where you can see a supposed gap in in-vehicle mobile coverage for AT&T, there's a link where you can click Mobile Challenge, which takes you to a page called How to Use the New FCC Mobile Speed Test app to Challenge Mobile Coverage. It explains that these maps reflect where subscribers should be able to receive mobile connectivity when indoors or in a moving vehicle. These maps do not display indoor coverage in homes. Now, the emphasis there is on should. It's not always correct, as we've proven with our data. I'm going to stop there and reserve the time for Attorney Bob Berg.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you very much for holding this de novo hearing. Mr. Richards has not presented his evidence on the monopine problem, so let me address that first. You've seen in the back, and I believe he's given you packets of the monopine debris that he's gathered at my direction from 4 monopine towers in your immediate area. One of the findings that the county is urging is that if you build this monopine tower, there won't be any environmental impact from this tower. Now, that's complete and utter nonsense. I've done this a lot of times, and every single monopine in the country that I've examined sheds prodigious amounts of PVC plastic, fake pine needles. You can see someone in the front here holding up a little branch with the fake pine needles on it. Those will fall off or be blown off or detach from every single fake pine tree cell tower in the country. And this monopine tower is going to be in a harsh environment up at the top of Summit Drive where the winds can go up to 90 miles an hour. Temperatures, variations are harsh. You have high UV exposure up there. What happens is these fake pine needles become very brittle. They fragment, they fall off. They're going to get blown from here to God knows where. They're going to wind up in the soil. They're going to get blown into San Vicente Creek in that area. They're going to wind up in your watershed. They break into very, very small particles, and they do become microplastics. Now, the county, it's shocking to me that the county environmental person who did this CEQA study, his only evidence that this is not going to be environmentally harmful is the reliance on a purported study used in a case where I brought this to the Board of Governors' attention in Lake Tahoe. Verizon commissioned a, quote, study from litigation consultants, and they wrote up this nonsensical report saying, which was adopted by your county coordinator as facts, saying, oh, these things don't degrade. PVC is not a hazardous substance, which is not true, by the way. My rejoinder to that shows scientific articles showing that it is hazardous. The point here is there will be literally thousands of pounds of PVC material, and mostly in the form of these fake pine needles that are going to be on this monopine tree, and much of that will be fall off the tree within a year or two maximum and wind up in your environment up there, polluting the hell out of the place. This is solid waste, illegal solid waste dumping. It's a crime to do that, and it's going to be blown off-site. It's not recoverable because these particles break off and they blow with the wind all over the place. And when you have your atmospheric rivers coming through with these heavy rains, it's going to go into the drainage basins, wind up in the creeks, and that stuff is never going to be recovered. So there's no way to prevent this massive pollution. This is an environmental time bomb that you would be permitting, and to just write it off as the Ms. McLean has done here as, oh, there's no evidence of environmental impact from this, is complete and utter nonsense. So that's with monopines. You should be very, very hesitant to ever consider approving a monopine tower. And from the 4 towers that Mr. Richards went to, he picked up this crap, I call it, from every single one. And the base of every tower is a massive debris field. And that happens every place in the country at every monopine that I've ever had investigated. Now, the applicant here has the burden of proof. And they have not met that burden. We've introduced very substantial evidence, much better quality evidence than the applicant has proposed. I'm not going to go into weighing the evidence, but here you have Dr. Chamberlain, a world-renowned expert in the field, who's explained why the evidence AT&T has produced is flawed and should not be relied upon by you, who are the triers of fact. There is no gap in coverage here, as is demonstrated by the drive test, which Mr. Richards performed, which is the best evidence of all because it's real-world data. And the fact that AT&T is telling the FCC in the data that it provides for the national broadband map that it has full coverage here, and has told the California Public Utilities Commission, oh, we don't need to have hardwired service anymore because we have great coverage with wireless. Those are contradictory positions. Under law, they're saying this to the government agencies, and to you, they're saying, oh, we have terrible coverage, we need a cell tower here. And we're not going to bother using an existing 150-foot tower that Mr. Kaufman has on his property 1,000 feet away, mostly because they want to put it on CTI's tower. And why? Because CTA is a cell tower developer, and it wants to put not just AT&T's antennas on the tower, it wants to put 2 other cellular companies. It makes its money by renting tower space to other wireless carriers. So this is a money play for CTI. It's not just to provide AT&T coverage, it's to make money for CTI, which bought the land about 10 years ago and let the existing tower rot and allowed all sorts of zoning code violations to occur, or code violations to amass on that land, which the county just let.
Thank you. That is time. The ringer.
I'm sorry.
Went off. Can I see by show of hands how many people are going to comment? Okay. We do have, well, I'm going to limit the time to 1 minute, considering we had 20-minute presentations from both the applicant and the organized opposition. So if there's anyone who wishes to speak on this item, please come up.
I'd like to speak, but as the property owner at 125 Patrick, I'm hoping you would grant me a little more than the 1 minute.
I think you probably should have been part of the presentation if you're the owner. It's 1 minute for everybody.
I was not invited to present as that property owner, so. Got it. And I did.
1 minute, please. Continue. May the timer start.
Well, my name's Matthew Kaufman. My wife and I own the 125 Patrick Road Tower. We own that property where the existing 150-foot tower stands. I'm here primarily to answer any questions about that parcel or the existing tower that might come up. While I believe our tower is superior to the proposed tower for the upcoming next-gen county radio system, I do agree with AT&T and fully support their application at 186 Summit. I'm not a fan of monopines, but I think it's an improvement over what's there now. But even if AT&T could or wanted to use our tower, it would trigger exactly the same opposition that you're seeing here today. I've lived this battle. After the CZU tower fire destroyed our tower, it cost us $100,000 and years of time, and we still can't get an electrical permit there to power back up the cameras. We still can't get an electrical permit there to power back up the ham radio gear. And again, I have another minute of information, but you've cut me off.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I do want to see if we can maybe do a minute and a half. I mean, all these people come out here today taking time off work. And, you know, we could have shuffled the agenda around a little bit, but I think at a minimum, a minute and a half for the residents, because it's going to have a major impact on this community.
I think we had an hour presentation, and then we have probably an additional hour and a half here if we do a minute and a half. We do have 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right, like 25 speakers.
I think there's a lot of folks. This is a really important item for a lot of folks from our district. And that's true.
1 minute. Please continue.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is David Witkowski. I'm a resident and business owner in Santa Cruz County. I'm here today to speak in support of the tower. Normally I do expert witness work for these. I probably do about 3 to 4 dozen of these a year. I would normally have a lot to say about Dr. Chamberlain's report, et cetera, et cetera. In the minute that I have, I'm going to ask you to consider exactly one question. And that question is this: based upon the fact that it will cost CTI and AT&T probably $1 million to build this tower, if there's no gap in coverage, why are they investing that money? If I invested $1 million in a company to do something that's not necessary, I would be fired. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for hearing us, supervisors. The problem here, so my name is Rodney Cahill. I live immediately next door to the property. And the problem here is 150-foot giant commercial development doesn't belong in the center of a residential neighborhood, and absolutely like next door and overhanging our home. Giant towers belong on like distant peaks that are far from, they're separate from homes and where people live 24/7. And so that's the problem. A win-win situation here is for AT&T to put small coffee can size repeaters on all the existing power poles in Bonnie Doon, and they're distributed throughout Bonnie Doon. It defeats the terrain concerns because you have line of sight to the roadways. The power is already on the poles. The communications is already on the poles, and there's transformers already on the poles. One more little can is not going to provide as much of an impact as a 150-foot tower with generators and all the rest of it. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking our time. My name is Shanna Kemple, and I reside at 98 Summit Drive. I'm a retired firefighter of 35 years, and I'm in the process of rebuilding my home lost in the CZU fires. As early as 2004, the International Association of Firefighters came out with a report banning cellular towers on fire stations. In fact, Kevin Nita, who spoke earlier for FirstNet, fought against cellular towers on fire stations for the California Fire Service Association, where it represents CAL FIRE. Interesting to say, a firefighter lives about 1/3 of their life at the fire station. We are going to live under this for 24 hours, 7 days a week in a rural residential neighborhood. I understand the Telecommunications Act, and it says you cannot consider medical issues and exposures, but that is over almost 30 years old. And as politicians, we know in terms of corporations, using Vistra as an example in Moss Landing, they can provide lithiums to say that they're safe, their facility is safe. And we know that wasn't true in the lithium battery storage.
Hi, my name is Riley Smith, and I don't want the cell tower here. I have many reasons on why, but one of the major reasons is all the microplastics. The microplastics are a huge threat to our environment in various different ways. And some of the few effects that I'm really worried about are the habitat disruption and loss and the impact it has on our native biotic wildlife. While you may think that making the cell tower look like a tree is good because it's less of an eyesore, it really isn't. Having the cell tower resemble an innocent animal's habitat is really dangerous. This causes an abundance of harmed or even killed animals who believe that or animals that are homed here. Back to the microplastics. I seriously can't even begin to explain how I feel about them. These plastics can be inhaled or eaten by my little brother, our dogs, our cats, goats, or any wildlife in this area, and it can leave long-lasting health effects. Bonnie Doon is a really natural area, and we have preserves, we have trails, and I don't want these trails to be destroyed because I love where I live, and I hope it stays that way. I hope you see why I believe the cell tower should not be used. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Cragen. I believe that the cell tower should not be built because the animals such as dogs, cats, or any animal for this reason, although making it look like a tree is smart, it takes away from it brings out microplastics. Microplastics can harm many animals and plants. Plants call this place home. Having this would be a threat to them. This place is this place is where people live, so the cell tower should be built where not a lot of people live, and the big people go here to get away from the big cities, and they don't want cell towers and stuff here, and it's also very disturbing. They make lots of noise and they disturb animals and people. I hope you agree with me on why the cell tower should not be built. Thank you for your time.
Hello, thank you for hearing us. My name is Frank Murphy. I'm a real estate broker. I've sold over 400 properties in Santa Cruz, more than half of them in Bonnie Doon. Cell towers, nobody buys a house or a property because it's close to a cell tower. Cell tower locations are always perceived by buyers as detrimental. All utility installations, particularly if you can see them from a distance, decrease property values. In fact, I had a property 2 doors away from this cell tower location in escrow in 2022. The seller informed us of AT&T's plans to develop the parcel. Immediately the next day, my clients canceled the escrow, and subsequently the property was sold at a fair discount to somebody else. So cell tower locations are deleterious to property values, and I think that's an important consideration. Thank you.
Morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Chelsea Richards. I'm on Summit Drive, 900 feet from the proposed tower site. I just want to talk about the big picture of cell service in Bonnie Doon, because if you look at the whole picture of it, putting a cell tower right here is like putting a Band-Aid on totally healthy skin when the whole body's bleeding out everywhere else. So what we've, as our neighborhood, have proven is that this area is covered. We're good. We don't need it. And your job is to protect us from getting too many towers in our area. So you got two things going on here. We've got 1, there is no gap in coverage. 2, there's an alternative site that Matthew Kaufman here is saying has the infrastructure, is ready to go, and is already a visible eyesore. So what Sheila brought up earlier is not even applicable because the visual impact, yeah, it's already there in our neighborhood. We can see his tower that stands 150 feet tall already in our neighborhood. So adding another tower would create the new visual impact. Thank you.
Can you lower the mic for him?
My name is Peter Young. My wife is Alberta Young. I came here in 1948, pristine area. I chose to live in Bonnie Doon, and I've got lot 29, 20 in Empire Grade, Summit Park subdivision, and I moved here. My wife built the house when we were in 1954. It got burned down in the fire, but we want to live up there. We don't need a cell tower right behind our property. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Calvin Smith. I'm a retired county employee, 35 years with Public Works, 25 years with Public Works Engineering. It's been information given me that he was trying to rebuild this tower a while back. And then now all of a sudden, the codes and the setbacks are being twisted around so they can approve these things. I just, I need you to check into that. Why were these things changed around? And it's within the middle of, I have a family that has property in that area right next to this tower. And you don't want to put a tower next to these people's homes. That's just not right. Okay, that's just doesn't make sense. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Darian Martin, resident of Santa Cruz. I'm here today because I was notified of this meeting by Tim and Chelsea Richards, who I admire very much for caring for our community and caring for our land. We live in a very special place, and I too care deeply for the health of this community and this land. I see the motivations of the people who spoke from the phone companies as largely being money, if not all of the top motivation. I see the motivations of the people speaking being the health of our community with the threat of these microplastics and these radio frequencies. And I'm asking you as our city council to support life and to support health and to support our community. Thank you.
I guess this is all blown out of the water. My name is Jerry Jenkins. I've lived with my wife up on Summit Drive, right kitty corner from this tower for almost 50 years. I don't understand if there's coverage, why this tower has to go there. I don't understand why the zoning department has changed the zoning so that they can put a tower there where 6 months ago they couldn't. I don't, there's so much I just don't understand. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, what's going on with the environment and everything else that's going on. I don't know what else to say. My notes became worthless about 5 minutes ago.
Good morning. My name is Julie Cahill. I live immediately south of this proposed tower. For nearly a decade now, we've looked at it out our bedroom window, and CTI has left obsolete, unmaintained equipment acknowledged by the county as both a fire hazard and eyesore. Yet nothing changes. I've contacted code enforcement, zoning, my supervisor, only to be told the solution is a new permit that would supersede the original one, which we found after Jerry pointed out he's already been down this path with lawyers. Not to construct any future additions to the facility with exceptions of those that reduce the number, height, or area of existing antenna. This proposal increases all three.
These were legally negotiated conditions paid for by neighbors, yet the counties failed to enforce them. I don't know why. And now we're here again, forced to hire legal counsel and defend what's already in writing. Meanwhile, over the holidays, staff quietly slashed a 750-foot setback to 20 with no public notice, and the handout at the following meetings listed no change. Please do not let this is not planning, this is negligence. Please make this right, deny the permit. Thank you.
Chair, would we be willing to ask the audience to hold their applause? I want to make sure that everybody in the audience has the opportunity to speak and feels welcome to speak. And sometimes when there's a group applause, it might make others feel like they can't speak up.
Yes, please. If we can alternate with maybe spirit fingers or something like that, or the leaves, the microplastics.
Hello, my name is Brian. I'm a first responder. I have FirstNet. My phone was used to make the phone calls in the supposed area that has 0 cell coverage. My FirstNet actually had better service than my wife, who just has regular AT&T. So I was able to make more phone calls than she was. Also, as a first responder, egress, and those are things that are huge issues that in any kind of response that goes on, if this tower were to fall, that would be blocked on either one side or the other side of the road. Also, to go with communication in any kind of emergency setting, you can ask anybody in here that's a first responder, EMS, any of that stuff. The number one problem is communication. I went down to LA, communication was the problem. The solution, not relevant here, but it was Starlink, it was satellite, because communication and infrastructure are always the first things that go down. There's always a bottleneck in there. Not everybody can use their cell phone in an emergency. Not everybody could use a landline in an emergency. There's not enough emergency responders as well. Mr. Kaufman has been trying to rebuild his tower to the same height that it was, and he's having issues with that. Now we're having a new tower that seems like things are getting changed around so that that one can get built and not help him. He's reached out to AT&T with no response also. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bobby Smith. I'm a realtor. I've been working in Santa Cruz County for over 15 years, helping buyers and sellers buy and sell homes in the county. I have sold homes up in the Bonnie Doon area, and I went online to the National Association of Realtors and the California Association of Realtors and checked their research on people that have cell phone towers near their homes. And it was stated there that they could lose as much as 10 to 20% of the value of their home because there was a cell phone tower nearby. They also had done research to buyers that are looking for property and people that are renting. And they found that 79% of them would not buy within a few blocks of a tower. And when a person goes to sell a home in Santa Cruz County, they have to fill out a seller's disclosure statement that tells that a cell phone tower is nearby. So when a buyer goes to look at those disclosures, they decide whether they want to go through with the purchase. And most of the time, 99% of the time, they will not go if they know that there's a cell phone tower nearby because of the detriment to their families. And I was also one of the recipients of the call from Brian Smith, and I live in Santa Cruz while they were doing their call, and I was able to talk to them on every single call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Cassidy, and I voted you all into office here to represent me, so thank you. I'm a Bonnie Doon resident. I'm a mother and a permaculture landscaper. I do not have cell service at all. We have very minimal internet service, and I like it that way. I like it that way. That's why I live there. If I wanted 24-hour access, I would live in town. We love our nature. We love being rural, and we find a way when we want to connect. I do want to mention the pollinators. We notice, we have scientific evidence that the bees are in trouble and they don't return home. They're having trouble with their navigation systems. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Murphy, and I do not want this cell tower to be built. People live in Bonnie Doon because of its beautiful, peaceful, natural habitat, and they don't want this beautiful neighborhood to be destroyed permanently by the erection of a horrendous tower. So therefore, I would ask you, respectfully, to reject this proposal outright. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Black. I'm here to speak in opposition to the communication tower on Summit Drive. There are several considerable concerns related to the placement of this tower in a residential neighborhood, not the least of which is the danger of radiation to the families and residents. The dangers of cellular radiation have been identified by the medical community and the International Association of Firefighters. As presented in multiple medical studies, these dangers include headaches, extreme fatigue, sleep disruption, depression, anxiety, disorientation, memory lapses, and occupational cancer, and are significant enough that the International Association of Firefighters has made repeated national recommendations to not allow the placement of cell towers on fire stations due to severely elevated cancer risk. Given this concern, why would you consider placing a high-powered tower in a residential neighborhood? Should the Summit Drive residents develop cancer or health issues related to the tower, will the county be providing medical care and own the long-term effects of the tower on their health? I ask you keep in mind that these are the same residents to which you are accountable, not the phone companies. The second part, well, I still have a little bit of time. Oh, I'm out. Well, thank you.
Good day. I'm Dana Schlick and a new mother and good friends of Chelsea and Tim Richards. And I go up to their land often, and me and other women and their children deeply love the respite actually from all of the influence of tower signal. I live in town. I deeply appreciate tower signal, and there's a time and place for where to be free of it. And I've also been alerted that wireless communication facilities are prohibited in 4 other types of residential areas in our county, like my own neighborhood just a couple blocks away: single family residential, multifamily residential, single family Ocean Beach residential, and mobile home parks. However, they're proposing that this tower be built in a highly residential area that already has coverage. Thank you so much.
I'm Ann McKenzie, and I live at 665 Summit Drive for 38 years. We were destroyed in the CZU fire. We chose to stay and rebuild. Summit Drive is an exceptional, unique, and very special place. The proposed cell tower at 150 feet is the equivalent of a 13-story building. The tower would be twice as tall as all the new high-rises in downtown Santa Cruz. That is intimidating and not acceptable in a rural residential neighborhood. We are welcoming new neighbors and families with children and babies into our communities. CTI and AT&T are a $2.5 billion out-of-state organization. They don't need one more cell tower centered in our residential community. We voted for you, supervisors, to represent us, the people of Santa Cruz County. We're asking for your help, support, and follow through. We chose community over corporations and people over profit. Thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Sarah Blackstorm Atten. My family and I own it, reside almost directly across from the proposed cell tower. My family and I lost everything in the CZU fire, as so many others did. Does anyone remember how devastating and heartbreaking that was? How many tears were shed, and how we had to comfort our children when we had nothing left? 18 homes were surrounding the proposed tower right now. Many of us have poured our hearts and souls into rebuilding our homes, making moving no longer an option. My family has no way to escape having a cell tower visible from our deck, living room, and our backyard. Our property values will decrease. This is unfair punishment from a county that we love and support. We are requesting that you please prioritize a loyal resident over an out-of-town corporation with money to burn. This is bad business for everybody. We have given you every legal reason, and this rests in your hands, and we just ask for your cooperation and your understanding. Thank you so much for listening.
Hey, hello, my name is Mary Coyle. I live at 250 Upper Summit Drive.
Can you bring the microphone down? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. My name is Mary Coyle. I live at 250 Upper Summit Drive. My home is on the northeast boundary of the site. I've lived here since 1999, or at least at this part in Bonnie Doon. I oppose this tower for one, because at some point, probably in the near future, relatively near, I will be selling my property, and a loss of 10% will be a big loss to my retirement. But my biggest concern is the addition of plastics from the breakdown of the plastic needles. These microplastics are will get into our watershed. We're at the top of the mountain, our soils where many of us grow vegetables, and particles in the air. By now, we all know that microplastics are a threat to our human health as well as the health of our planet. So please oppose this tower.
Good morning, board. Thank you for hearing us. I think I would ask you first and foremost to have open minds, open hearts, and step into our shoes for just a moment and take any rubber stamp you might have out of your back pocket. My name is Bob Hatton. I live 431 feet away from this proposed monstrosity. As you've heard, our beautiful neighborhood and much of Bonnie Doon was decimated by the CZU wildfire nearly 5 years ago. We and our neighbors have been devoting nearly every waking hour to rebuilding and reoccupying our homes at great expense and great effort. Then the insurance companies withdrew, and our insurance rates have quintupled with less coverage offered on our policies. To now slap an abomination of a 150-foot cell tower in the middle of this fragile neighborhood is beyond the pale. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zelda McGrath. My daughter and her husband live across the street from the proposed cell tower. Both are doctors and heal people and animals. Why would a monopine be placed right outside of their home? It's well documented by many peer-reviewed scientific studies to cause cancer. My grandchildren, along with others, will also be exposed to these dangers. These towers are not allowed near schools. I'm a teacher, actually. So why would one be placed in the middle of a neighborhood with other children? Other options have been presented to the board in detail. So skipping down here, so what's at stake is the well-being of our Santa Cruz Mountains with all of its inhabitants. And please, we ask for your support. Thank you.
My name's Chris Homan. I've been a resident of Bonnie Doon for 50 years. I don't live in the Summit area, but when we were rebuilding our home, we lived on Summit for a year. I found that we had excellent cell phone coverage when we lived on Summit Drive, unlike where I live in Pine Ridge. I find it interesting that AT&T is willing to spend $1 million to improve coverage of a 4-mile area of Empire Grade when there are 10 miles of Empire Grade where there's absolutely no cell phone coverage, none, zip, zero. It's a safety issue. It's a real safety issue. If they're really interested in improving cell phone coverage, why don't they put the little cans on the telephone poles all over Bonnie Doon? It would be much better than ruining the pristine beauty of Summit Drive with an ugly monopine tower. I just have one question for the board. Would you want a monopine tower in your neighborhood?
My name is Erica Sunovich. I'm going to yield my minute to Paul Rubio for a song.
Gratitude for allowing us this time. And I am Paul Rubio and a leader of a small community of Native spiritual followers that also believe in sustainability. And we are standing with the community, the the young babies, the elders, all those people who have spoke here, and I'm going to send out a little prayer song for them. Uyok beata etuayo netom tashira ahitu wahayong kelo ay chakayo chakayo ahitu wahayong kelo ay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Kane. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz County for nearly 49 years. Thank you very much for taking this important issue to consider that. And I just want to speak about, like, of all the issues about cell phone towers, this is so unnecessary. Like, if they're ugly, let them be ugly. But to try to cover them up with these plastics that are going to fall on the ground and desecrate our environment, become microplastics, never go away. I mean, I think for me personally, of all of the issues, this issue is like unbearable. We can, if anything, we need to pass laws that they're not allowed to do this anymore. They're ugly, let them be ugly, but don't put this plastic crap that falls on our grounds, goes into our environment, our watershed, etc. That needs to be stopped. We need to have a law about that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Deborah Texera. I live at 185 Summit Drive, and I lost my home in the CZU fire. I opposed installation of the cell tower for safety reasons. Cell towers pose high fire risk. Fire retardant microplastics dry up, break into pieces that blow around and filter into our well water supply. Cell towers are obsolete technology and won't reach all the mountainous regions of uneven mountainous regions. Pico cells are probably the best. Why are the rights and protections of residents and property owners dismantled after we appeal to the county to protect our neighborhood? Why do county employees relentlessly champion investment in outdated technology despite all the credible research we present? This has been so stressful and expensive for us that I feel I must bring this up. Please listen to us, your constituents, taxpayers, voters, consider our well-being and our safety.
Thank you. Is there anyone online that wishes to address the board on this matter?
Yes, Chair, we have callers online. Christy, your microphone's now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for your time. I am calling in to formally express my strong opposition to the proposed construction of this large cellular tower on Summit Drive. As a dedicated healthcare professional with extensive experience in treating patients, including those affected by environmental health stressors, I've become acutely aware of the profound and often underestimated effects of electromagnetic field exposure on human health, particularly from wireless communication technologies. This proposal raises significant concerns about the potential health risk to both the local population and the broader ecosystem. Over the years, I have personally treated a growing number of patients with this electromagnetic hypersensitivity, or EHS, a condition in which individuals experience all of the symptoms you've already heard, including fatigue, anxiety, cognitive dysfunction, etc. Some of my patients are so sensitive that they can physically feel the moment someone enters the room with a cell phone in their pocket. This is not a psychological phenomenon. It's well documented. There are many studies all across the world proving this. You have an opportunity now.
Thank you.
Scott, your microphone's now available.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm a resident of 343 Summit. I have a degree in electrical engineering from MIT, and I did the original drive testing back in 9/11 of 2022, which did indeed confirm the significant coverage on Empire Grade. One of the Objections to building on Patrick is we'd have to build a quote, an entirely new tower. So instead of building an entirely new tower, we're going to build an entirely new tower. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like a queen in chess, the coverage gap is in Bonnie Doon proper. You move your queen to the middle of the chessboard to get more coverage. So then the question becomes, why are they building a tower here where they already have coverage? Why spend millions of dollars? Was one of the AT&T proponents saying, if there is no need. The need is clear. This is a backdoor for broadband access. AT&T is trying to build this tower for broadband access to compete with, I believe it's Xfinity. And I don't blame them. At $300 a month, I too would try to compete with Xfinity. Thank you for your time.
Joel, your microphone's now available.
Are we good? Better now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Okay. I'm a friend of the Cowhill family. I see here the two most substantial arguments for or against the opposition, including myself, consist of the justification towards gaps in coverage and alternative location sites. From what I understand, the FCC National Broadband Map shows that there's plenty of coverage in the region. There's expert witnesses like Kent Chamberlain, residents who care deeply about the issue have taken upon themselves to drive and show that the coverage is there. And I'm an eyewitness to somebody who's been up at the Cowhill's house, and I have complete coverage. So the second alternative argument, of course, is the alternative locations. And apparently there's the McDermott Fire Station, which the firefighter, of course, is against that. And I would say maybe because of the previous arguments surrounding health risks, but additionally, Matthew Kaufman's rebuilt tower. So I think this comes down to a bunch of concerned citizens that don't want this to happen. There's not very strong and substantial arguments to have it happen. So then, of course, it becomes a money motive.
Calling user 4, your microphone's now available.
As someone who is microwaved injured, I am not in that building because of all the antennas, Wi-Fi, etc., very toxic. I have also been, since I retired from teaching in 2000, provided you with data at countless meetings of the adverse health effects of these cell towers, etc. In 2019, I also provided board members with copies of 5G Apocalypse, the extinction event, and all these towers are now 5G, some 6G. The film, the documentary, starts out with this quote: "It's important to understand what the 5G is doing and what they say it's doing. We're told on the IEEE beamforming document that this technology cooks your eyes like eggs in World War II. We all need to understand these are military weapons."
Rachel, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Rachel Snelling, or Rachel Muller. I currently live in the Ben Lomond area, and I am strongly against this tower as well. So I would really like it to know that the microplastics are not getting into my waterways and the watershed. And I also was a Bonnie Doon resident when the fires decimated everybody's house. And I am an instructor, and that was a college instructor, and that was during the time of COVID as well. And so I was able to fully teach online using Zoom streaming live with my AT&T cell phone service. So I don't find a need to have this coverage or have this cell phone tower. We have very good service up in the area of Bonnie Doon, where they're proposing the tower, as well as where I currently live in Ben Lomond. I don't want the microplastics in the watershed.
iPhone, your microphone's now available.
Hello, is that me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Leif Moeller. I live at 714 Summit Drive. and in the process of rebuilding. I did 3 cell phone tests. I did real-time Google Maps, GPS, and real-time cell bar status showing cell phone coverage using an iPhone 14, which had exclusively AT&T service. I streamed video in vehicle the entire time from my address, 714 Summer Drive, to Felton. Then we turned around and went back up to the hill to 186 Upper Summit Drive, the site of the CTI's proposed cell tower. The video streaming in vehicle the entire time never disconnected or dropped. And only once did it pause in the purported cell coverage gap area shown in the AT&T propagation map submitted, but shortly regained video streaming. And that area that it even just paused was in the North Gap, not in the South Gap. That's streaming video. I had 5G. I have it normally. It's a routine.
Andy, your microphone's now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Andy Fox. I'm actually speaking to you from Patrick Road in the Summit neighborhood. So as you can all hear, we've got coverage. I oppose the tower. Now, regarding safety, FirstNet's available today over Starlink. AT&T's micro CRD product actually provides it. I think part of the motivation for this site is funding, as mentioned by the CTI FirstNet expert who quoted significant grants available for FirstNet. I deeply question that financial motivation. It's as if CTI are assured a grant for their destructive activity rather than providing a service. Again, FirstNet's available now on Starlink. Regarding alternatives, the McDermott Fire Station alternative is particularly interesting because of its proximity to Pine Ridge and Pine Flat Road, both areas that Chris Holman mentioned. We believe the McDermott site is actually better and supported by the community. CTI are wrong to assert the community is against radio towers. We're not. Finally, regarding AT&T Young's technical input today, please could you correct the record? There's a slight technical error. He said...
Excuse me, I have a point of order. Can I have a point of order? Did this meeting start at 1:30?
We're going to postpone that to 2:30 for the budget hearing.
You know what? Thank you very much. That answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Solar, your microphone is now available.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Solar Blackstorm. I live on 305 Summit Drive. I'm a resident of Bonnie Doon. I strongly oppose this tower. Bonnie Doon is full of good people and it is a serene mountain. If AT&T puts that tower there, it is going to pollute a rural community of amazing people. I find it completely appalling that we have given AT&T multiple options to move the tower, and we do not have any problem with those spots. Yet they still insist on putting it directly in our neighborhood. I beg that you hear out these fine people and understand that putting this tower here is egregious, it's wrong, it is unlawful, and it is against God. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Brandon, your microphone is now available.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. My name is Pastor Brandon Johnson. I've served in Santa Cruz County for the last 20 years. During the CZU fires, I was part of over 20 churches that organized to provide $2 million in relief efforts for devastated people by the CZU fires. 4 of the 5 largest evacuation sites were churches. I believe we have an obligation morally to protect the weak and those who are harassed. This population is still in the process of recovering from a very devastating event, and to let corporate interests come in, a $122 billion mega corporation come in and spend $1 million to upgrade their towers when they're still trying to upgrade their lives is a devastating, immoral act. We need to stop this. The technology is already advanced. The low-level satellites are better technology than the technology that they want to put in. So please hear the people and not the corporate interest. Please, this is a $122 billion mega corporation. You are there to represent the people. Please represent them. Thank you.
Satya, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Satya Orion. I'm the organizer of emfaware.org. I'm so impressed by the work this community has done to try to share with you this information, and I hope you will listen to them. In 2018, we worked to get a really protective cell tower ordinance in the city of Santa Cruz, which we shared with the county, that ordinance, but the county has shown no interest in that, and I'm just wondering why. And so I ask you and say, please, you have another chance here to listen to the community and to look and realize that a lawsuit was brought against the FCC to reevaluate their safety standards. That lawsuit succeeded, but the FCC has done nothing to readdress those safety standards. Consider these things as you make your decision. Thank you so much.
Melanie, your microphone's now available.
Hello, I am Melanie. Thanks for your time. I am calling in to support the Richards family and the community on Summit Drive in their fight against having this tower built. I used to live on Molina Drive, which is about a mile away, and I would often visit this neighborhood when the power was out so I could make calls. It is not needed. There's plenty of reception, and I'm strongly against the microplastics that it causes in the environment. Thank you for your time.
Nicole, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thank you all for your time today. My name is Nicole Williams. I'm a current County of Santa Cruz employee, and I'm also the best friend and godmother of a family that lives on Upper Summit Drive. This cell tower is devastating to these families and to the local communities that have already dealt with so much after living through the CZU lightning fire. As Board of Supervisors and elected officials, it's your job to stand up and be the voice of the people as you were elected to do, not the voice of the corporations. And as you can see, the community wants you to stand in opposition of these cell towers. There are so many microplastics and harmful things that will come to those that live in the neighborhoods. And with the community voices raising together, telling you, please vote in opposition of these cell towers. Thank you for your time today.
Gabriel, your microphone's now available.
Thank you guys for your time. My name is Gabriel Casaro. I am friends with one of the families that lives close by, but I am a resident of the San Lorenzo Valley community in Ben Lomond. I'm here to ask you guys, just like everybody else and all the residents of this community, to express and please plead that you guys do not allow this tower to be built. I think it's evident just listening to this today, the amount of residents that oppose this proposal. Needless to remind everybody about the CZU fires and everything that this community has gone through, I think putting them through another devastating loss, should you guys vote for this, is simply unfair. So please consider your constituents, please consider the voice of the people. Needless to say, the precedent that this would set in Santa Cruz County. So thank you for your time.
I see no further speakers online.
No, we'll return, we'll turn to my fellow board members and see if anyone would like to comment or has questions. I'll start to Supervisor Cummings.
I just want to start by thanking
all the community members for coming out today and for really, voicing your concerns. And I want to thank AT&T and CTI also for coming out today to, voice why they support this tower and why they think this tower should move forward. I know that it's been a very long road to get to this day, number of years. But I think, what's important for our board to consider is the information that's been brought forward that really highlights the alternatives that exist in this community. It'd be one thing if we were saying, don't put up any towers anywhere. But we have a member of this community who actually my office has worked closely with because he has struggled to get his tower rebuilt in his neighborhood and continues to struggle with the county to get his tower rebuilt in the neighborhood. And we also have another proposal, the McDermott Tower, which right now there's a temporary tower, but there's a proposal to have a permanent tower go in. And we're not hearing, my office isn't hearing opposition from the community for these two towers. I know that the neighbors to the person who's been trying to rebuild theirs may have been complaining to them, but we haven't been overwhelmingly receiving opposition to the two towers that are being proposed. Well, I should say of the three, this is the only one we are receiving opposition to. And I think that, the neighbors have clearly showed, I think through the FCC maps that AT&T had submitted saying that they do have coverage to try to get out of the carrier of last resort. And the fact that I think at the last time we had this hearing, we had heard from AT&T and CTI that the owner of the Patrick Road Tower wasn't interested, when in fact they are. And I'll also say that that tower was previously 180 feet tall, and we were trying to get it back to that height, and we got pushback from the county, which has limited it to 150 feet. So there is interest in increasing the height of that tower. And so, based on that, I kind of think we need to consider, who do we want to support today? The people who live in our community or the corporations who are seeking to profit off of our community? Both of these two sites, I think, will greatly expand coverage. And I think that at a minimum, we would need to have a reconsideration of the alternatives if we want to move forward, given the fact that it doesn't seem like there's been an adequate alternatives analysis with the potential for the co-location at Patrick Road. And furthermore, I'm deeply concerned with the CEQA analysis that's been conducted. The proponent, the members of the community have brought forward bags of this plastic material that's fallen off of these towers. And based on the current recommendation, there's no responsibility on behalf of CTI or AT&T or whoever's in control of that tower to make sure that this doesn't end up in our environment. And, I just also cannot believe that with it being in our environment for long periods of time, exposed to sun, that there's no potential way for this to break down into microplastics. And even if it's not going to break down into microplastics, it's macroplastics. It's just going to be plastic that's sitting on the ground in our environment. And we, as environmental stewards of this community, should not be supporting that. And so I'm proposed to, and I know that we don't have a whole lot of time because we got a lot of other things on our agenda. And so I'd like to move that we uphold the decision of the Planning Commission denying application 221049 based on the findings submitted in the wireless communication facility use permit findings submitted by the Bonington community.
We need a second to continue discussion on that motion.
Correct. Seeing no second, motion fails. We'll continue with public comment. With board comment. I'll start to my left, Supervisor Koenig.
Yes, thank you. I do have one quick question, which is, are we required to put the, to decorate this as a monopine, or could we in fact approve a tower without any quote unquote camouflage?
I was considering that during testimony, and the general plan provides protection of the public roadways.
Clearly,
the general plan requires protection of public roadways. The general plan and CEQA do not provide protection of private views. So it's my understanding, I don't think it would be beyond reason to condition the project to provide a metal tower painted green to match the colors in the neighborhood to minimize microplastics.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, I thank everyone who came out to speak here today. And absolutely, if this was a question of kids versus suits, I'd vote kids all day long. The problem I see is that we, and you know, despite the thorough testing done by residents, at the end of the day, the standard both in our local code and by federal law is simply that the applicant's own attestation that there's a service gap coverage is enough. And I also have to wonder why, if there was not a service gap coverage, the applicant would be going through all this trouble in order to build a tower. So I'm inclined to, first of all, and I'm seeing the money signs. Yeah, they'll make money because more people will get service because they'll now have better coverage. So I just don't, so if we were to simply reject this tower, what's going to happen is the county's going to end up in a lawsuit. We'll pay more money. And ultimately, I think, based on my understanding of the law, I think that unfortunately this would still be built in exactly the same place. I'd be prepared to move the recommendation with the elimination of or with the proposed camouflage suggested by staff, that we simply have the tower painted green and that no monopine camouflage be attached. But I think that's the best way to thread this needle at this point. Thanks.
Supervisor Martinez.
I'll second that motion, and I'll also share, you know, I want to thank everybody for being here today. It's clear that this is an important topic, and I listened intently and I heard every single one of your concerns. You know, I just need to reiterate that our job today is to look at this application and make a determination really on two things, which is that if there is a significant gap, and is there no alternative option? And given the evidence that I heard today, I think that it's reasonable to, despite the varying other reasons why it's not a good fit, it's reasonable to move this application forward. Because unfortunately, things like property values, quality of life, other options, other sell options, like those aren't reasons that we can deny this application today, given the role that the board has. And so that puts us in a difficult position. Nobody wants to be the one who doesn't align with a room full of very committed residents. And so it's a difficult position, but that's where I stand. I appreciate the amendment to paint it green, because I think everybody's disgusted by these these plastics. And yeah, it's a difficult one, but that's given the evidence I heard today, that's the best decision that I can come up with.
Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. I want to also echo my colleagues here on the board. Thank you very much for coming out, letting us know what's on your minds and your hearts, et cetera. I was particularly moved by all the children in the room and by a colleague and friend, Chris Homan, who spoke, who I know very, very well. Thanks for coming out today. Chris and I work together. She's a family nurse practitioner at the master's degree, and I really trust her judgment. So when she tells me that there's no service down the road 10 miles away or whatever in a 10-mile stretch, like that speaks to me, because I also live in a rural area where I don't have service, right? There are lots of places in this county that nobody has any cell phone service that we really should be focused on. So I don't know if AT&T could look into these other areas that have zero cell phone service and are the people that live there have safety concerns. They're all over our county, and we need help in those areas. So thank you very much for looking in other areas that potentially we could put a cell phone tower. I do feel badly for the neighbors in this area whose homes have burned down, and now they're going to have a cell phone tower there. So I have a question. I'm not sure maybe who exactly could answer this, but could the tower be anywhere else other than this particular location to provide actually better coverage to the neighbors who don't have service currently?
Well, so as part of the analysis, I asked the applicant to provide all the tree elevations, ground and the top of the tree elevations to identify where there would be a visual impact. I don't think that there'll be an appreciable improvement because there are no trees on the southeast portion. Otherwise, the tree's fully screened. So I would say no, based on the elevation details. I have a slide of that if you're interested in seeing it, but I didn't include it for purposes of this presentation.
Okay.
I mean, it's in the central part of the site, right in the middle of all the trees. So there isn't a better location that would provide any appreciable screening.
I know one of the things that we're also concerned about is continuing safety coverage in terms of our radio networks, et cetera, et cetera. And is it my understanding that somehow this tower is going to be able to push out signals in a better way for like our NetCom service or our county fire service, et cetera?
So it's my understanding, as prior folks have spoken, that FirstNet will be a provider on this tower with an agreement with AT&T, and that's a public service communications provider. Insofar as any technical details, I might suggest you ask the applicant about how those communications will be conveyed, but that would be the extent of my understanding. That FirstNet will be on the facility and provide public communications. I'm not sure if that gets to your question.
I think so. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, so I just want to express that, as we're moving forward here today, we've got two groups here. We've got the corporations and we've got our community members. And there's a likelihood of, regardless of which direction we move in today, that we'll end up in a lawsuit, because I think that the community members feel very confident with, the fact that AT&T has presented maps under penalty of perjury to the FCC saying that they do not have gaps in coverage in this area. And this is and then AT&T is denying that and saying, well, we do have the gaps in coverage. But just because of that, there's a likelihood that on either side of this, we can end up in a lawsuit. And so then for me, the question becomes, do we want to use our local tax dollars to fight against a corporation? Or do we want to use our local tax dollars to fight against the taxpayers? And so that's why I think we should deny this, because regardless of what happens, we're going to end up in a lawsuit, and we should be representing the people. The people have shown up today. They've spoken up today. They have been able to demonstrate that there's alternatives that exist. They've been able to demonstrate that there aren't gaps in coverage up there. And I think on the basis of that, as representatives who are supposed to represent the people, that is why we should be taking their side today on this, and we should be denying this. And we can leave it up to the courts. If the courts rule in favor of AT&T, so be it. But at least the people will know that the county and their representatives stood up for them when they were, being picked on. And so I'm gonna vote against the recommended action. But unless we decide to go in agreement and in alignment with the people to deny this application.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I did have two questions. One was similar to Supervisor Koenig's about if there's alternatives to the microplastics to these. Is there any other alternatives besides I actually do have a cell tower near me, and it looks like one of those the Walking Dead bat with the barbed wire around it. Yeah. So I was wondering if there's any other alternatives that don't have more sustainable options.
At present, the monopine with the foliage is the most advanced design to ameliorate visual impacts. It's funny, I was driving through Mountain View the other day, and right as I was going to past Fremont, they have a facility there that's just straight up. It's a metal facility, appears that their community is embracing the metal style. I mean, you could potentially ask the applicant to consider designs that might include a metal design, perhaps, as a condition. I don't know. I have not seen any. So I have no way to know whether that's even feasible. It's not anything I've ever seen in my career for the past many decades doing wireless.
Well, at least if they can match this color, I'd say. But my other question is, we've seen a lot of different maps, AT&T maps. We got more maps here today. But for the sake of either it's CEQA or the county planning staff, what are the accepted maps that the county has? I don't know if it's per ordinance or per code that we use to demonstrate the significant gap coverage for a wireless communication system.
So the current ordinance defines, and as I noted, the significant gap as certified by the wireless carrier. So that definition does not include any, proving documents, if you will. It's a certified document. In fact, the ordinance was revised, I believe it was 2022, by county council, in an effort to streamline it to be consistent with the FCC and federal law. So there is no standard for evaluation in our ordinance. Okay. The applicant provides information corroborating it, and the standard by which that I've evaluated for that past many decades has been those propagation maps that you've seen today. That is a standard of analysis, and the applicant has maintained that. I've not seen a single application that doesn't provide this level of detail. We don't ask for the show us the math or the quantity, the RF engineering that nobody understands anyway. They provide that mapping so to make it simple for the public and staff to understand. It is not codified.
Is there if so you're saying that like third-party maps aren't part of they're part of the hearing here today, but in terms of our ordinance, it's not.
The ordinance just relies on the certified statement by the wireless radio frequency engineer. That's the extent of it. I mean, we always start off with the applicant certified statement, and then we drill in year after year, getting more data, test drive data, people saying there's no service. And so then people saying there's service. So we get test drive data, and then we ask for more and more information. And then the applicant continues to provide that information out of good faith. And this is where we arrive. If the argument doesn't stop, there's never an agreement. The ordinance reflects that in that we accept the certified statement from the wireless engineer. So there's no mapping that we accept as a county of gaps in service or otherwise.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion in a second. If the motion maker can repeat his motion.
So it's a motion for the recommended actions with additional direction to use a camouflaging method that simply involves green paint and no PVC monopine.
You got that, clerk? Okay, we got a motion from Supervisor Koenig, second from Supervisor Martinez. If we can take roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
No.
Martinez. Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. The motion passes. One no vote. Supervisor Cummings. We will now move.
Chair, just as a housekeeping matter, we have a closed session. We have a budget meeting that was supposed to start at 1:30. So the suggestion would be that we break right now for closed session and that we continue this meeting until the end of the next meeting that's going to start at 2:30. So we have the budget meeting that would start at 2:30. Then we will pick up the rest of this meeting once that meeting closes. Does that
Okay.
make sense to you?
Yes. So we're going to close for closed session. We're going to return and postpone for 1 hour the budget meeting. If anyone's here for the budget meeting right now, and then after that, finish the rest of the agenda.
Yes, and there's nothing reportable from closed session. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Never mind.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
The June 10th, 2025, the last day of budget hearing meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Supervisor Martinez. Present. Cummings.
Here.
DeSerpa.
Present.
And Hernandez.
Present. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask the county CEO, Carlos Palacios, if there's any late additions or deletions to the regular or consent agenda today.
Yes, there are two corrections on item 7 on the regular agenda. There's a revised staff report. It replaces packet pages 17 through 13. And then on item 10, there's additional materials. There's new attachments, 2025 through 2036 Cal Master, insert after packet page 190, and 2025 proposed fixed assets, insert after packet page 190. Those are, that completes the revisions to this agenda.
Would any board members like to remove any items from the consent agenda? See none, Will?
I'm going to pull item 12.
12.
Yeah.
So what's 12 going to now be? I got too many agendas here.
12 will become item 13.1.
Oh. Okay, we'll now move to public comment.
Chair, if I may consult with council, for the item being pulled, you stated 13.1. Is that correct? To bring it to the regular agenda after item 10?
Your microphone's off.
So we're on the second meeting. There are 13 items on this agenda, yes?
I believe there are 10 items on the regular agenda and then 3 items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. 10.1.
Noted. Now we'll move to public comment. Sorry about that.
No worries. Hey, my name is James Ewing Whitman. You know, when you stand outside this building, you see a US and a California flag. They do not have the gold maritime pirate fringe. I came in here a little bit before 1:30. I guess the meeting wasn't over. And I was curious what was going on because this was supposed to start again at 1:30, and I came up politely and called a point of order. And I was told something like, we don't recognize the public for points of order. I'll get to that. So I didn't stand up to the Pledge of Allegiance to the corporate maritime pirate flag. This has our Constitution. It doesn't delineate whether it's any of the three, but under Article 4, Section 4, the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislator or of the executive when the legislative cannot be convened against domestic violence. So these individuals that I'm speaking in front of, and I'm referring to the elected supervisors, because this is under a charter management, a charter county or a charter city since before 1915, these individuals that the population voted for are under the yoke of an unelected, internationally controlled county manager. So this is really just kind of a farce. And it's possibly that when I call the point of order, that's really another reason for that. So anyway, it was great. I got to go back to the city of Santa Cruz and listen to some dialogue, and I was the first one to talk. And then here I am right on time. So it'll be interesting with the next item that comes up. I wish people were actually paying attention. I can basically give these away. My buddy buys them by the thousand. It's really useful stuff. Describes in here our juror has more power than the Supreme Court or the president. They're all criminals. You know, the one currently is a very special kind of criminal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chair, board, staff, and the public. I just wanted to make a comment around consent item number 11. Hopefully, you're willing to pull it just after this comment, because after reading this, it was my understanding that the savings from the probation department, right, with that was going to be specifically around the ranch camp, not combined with SYTF savings. So in that one meeting, those savings were because probation was gonna implement a ranch camp, right, which is funded through the general fund, right? So with SYTF, there's also grant money that's allocated for the RFPs and stuff. So there's general fund money and then there's grant money for RFP. So here's just, to me, it's just like, well, which one's which? You know, are you just gonna increase the RFP process, right? And then if that's the case, well, where's those parameters? Or, you know, it can't just be, I don't even know if you are able to like combine that money with grant money, and just really want more clarity around that, you know? So, and I know that we weren't able to be here during the third and the fourth hearing. So I know that Milpa was mentioned, and I just do want to say that whatever work that Milpa is doing with the young people that are just as involved outside of probation, because we are not contracted with probation, that is something that we've been doing from our effort, you know, and just looking forward to this RFP process and those savings of how we can support the work that we're doing, but not just us, other emergent organizations that are doing similar work, you know. So thank you.
Hello. I'd like to just follow up on what he was saying. It was also my understanding that the savings from the changes to SYTF were going to go to support less restrictive programs for youth, and specifically around supporting community-based organizations. So I'd love to make sure that that's still happening.
Hi, Pam Sexton, and yeah, I just want to, well, I'm here as a teacher, as a parent, as somebody very involved in the Watsonville community in particular. And I want to thank you for the work that I understand you've been doing to find funds for the critical health services that are needed. We delivered to each of your inboxes, and I hope that you all read it, the letter, a sign-on letter with over 160 signatures, multiple organizations, and part of that letter it asks you to really think outside the box and look at creative ways to deal with our budget instead of just the same. And I also want to ask you to pull the item 11 probation to get more clarity. I have been following, I haven't been in the room every time, but I appreciate that they're videotaped and have been watching, and also have questions about how our general fund money is being used, and want to really see it dedicated to preventing preventing people from being incarcerated, to really just serve our community in the way that they need to be served. We should not have a jail that serves as our largest mental health facility, and their prevention is key. So thank you so much for taking that seriously, and we can do better. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is the right moment, but this is regarding fees and permits. Is that something that's being?
Yes, but lift up the mic. There we
This
go.
is regarding fees, permits and fees.
No, that's later on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Andrea, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Andrea Carlos Willie, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, a consistent champion for equity and community voice to advance health well-being, economic prosperity, and civic engagement for the Pajaro Valley. We are reaching out to ask for your leadership at this pivotal moment in the county's budget process. We respectfully request that today, when you adopt the budget or at the very next meeting, you prioritize the formation of a community-driven essential services equity task force that would be charged with looking at budget allocations using disaggregated data by race, income, age, and geography, evaluating service impacts on our most vulnerable communities, and delivering actionable recommendations ahead of the fall budget revisions. This will ensure transparent public reporting that aligns the spending with true community need. We propose that the task force be led by 2 supervisors, the county CEO, and include leaders from CPOs across multiple sector areas, include leaders from the Pajaro Valley and other disinvested portions of the county, and of course, senior county administrators. We are ready to work in partnership alongside the county to co-design a process that brings the county's equity statement to life. We ask that you do this work and build a lasting trust model that is bold and values driven in your governance. We hope you will champion this idea with and for our community. Thank you.
Call-in user 8, your microphone's now available.
What number are we on the agenda? Is it number 7 for the afternoon agenda? Could you answer yes or no? I hear you talking about, huh?
Public comment.
I'm sorry.
We're on the
What
public
number?
comment for the items on the agenda.
Items not on the agenda.
Correct.
Oh, it's
And
public
consent.
comment for the afternoon agenda. Is that it?
Yes, this is afternoon meeting.
Okay, I'm unusual to see 2 agendas in one day. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So my comments are regarding the item about the cell tower.
That item has finished.
What? Yes, I know that. My main focus is promoting health, and what helps our health, and what doesn't. And the vaccines that have all these deadly injection ingredients are detrimental to our health. So is the radiation from various sources, broadband, cell towers, cell phones. And for you as a board to disregard the facts of the harm of radiation and toxic injections is really disingenuous when you talk about public health. Real public health has to do with a healthy environment, people having good employment, not living in poverty. Those are the kinds of things. And to waste money on vaccines and radiation emitting impose danger.
Kathy, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Kathy Lass from Aptos. I'm also echoing the call for clarity on the report back on the savings from the SYTF, or actually what we were asking for, savings on the ranch camp. So I do request that that get pulled from the consent agenda item number 11 to have more clarity on if we're talking about general fund money, grant money, savings from SYTF, or savings from the ranch camp. Thank you.
Positive Discipline, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Bronlu. I am a member of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, and I wish to uplift what my colleague Andrea Carlos Willie from PVUSD brought forward in terms of advocating for an ad hoc or a task force to bring our county's equity statement to life and lift up the budgetary process as one driven by our morals and shared values. I was one of the people originally charged with supporting the county in developing the equity statement, and I have to tell you, I truly believe that language has power, the power to inspire and to protect. We cannot achieve equity without clearly acknowledging who we are leaving behind. As the Executive Director of Positive Discipline Community Resources, I form part of various coalitions and collaborative, not just the PVC, but also the United Way Children's Network, our local Rise Together group out of the Community Foundation, just to name a few. And what all of these groups share is a common call to action to invest in children, youth, and families. There are incredible leaders with vast expertise that all share a similar advocacy thread, and I please hope that our board can have the grace and the space to really acknowledge that all we're asking for is clarity and transparency and a real invitation to collaborate on people-centered solutions. We all have our private logics. I've learned that through Positive Discipline, and I won't pretend to understand the full depth and the complexity of the budgetary decisions and the constraints that you face. But I do ask that you not do this in isolation, and please consider championing an essential services equity task force. Our Pajaro Valley leaders are not asking for things in silos. They are leaders that serve the full county and are on the side of justly co-creating a roadmap forward with structural equity in mind, centering disaggregated data to truly build a budget that reflects who we are and where we're going together. Again, language has power, and I really hope that you can really feel your power and either bring that forward for a future discussion or to champion it today. Thank you.
You have no further speakers, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments on consent.
Could I have 1 minute?
We already did public comment, sir.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah. Quick question for our county council. So I was able to, I pulled item number, I believe it was 13. No, 12. Because I needed a clarification. I was able to actually find that clarification in the board agenda. Is it possible to just put that back on consent, or would we need to just have that heard?
So you no longer want to have item 10.1 as 10.1. You want to put it back on the agenda in its current place on the consent agenda as item 13.
12.
Was it 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as the chair agrees, then I don't think there's any problem with doing that if nobody else has any questions around it.
I did have one question, so I suggest we just keep it as 10.1.
Yeah, I actually, one thing that I was missing in that is that we just did public comment
And it
with the idea that 10.1 was going to be addressed separately. So I would recommend that you keep 10.1 on.
Okay, that's fair. I guess then the only other question I had, I was wondering if maybe if there's representatives from probation who could come up to answer some of the questions that were brought up. I think we can keep the item on consent since those questions were asked. You know, the people who spoke aren't going to be able to come up and speak again. So I think just having probation speak to those questions that came up, that way we can continue to move through with the agenda.
So did you have a specific question?
Well, there were members of the public who had, during comment, they had a number of questions regarding the secure youth treatment facility and the funding from that and how that funding gets allocated. And I know that we had a pretty lengthy discussion at the last meeting about how, you know, there's the optimum realized savings if, you know, all the children are back here versus, you know, kind of the reality of where we're at. And it sounded like that there was a lot of, you know, interest in these folks and better understanding how we could have some of those savings realized in programs with nonprofits within our communities. And so I'm just wondering if you could kind of speak to that topic that was raised rather than us pulling it off the consent.
I'll have our fiscal officer start first.
Yeah, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and public. My name is Justin Nunes, the Departmental Fiscal Officer for Probation, and kind of the interplay between SYTF and camp placements is that we have a set amount of funds.
You speaking to the mic too?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Here we go. Maybe I'll bring it up a little bit higher. So it is two different pots of funding, but the SYTF pot of funding, SB 823 block grant, is a set amount. So any costs that are unanticipated that go above and beyond that allocation get picked up by our general fund contribution. So that's the interplay between the two things. And what changed between the February board meeting where we reported an anticipated savings of $300,000 in the camp program was we had an unanticipated youth committed to Sonoma County. And that was an unanticipated cost that we estimate to be $140,000 for fiscal year 25-26. And that amount put our overall program costs for SYTF over our SB 823 block grant allocation. So that money needs to come from general fund dollars in our budget. So that's why we're revising our estimated savings number down from 300,000 in February because of that unanticipated placement that happened in March 2025. So the current projections are now an estimated savings of 160,000. And the point I'll make is that it's a point in time number. It really is subject to factors that are outside of our control. The court can make decisions between, you know, now and when we open our camp program. If an additional youth were to be committed to an out-of-county placement, that would further impact those estimated savings numbers. Or it could go in the other direction too if, you know, court was to order one of those youth at Sonoma to be released early. So it's a very fluid number, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. But current point in time, as of today, we estimate 160,000 in savings.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity for you all to respond to some of the concerns that came up from the community. So
I also had questions for them. Do you mind if I ask while they're up and then get back
I'm done with mine. So
okay,
perfect.
So thank you. I chose not to pull this item, but I was going to ask some follow-up questions as well because, you know, I have had some questions in the numbers and where the numbers come from. I understand that they are a moving target is what it sounds like. And I'm hoping that in a follow-up from the questions from Supervisor Cummings, you can still help me sort of land on the sources of funding. So I think I understand that the secure youth treatment facility is the real block grant. Now, for the ranch camp, what is the funding source for those placements?
General fund, yeah.
And when do you anticipate that the ranch camp will be opened?
Right now, we are aiming for September. I don't have an exact date, but right now we're working for I'm sorry, shorter than he is. We're working for a September opening of the camp.
And do you have an idea of how much general fund is put aside for that operating of that program?
So we basically tap into the general fund as a youth is committed. So we don't know, for example, last year, we didn't have any ranch camp commitments. And so again, we hoped, and we've had one who was not successful that has since come back and become a court commit. So those numbers just vary based on when a youth is actually committed.
So do you have any dollars kind of earmarked for, take, for example, the more expensive out of county ranch camp that, given that in September, a youth could be placed locally, there would be savings because they're not out of county for the ranch camp side of things?
Yeah, so we set aside a contingency of 170,000, but that SYTF commitment is going to go against that contingency. So it's currently down to 30,000 in our 25-26 proposed budget appropriations.
Is that 30,000 above and beyond the 160 kind of hold back from the secure youth treatment?
Yes, I would say above and beyond.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, at our last budget meeting, I asked for further clarification and a report on the savings as a result of youth being placed in the secure youth treatment program. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that forward on this agenda item. I think that there's continues to be a lot of public interest in ensuring that those dollars are go to community-based alternatives through our CBOs. And it sounds like the plan is to do that through purchase orders. That's what I read in the report. So when it comes time to pass this motion, I will be adding additional direction to receive a report back at the mid-year budget report as to how the estimated 160,000 in savings for the fiscal year 25-26 is being allocated among CBOs for community-based alternatives.
Any further comment?
No, no further comment on consent, but I actually took time from Justin. So,
oh, I think he was done.
Okay.
So if there's no further comment, I'll entertain a motion. Okay.
I have no more comments for you, so thank you. I appreciate that. But I have another. I'm going to go back to the consent agenda. So thank you for your time. I wanted to respond to one more comment that we heard today in our public comment related to the request for a community-based task force as it relates to future budget actions once we have additional information of the federal and state impacts. That is something that I would support. I do believe that it's going to take a lot of diverse voices and minds and best thinking from both in the county and outside the county with our partners to figure out how we're going to preserve the safety net and most essential services if we face additional cuts. And so I will begin working in my office and perhaps with another colleague on the board to bring forward an item at a future meeting about what that task force might look like.
Thank you. If there's no further, thank you. If there's no further comment, would entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
The additional direction.
With the additional direction?
With the additional direction.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Serpa and a second from Supervisor Martinez. If we take roll call.
Could you just restate the additional direction?
To receive a report back in the mid-year budget report as to how the estimated 160,000 in savings for fiscal year 25-26 is being allocated among CBOs for community-based alternatives.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
I,
Hernandez.
can I just make a comment? So I understand that there's savings potentially from ranch camp. We can't ever determine how many kids are going to be sent there or sent to that level of care by the judge. But I, again, would like to caution us that when we find savings in this county, we should be setting that savings aside for what we know is coming in October. And I hate to say that because I wish we could just be very, very generous at this time, but I think we need to do some belt tightening and prepare for what is coming, what we know is coming in October, which will likely be more cuts. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to the regular agenda, item number 7, consider the approval of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for the Health Services Agency, including any supplemental materials and County Executive Officer's HSA budget, restoration recommendations, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Nicole Coburn, Assistant CEO, Jennifer Herrera, Acting Director, HSA, and Jessica Randolph, Director of Admin for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. Nicole Coburn, Assistant CEO. I'm going to turn it over to Interim Director Herrera to start off the presentation and give an overview of the Health Services Agency budget.
Thank you and good afternoon. If we go to the next slide, please. So we'll just do a reiteration of who we are as Health Services Agency, a review of our financial drivers, our proposed budget, our restoration options, and then recommendations. So just to reiterate, our mission at the Health Services Agency is to promote and ensure a healthy community and environment by providing education, outreach, and comprehensive health services in an inclusive and accessible manner. Next slide. As we discussed last week, as we had developed our budget proposal, we are faced with significant drivers leading us towards a financial deficit. Some of those drivers include grant reductions, such as the sunsetting of many of our COVID funding, low revenue in our clinics, low reimbursement rates in behavioral health driven by Medi-Cal reform, extensive non-mandated services, increase in program expenditures, increase in operational expenditures, and then of course, the federal and state policy changes on the horizon. So here is a summary of our proposed budget. This reflects a decrease in our revenues and expenses. We have an increase in district sales tax of Measure K, and we have an increase of general fund contribution, which is reflective of covering salary increases as well as an additional approximately $400,000 provided to us to help minimize some of the budget impacts we've had. And we do have a reduction of our staffing levels of about 10%. Next slide, please. So again, the summary, we have a loss of $6.64 million in Health Services Agency revenue, resulting in a net reduction in $4.52 million with our supplemental changes. Our reduction of 74.4 FTE positions includes 11.6 FTE filled positions, which are primarily through our behavioral health. And overall, our FTE reductions are among our behavioral health centers and our public health divisions. So to meet budget this year, we have focused on mandated and reimbursable services. We have proposed to close our laboratory and radiology services in health centers, moving to a referral-based programming. We are proposing to end non-mandated services, such as funding for MHCAN, GEMA, and suicide prevention program. And we've also reduced our behavioral health room and board rates to align with state and regional averages. Since this last week, we have actually as it was brought up in our discussion and in public comment, we have reached out to Encompass over this past week to address the room and board rate issue, and we're confident that we have a plan for them to maintain Casa Pacific to be open while maintaining our proposed rate of $75 per day. And just a reminder that these reductions that we have proposed in our budget do not reflect the impact that we are expecting to see from federal and state policy changes. And with that, I will turn it over to Assistant CEO Nicole Coburn.
So we are here today because on April 29th, our office presented the proposed budget and asked the CEO to look at restorations in a variety of areas. Again, on June 3rd, during HSA's budget hearing, the board directed the CEO to add some additional programs and services to the restoration options that we're presenting today. And so I'm going to review those with you. So in terms of laboratory services, we're recommending an extension, a 90-day extension that would allow for the agency to establish the streamlined referral process within the community. This would continue laboratory operations until September 30th, 2025 at a cost of about almost $81,000. We also recognize that MHCAN, as you've heard throughout the budget hearings, provides an important service in Santa Cruz. Due to this, we reached out to the city manager of the city of Santa Cruz. Initially, there was thinking that they were going to have to conduct a thorough review of their homeless services programming and funding. As of this week, he reached back out and said that they would be able to agree to a $100,000 contribution. This is because the HOPES program is going to be ending at this fiscal year due to the implementation and launch of our 24/7, 365 mobile crisis response program. So because the city of Santa Cruz helps to fund that program, their allocation to that program, 100,000 of it will be shifting from HOPES to MHCAN based on our conversation. Because of that, we're recommending that the MHCAN contract be restored at a cost of almost $478,000. And this was the revised request that was submitted in coordination with MHCAN. Next, in terms of Gemma House, we've been working with HSA regarding the Gemma House and a transition. We are pleased to tell the board and the community that we are recommending Gemma House transition from New Life Community Service to Janus of Santa Cruz. Janus has an existing contract with the Health Services Agency in relationship to the Prop 47 funding. They operate a number of recovery residences for the county with that Prop 47 funding. So we are recommending that Janus operate Gemma House under this alternate model in terms of a recovery residence, which would still serve the same population of women reentering the community. This would be cost neutral to the general fund. I will add that in May, the Santa Cruz County Community Corrections Partnership approved the use of up to $150,000 in our AB 109 treatment and intervention services funding to help support the Gemma House. This one-time funding may be needed for some deferred maintenance or one-time startup costs. Our staff did walk through the Gemma House last Thursday. They found that the house was generally in very good shape. So we'll be working and coordinating with HSA and probation to determine if we need to use any of that $150,000 on any of the deferred maintenance or startup needs. We'll continue to partner with HSA to ensure a smooth transition. The remaining 2 women who are living at the Gemma House are being transitioned to other living arrangements. And HSA is going to modify its fiscal year 2025-26 contract with Janus, to incorporate the Gemma House as another recovery residence. According to our conversations with Janus and the Janus CEO, they are hoping to have a grand reopening over the summer, which I'm sure they'll invite you to. The next restoration that we were asked to look at is the syringe litter cleanup services. We are recommending the restoration of the CAB contract for syringe litter cleanup in South County at a cost of $40,000. The city of Santa Cruz has indicated a willingness to modify its downtown streets contracts, which serve the city of Santa Cruz. They would modify the schedule to ensure syringe litter cleanup, both downtown and at the Emmeline campus. And hopefully we'll receive an update on that soon. Lastly, at the budget hearing you had last week with HSA, you had asked us to look at restoring integrated behavioral health services at the Freedom Campus Health Center. We took a look at that and we're recommending to restore one full-time equivalent senior mental health client specialist 1 position and 0.75 FTEs of psychiatrists on the locum tenens contracts. All of these positions are revenue generating. We've had some challenges with recruiting, but assuming we can recruit into the position and reestablish the contracts, we believe that we will be able to draw down Medi-Cal reimbursement and cover the full cost, which is about $347,000 for the psychiatrists and almost $47,000 for the full-time position. So with that, the restorations would cost almost $1.4 million. And next, I'm going to turn to how we would fund these restorations. First, as you know, we have very limited places to go in terms of figuring out how to fund these services and programs without requiring a cut to departments in the county. We have identified general fund contribution that we could move in order to facilitate these restorations. First, we are recommending that some of the restorations be funded by reallocating the general fund contribution of $500,000 for the Capitola Road culvert repair. This project is part of the Zone 5 Drainage District, which services the areas of Live Oak and the city of Capitola. As you know, the Zone 5 residents pay property taxes and development fees on new construction to fund stormwater drainage services in Zone 5. There is a fund balance currently of almost $4.3 million in Zone 5, but we have several projects that your board is aware of that we're entering into in this next fiscal year. Additionally, due to the capital improvement needs of deferred maintenance in Zone 5 and based on the Zone 5 master plan, we are anticipating requesting increased residence assessments in winter or spring of 2026. Both due to the fund balance and the upcoming election, we believe the general fund contribution of $500,000 for the repair project can be used on the HSA budget restorations while we pursue an assessment revenue increase on the project. Similar to other new projects in Zone 5, CDI anticipates working on design and environmental work on the projects in this next fiscal year. And then construction on specifically the Capitola Road project would be completed in a subsequent budget. So in addition to this general fund contribution, we also took a look at our general fund contingencies, and we are recommending a reallocation of district sales tax. Initially, we thought this reallocation was going to be higher. It was more around above $300,000, but due to the city of Santa Cruz's reallocation of the $100,000 and some MAW revenue, which is Medi-Cal Administrative Activities revenue for MHCAN, that has lowered this reallocation of Measure K housing-related funding. This Measure K housing-related funding would normally be used on county and unincorporated area general or county unincorporated area housing uses. We would instead, by this reallocation, take that Measure K housing funding, use it on general purposes in the unincorporated area, thus freeing up general fund contribution for these other services. So it's a little bit of moving money around. Then in terms of other funding, MHCAN and the restoration of that contract would be supported by the general fund contribution, as well as that City of Santa Cruz funding I mentioned of $100,000 and the MAW funding. Finally, Medi-Cal reimbursement revenue would cover the entire cost of those behavioral health services at the Freedom Campus Health Service, and that's almost $500,000. In total, that comes to almost $1.4 million, covering the entire restoration. There are a variety of services that we're not recommending for restoration. The first is the radiology services are recommended to fully transition. The HSA is working on providing that streamlined referral process to providers in the community, and we would recommend closing that on June 30th of 2025. We also do not recommend restoring the suicide prevention coordinator. This position is funded by a CDPH grant that ends on August 31st of 2025. The suicide prevention plan, we will note, is going to remain in place, and aspects of the plan are going to be worked on both by behavioral health and public health. And then lastly, the Downtown Outreach Worker Program, which you asked us to take a look at, we are not recommending the county restore this contract. CalAIM does not reimburse for these outreach activities, and the city of Santa Cruz has told us that they will fund and manage the contract on their own. And so the contract would continue within the city of Santa Cruz. So with that, our recommended actions are to approve the HSA proposed budget, also to approve the CEO's budget restoration recommendations and our funding source recommendations. And then, of course, along with these recommendations, everything we're recommending, as well as any other direction we receive today, will be incorporated in the fiscal year 2025-26 budget. We're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. We'll open it up to the public for public comment. See if there's anyone that wishes to address us on this item. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, board. I didn't get my 1 minute, but I will make contact to your staff. I want to say thank you. I am on the board of, thanks to you, we're not closing down MH-CAN. But what we are going to do is empower those that are homeless to be part of changing that one neighborhood. And particularly, you know, Felipe, veterans don't live in the sky. We'd like your help, as you have given us. And so this is one county where you know I'm not going to go away. And right now, that's good news. And I think we can take people who are served there, get them involved to be your partners as supervisors, not just there, but all the way to Watsonville. You who know me know I'm never going to give up. Please don't have me be called by St. Peter. If so, if I've done right, Vets for Vets, what a brand. See what you can do to move that forward, and we'll bring it to Watsonville. Over and out. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name's Serge Cagno, present member of the Human Services Advisory Work Group and past member of the Mental Health Advisory Board. I'm the director of Stepping Up Santa Cruz. We do CalAIM case management for those on Medi-Cal experiencing homelessness and those with significant mental health challenges. I come before you to in support of funding MH-CAN for the staff's recommendation. As you know, MH-CAN provides services to many clients who are minimally connected to any other service provider in the community. MH-CAN is a place of safety, support, advocacy, classes, computers, showers, clothes, and food. Stepping Up Santa Cruz and MH-CAN are creating a partnership to provide case management for the medical needs and housing needs of MH-CAN members. In the short term, I ask you to continue to fund MH-CAN. I also ask you to request the City of Santa Cruz to modify their special use permit for their requirement of private security, which is part of what the cost is, unnecessary cost on their contract, to either remove the private security requirement because they haven't had any incidents in the last few years, or to allow a MH-CAN staff or volunteer to support that role. The other permit limitations, I would also ask the city for you to request the City of Santa Cruz look at modifying the daily limit on members and the limit on serving food to members. In the long term, I would ask you to support MH-CAN and other small nonprofits who may have county funded cut or limited, and the state funding and the federal funding that's being cut and limited, to have county staff assist nonprofits in finding other sources of funding There are a lot of nonprofits that are very small and very inexperienced on finding grants. And if there's staff that find different kinds of grants, to letting them know, we're going to be cutting your contract. We can help you. We can write a letter of support. We can sign off on your grant application. That would really be a large assistance to the nonprofits. Again, I ask for your support for MHCAN. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Hernandez and board members. My name is Betsy Clark and I live in the city of Santa Cruz. And I came here today to express my shock and my deep concern for the closing of the Telos Crisis Residential Program. Also, I came here ready to say the same about Pacific, but I understand that that has been restored and I'm very grateful for that, very grateful. As you may know, this will be a loss of 10 beds for step down from locked care or for avoidance of locked care. This will create chaos and worse for families dealing with people in the hospital or trying to avoid the hospital or the locked care. And I think that this is an incredibly ineffective way to save money because of the effect on the entire system. I think everyone will agree that we already have a shortage of beds, of crisis beds and transitional beds. And so in this system, this will back up the system and exacerbate the financial situation greatly because people will stay longer in locked care or go out of town at additional cost. Also, there are criminal justice initiatives that utilize these beds and apparently fairly well to reduce their time in incarceration or avoid it. I have worked closely with County Behavioral Health over 30 years, and now as a board member of NAMI and a helpline volunteer for NAMI, I stay connected as an advocate and supporter of the people served by behavioral health. I just have to say, I am surprised and dismayed at the suddenness of these decisions, or this decision, I guess I was adding Casapi, and the narrative that's being spread that the county abruptly defunded these services as part of these budget cuts. If you notice, they're not in the budget cuts.
Thank you.
How did this happen?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is James Ewing Whitman. You know, I'm honestly not sure what the overall budget with the county is. I know a couple of years ago it was 1.3 million. From what I saw, the two screenshots, you guys were looking at restoring about $4 million to services that were cut. My understanding is the revenue is 289 million and you guys are expecting to spend 330. That's at least 25% of this budget. What I find interesting is when you go outside and you look at the binders, there's three. Two of the binders have almost 2,900 pages, but this item, which is at a minimum of 1/4 of the budget, is less than 30 pages. I think that's kind of odd. Oh, good. That was the nice part. So what's happened here over the past 6 years with the health? You know, where's the accountability? What is going on? You know, how many people have been harmed by these closures that were supposedly put forth by some kind of logical medical standards? And really, what's next? Where is the accountability? And I'll give you an example of accountability. I left here this morning. I went to the city. Once again, for whatever reason, the person in charge, Mr. Keeley, forgot about people being able to make public comments on the consent agenda item, and I made the mistake of going. That wasn't the ideal thing to do. So it led to some funny dialogue. He took me aside during a break and we had a good conversation. Hey, call a point of order. Then he spent 3 or 4 minutes talking about that actual practice. And I left that to come here on time to find out something was going on. And I called a point of order because I was confused at the paperwork. And I don't think anybody would really be happy with the head attorney, Mr. Jason Heath, the way he handled that. At least there's a paper trail and a trail of that. So we are all in this together. I'm only here because I actually care. I don't want to be always critical, but we can all do better. I'll start with myself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Neil Richmond. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I've been working for Santa Cruz County HSA since 2011. I want to tell you 3 things in less than 2 minutes. Number 1, eliminating radiology services at the 2 health centers will have a negative effect on patient care and patient outcomes. Number 2, it will likely result in an overall increased cost to county through increased utilization of other services. Number 3, I have a proposal to maintain critical X-ray services and reduce costs at the same time. Number 1, patient care and outcomes. The 2 HSA health centers receive direct and indirect referrals from the 2 Santa Cruz County Hospital emergency rooms on a regular basis for patients with acute musculoskeletal injuries such as fractures and dislocations. Any comparison to other FQHCs, which either do not have orthopedic surgery services or do not receive these same type of acute injury referrals, is comparing apples with oranges. These type of injuries are time sensitive. They require timely assessment and treatment in order to have the best chance for good outcomes. A delay in assessment and treatment can result in a requirement for more complex treatments with more risk, both which reduce the chance for a good outcome that would have otherwise occurred with timely treatment. Eliminating and outsourcing the X-ray services introduces delay, and I just told you how that can compromise outcomes. Number 2, delaying treatment can also increase costs downstreams. Complex treatments are more expensive, are associated with prolonged recovery, increased utilization of rehabilitation services and medical devices, along with increased utilization of in-home care and transportation services, etc. Number 3, compromise solution. My proposal is to reduce X-ray services to 2 days a week to coincide with orthopedic clinic schedule. Other clinic providers can order X-rays to be performed on these days. This new schedule can help make X-ray utilization more efficient, moving towards a more revenue-neutral operation. It represents a 60% reduction instead of 100% elimination.
Thank you.
Hi, board. Liam McLaughlin with SKU 521. First, I just want to thank you guys for your questions and comments at the hearing earlier today. I think they were really instructive. I'm asking you to not shut down the lab and radiology services. I think you guys had put a directive to personnel to come up with alternatives, and from the hearing this morning, it sounds like they failed to do that. And I think this is, it's been a 50-year-old highly successful program that Santa Cruz has that should be proud of and should stand behind. And let's not vote that away without having really done all of our due diligence that you guys asked the personnel to do. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Bodsky. I've worked and lived in Santa Cruz County since 2012. I'm here to just voice my strong support of MHCAN. My journey with MHCAN began after I was discharged from a psychiatric hold and was placed in Telos, where I was to remain there for 2 weeks and recover before returning home. During my stay there, MHCAN came and stopped by and did a few groups with me. The folks that joined us were called shadow speakers, and they were really people who did peer support. They didn't just talk, they shared their stories, which I found to be very impactful in my recovery. They talked about mental health struggles, addiction, recovery, loss, and hope. They told us that we are welcome to come to MHCAN at any time. If you want to have groups, if you want to have coffee, food, or just someone to talk to. I was in awe after that visit. Their stories didn't just inspire me, it gave me hope. For the first time, I realized I wasn't alone. I saw a future where I could give back to the community too. Maybe even share my own story one day to help others. Before that day, I've never heard of the term peer support, but in that moment, I felt it and it changed my life. MHCAN has been a profoundly positive force in my life. I truly believe I wouldn't be where I am today without that first introduction at Telos. And this is just one story, right? I often wonder how many others in the community have had a similar experience and how many lives have changed because MHCAN was there at the right moment. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Alice Morrison. I've been a longtime resident of Santa Cruz County. I'm also here to speak in support of MHCAN. And I'd like to just point out that for every professional dollar that is spent on MHCAN, untold amounts of community effort and mutual aid and mutual support are leveraged as well. There's no way to measure the amount of additional support and additional aid that people are willing and able to bring when they have a place to bring it and a framework with which to utilize it. So for every dollar that's spent there, we have no idea how much more the community is bringing forth to help one another. It's a format that's being emulated all over the country right now by people who are excited to reduce budgets while increasing mutual aid. And it would be a shame to waste it now by defunding it. So I understand there's further budget cuts in the making, but keep in mind, there's no better group to leverage $1 of official funding than hundreds of volunteers who are providing mutual aid. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tamar, and I really appreciate that you managed to get funding for a lot of these services. Every bit of service that you save really matters. I guess I'd also like to say that I know that there's many people in the county jail experiencing mental health crises, and that we spend $10,000 to $15,000 per person per month on incarceration. And it would be great if down the road we could capture some of that funding for mental health facilities that might treat those people better. Thank you.
Bernie Gomez, yeah, kind of just echoing what the previous speaker said. I was just thinking about, you know, this county spends $49 million to operate its jails, you know, whether it's FTEs and all that stuff, right? Medical, food, all that stuff. So, but the first things that go on the chopping block, right? It's always the health services, you know, those things that are, yeah, that, you know, address the vulnerable community, you know, the folks that are struggling. So I'm just thinking about cuts and like all those things that are coming forward, you know, it's like there has to be a strong will to do something different. And going to Supervisor De Serpa's comment of belt tightening, you know, like there has to be some like genuine hard conversations, you know, about who's in our jails. And how can a lot of the folks in the jails, right, are waiting for beds, you know, to go to get rehabilitation services, you know, and that's directly from the sheriff, you know, and for some of the research that we've done too. A lot of the people that are there also are struggling with homelessness and substance abuse, right? And it's more costly to just leave people in jail, right? And it's more cost effective to build that health infrastructure, right, where we don't end up in the situation that we are in today, where gracias to the staff, right, for doing their diligence and finding, you know, ways to support MHCAN and you know and others, right. But I think if we just kind of restructure a little bit, right, and you know, those are hard conversations that need to happen, but they need to happen, and that's just the reality of it, right? Because the needs in our community are not criminal anymore; now they're health related. You know, so with that being said, thank you.
Yeah, thank you again for funding, for being able to find this funding, but I think you're putting a lot of pressure on HSA and Health and Human Services to do that work of finding the money. And I just want to raise again this example at and with the dollar numbers. So, and this is state, but it's an example of what we can do locally. State of California has saved $620 million, and that's annual savings. It's not a one-time. Since 2021 by closing prison facilities. So the prison, we've been able to do that at the state level because of declining population, and there's been no impact to public safety. Here in our county, we've also been seeing declining numbers in both youth and adult jails, and yet related budgets continue to actually increase, even adding new correctional staff. So I think it's just highlighting that, and the fact that it costs more. It costs more to incarcerate. And what we're doing is we're criminalizing mental health. We're criminalizing poverty, criminalizing homelessness. We know the numbers are outrageous. People who are homeless and with mental health issues in our jails. So we need to support MHCAN. Thank you. We need to support these preventative services, and we need to take people out of jails and put that money into these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Jason, your microphone's now available.
Hello. Yes, this is Jason Johnston. I'm a physician assistant with the Homeless Persons Health Project and SIU 521 member. So I just wanted to point out that at 2 prior hearings, board members instructed HSA administration to produce alternatives to the closure of radiology and to the closure of laboratory services, and HSA administration did not give you alternatives. So I would propose that the board shelves these closures until we're given alternatives, and the board can make an informed decision. A good example of an alternative, we currently have revenue generating positions where hiring has been frozen by HSA administration. Revenue generating positions like the nurse practitioner or HVHB, we're currently not being allowed to hire, even though in past board communications, the admin says they make up to $2 million per year in Medi-Cal revenue for a nurse for a clinician in the county clinic system. We have a severely impacted clinic in South County with new patient slots 4 to 5 months out, with the only FQHC in South County taking new adult patients for more than a year. If we were to add a single provider, we would fund lab and radiology services for the county of Santa Cruz by adding that position. For some reason, these proposals don't look at how to increase revenue. They only look at how to privatize and cut costs. And as the last point, I would say we are not just another FQHC. We're the county clinic system. We are the safety net to the safety net. We are the primary medical home for people who are homeless in the county of Santa Cruz, North and South County. We are the primary medical home for people with serious mental illness. We are the primary partner for communicable disease, for HIV, for tuberculosis, for syphilis, for countless other health problems. You're cutting the services most critical to the most highest need population in this county. Please consider this with more information at your next hearing.
Amber, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors members and others in the room. Just wanted to empathize with how difficult it is to
Amber, can you please resume your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just empathizing that it's extremely challenging to get creative about funding and look at programs and what the community needs. And just that Santa Cruz County is extremely innovative as it's related to other counties in the state. So thank you for that and continuing to be creative. Janice looks forward to supporting New Life with transitioning Gemma and maintaining the original intention of Gemma as the founders intended it for, and supporting women back into reentry into our community. We hope to, once we have a contract, do a ribbon cutting maybe in Recovery Month in September, and look forward to partnering with the CAO's office and the community and HSA and delivering outcome-based metrics and transparency to the community on how we're doing. So just wanted to say that, and if there's any questions, please feel free.
Heather, your microphone's now available.
Hi, my name is Heather Love. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
with the County of Santa Cruz for the past 4.5 years. I want to echo everything said by Jason Johnston. The elimination of vital programs and services coming so quickly without any engagement from the frontline staff that provides these services. A lot of how this is done comes across as very disingenuous, as we see that provider positions can fund themselves and more. Why are the positions being frozen? Why is the psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner position not open for the past 2 years, well before anyone was elected to the current presidency? I have a lot of questions of why it is so difficult for anyone to even, impossible for someone to submit an application to this position while we currently rely on locum tenens who are much more expensive to provide the same services. And I feel that it's being just accepted. I hear it's being said that these positions are hard to fill. I have a lot of questions. Who is recruiting for these positions? Who is making it so that even an interested person can't even submit an application by not even posting the position for 2 years? Why is it that revenue generating positions are not being recruited for, posted, open, and the lists aren't being released? I don't see any reason for that to be the case. As a taxpayer, as a resident, as a community member, as a provider, I'm very, very concerned about the issue there. Thank you.
We have no further speakers.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to the board and then turn it back over to the chair.
Yes, we'll bring it back to the board, see if anybody has any comments or questions. We'll start to my right. I was like to do that.
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Serpa.
Thank you. And thanks to, our staff and our leadership here for digging deep and finding alternatives to cutting some of these needed services. I do want to deeply thank you on behalf of myself, the community, many people out there. I do have a couple of questions. We have a brand new behavioral health director, Dr. Sandoval, and I see her sitting out there. So we're grateful to have her here with us. But I think, what has been identified in the past and recently is that there's not really a continuum of care for our behavioral health. People struggling with behavioral health issues in our community. So can I just hear out loud, like, I understand that we proposed a rate cut to some of these community groups, Encompass for Telos and Casa Pacifica. Can you just talk about Telos? I mean, it seems like all of a sudden it just like closed with no warning. Could you talk a little bit about like what happened? I'm guessing we had a contract with them for a long time. Was it not being monitored? Did we have any indication that it was at risk of closing?
Yes, I'll start with some comments, and then I'll invite Dr. Sandoval to come up with any additional comments. So in knowing that we were in a budget deficit for behavioral health, behavioral health had been working with all of their facilities who they contract with for room and board, including Encompass. They've had many discussions. On February 18th, we did provide written notice to all of our facilities, including Encompass, about the change in rates and the rationale behind that. We offered some listening sessions following that announcement. And then following that, Encompass shared with us that they would be closing Telos in May. But I'll invite Dr. Sandoval if there's any additional information to share.
Hi, good afternoon. So speaking to the issue of the Telos closure. So as you mentioned, Supervisor De Serpa, I'm about a month in
to the position here, what I can share with you is that within the second week that I started in the position, we received notice. So that was early May. We received notice from Encompass that they would be closing the facility, and it was pretty rapid, and we did not have any opportunity to work with them around any alternate solutions to the facility. I think that they were in a dire financial situation and just had to make some very rapid decisions. So we had no opportunity to address anything. What I can tell you is that when a similar circumstance started to roll out with Casa Pacific, we jumped very quickly, and I coordinated with our team and with the CEO at Encompass and said, let's try to figure this out. We need these beds. We need our community to be served. And we were able yesterday to come to an agreement to ensure that the facility will remain open and operational for this coming fiscal year. And we will use this fiscal year to continue to work with them as an organization to ensure that our community has beds. And as a department, we need to figure out how do we grow this continuum of care. There's a real discrepant amount of beds in our community between the substance use beds and our mental health beds. 26 beds we have now that we've been able to keep Casa Pacific open.
On the mental health side?
On the mental health side. And so I also think that it'd be helpful to share with you that there is an important distinction between the rate reimbursement. So what the behavioral health department worked very hard to evaluate was the residential room and board rate, and did some comparisons around other Northern California county room and board rate reimbursements, and found that on the low end in neighboring counties, there was a $45 a day rate, and on the high end, almost 75. And so, staff here decided, well, we want to make sure that we're able to be comparable and set a $75 day rate. But that's for the room and board rate only. That's in addition to the daily reimbursement rate for the mental health services, which is around $400 a day. So they are getting both options to bring in revenue to the facilities for the services as well as the room and board. So definitely work to do to grow the continuum of care. Absolutely.
Are there any benchmarks for a county of our size, population of people suffering from mental health that we're serving, and how many continuum of care beds there should be in a community?
So that is a really important question. Part of what I've been starting to dig into with the team is how do we do a much more robust assessment of comparables and really determine those things. What does our community actually need to have a comparable continuum? So I don't have the answers to those questions, but I will be working with the team and trying to decipher that and have a really robust assessment that in the coming months we'll be able to share with you.
Thank you. And I know that, for example, I personally have placed people in an assisted living, which then mental health provided a patch. So I know some of the recipients of clients who have mental health needs that are older and have well controlled symptoms can often be placed in an assisted. So I'm wondering if we couldn't grow that idea to expand some of the beds in the other facilities, for example.
Yeah, there's I think a whole continuum of residential care needs. Of course, there's our crisis residential facilities, there's our social rehabilitation facilities, and then I think you're talking about facilities that are really about more once someone's stabilized, how do we really help them sustain that stabilization?
Exactly. Thank you very much for answering the questions. And then there have been, we've been getting, as a board, getting email about management positions, lots of management positions, and is management being asked to downsize or to cut any positions? And I'll let maybe health services speak to that. Thanks.
Yeah, so for this budget proposal, we did have cuts across the board, all staffing levels, which includes even our executive staff. We released one of our assistant director positions. So we saw that happen. Proportionally, of course, we have the largest representation from our SEIU staff. So proportionally, they, just by the numbers, they had the highest number of staffing that were proposed to be reduced in our budget. I'll turn it over to our Director of Admin, Jessica Randolph, for anything further.
I think you covered it all unless you have specific questions.
Do we have a percentage of the cuts?
We do have the percentages, so I can go ahead and read them. Just to know if you want that detail. So one was from the executive management, so that's about 8%.
65.60 FTEs were from SEIU, which equates to about 11%. 5 were for mid-managers, which is about a little over 5.45%. And then 1.80 FTE was from the UAPD physicians group, which is about 9.5%.
Thank you. And I think the last thing I would say is that, like the orthopedic surgeon talked about when he came up, I do think that cutting the 2 radiology positions is likely a mistake. And so if there was anything that we could do to save those positions today, I would vote for that. Delaying the care of people with severe or orthopedic injuries by having to send them somewhere and wait, and then who's reading it, and then we got to wait till it comes up on the system. I mean, that could take more than a day to get, or several days to get people served in the right way. And so I think being able to have quick reads of imaging in the clinics is really important for people's care. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to start by thanking you all for the presentation. And I think, and also I just want to thank the public for their advocacy and for coming out. One of the most important programs for me to save was MHCAN, and I'm just glad that we're able to keep that moving because it has a lot of importance for, all the folks in our county, but in particular, a lot of folks in the 3rd district who, for many, this is like the only day services that we have for people who have mental health issues. And, it's not just for people who are unhoused, it's for people who are housed as well. And it provides a great service to a lot of folks in Santa Cruz. And so truly want to thank staff for working with the city. And then also want to thank the city. I received an email last night from the mayor saying that the city was going to contribute $100,000 to help support MHCAN. So that investment alone from the city just really signifies how important this program is and that they're willing to invest along with the county. So it's not just the county investing in these types of services. I still struggle, and I do want to express my appreciation for at least the extension for the lab services. I do have a concern that we don't have a similar extension for radiology. It seems like, as we've been hearing over the past few meetings, there is some interest in the staff, in the line level staff being able to come back with some proposals and working with SEIU. And yeah, I think to Supervisor Surface point with the radiology just kind of ending at the end of the month, even if we had a little bit carryover to figure out what that transition in terms of service providers will be, but also having an opportunity for some of the workers to come back and present us with their ideas, I think would give us a little bit of a window of opportunity to hear another perspective and potential alternatives to what's being proposed. I know that there are going to be some cuts happening with some of the other positions and other services. But, I think that this is kind of the tip of the iceberg when we start thinking about this, because as we move into the fall, it's the message that we've been receiving from the feds is pretty clear that they're going to jam these awful budget proposals through. And if they make it through, then, the fall is going to be a much bleaker position. But I think that, if we can maintain at least a little bit more of radiology and what that might, and so maybe that's a question of like, if we were to maintain radiology through the same time period, like how much more would that cost?
For the same time period, I'll just need a moment to look that up. For the year, it's about 500,000. So,
right. Jennifer, I have that number. Okay,
that would be great.
Based on the estimates that HSA put together, a 3 months extension of radiology would be $129,896.
I think, in the grand scheme of things, I know it's not perfect, but, I do think that based on what we've heard, we're trying to reach some kind of compromise here and provide a little bit of extension. And I guess when would we know who the next provider is going to be and where those services will be located?
We have those agreements in place already. And I do want to reiterate what we stated earlier during the hearing, that around 63% of our radiology services are sent out, and we only do about 37% of radiology services, and it's only x-rays. So we do have a weekly average of combined, it's just over at the Emmeline and Watsonville Health Centers only, combined totals about 44 weekly average. So that's about 20 at each site. If you look at the daily average, we're looking around 4 per day. So if we are going to have an extension of radiology by 3 months, what we would be looking at is similar to what was discussed earlier is, it does give us more time to really think about their patient experience and see and engage with staff about, what are some other options we can look at. But certainly because of the way we're financed as a federally qualified health center with our PPS rate, we can't, when patients come into our door and they see their primary care provider, they get an X-ray, which is the best sort of intervention, right? To do it just all in one go. We only get one payment for the bundle of services that the patient provides. We can't bill separately for that X-ray service or that imaging service. So if we are going to look at an extension of radiology for 3 months, again, we would certainly look at how do we support our patients in a transition? We'd be working out a transition plan, but long term, it doesn't fit our business model as an FQHC to maintain this service. We'd have to be creating a completely different service in order to be financially feasible with maintaining radiology.
And just a question for Ms. Coburn about where we would come up with the money if we were going to extend the 129. Where would you recommend?
Yeah, I would recommend, because we got the additional money from the city of Santa Cruz and the MA revenue, that essentially dropped the Measure K reallocation by $128,000. So this 3-month extension is basically almost equal to that at almost $130,000. So we would probably just re-raise that reallocation of taking from the Measure K housing funding and doing that redirect with general fund.
Thank you. I think in terms of patient care and really trying to make sure there's a smooth transition, I think that would be a good investment for the board to consider. It's not perfect. I really want to see us not lose these positions, but just seeing where we're at and the difficult decisions the position we're in, it does provide the workers with a little bit more time if they want to bring forward a proposal. And it provides us a little bit more time with trying to make sure that there's continual patient care and making sure that as patients may be transitioning to other services that, they have some time, because not everybody may be going into to see the provider within the next 2 weeks. And so I think this would be a good proposal for a transition. And it sounds like there's funding for it. So I would like to see that included. But I do also want to make sure that I think it's really important that, regardless of the decision that's made today, that the people who are in these positions, that there's a meaningful attempt at making sure that they can, if there's other positions that are available, that they can move on to those positions at the same rate of pay. Like, we don't want to see people losing, going down in terms of their salaries. And so to the extent that we can make sure that workers going to be offered another position, I think that that's really important too, because one of the things I'm hearing is, we can't cover the cost. And so it seems like there needs to be an effort at redesigning that model. And, the cost recovery, if there's some flaws with it, let's work that out. But we should be trying to retain our workers to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I'd be supportive of something like that too. We'll move on to Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all of your hard work to try to restore some of the services. I agree with my colleagues that seeing MHCAN restored was very important to me as well. I just recognize that, when I talk about or think about that safety net that avoids folks, completely falling through the cracks, I see MHCAN as one of those. So I'm really glad to see that we were able to restore that. I also appreciate just kind of taking that chance and restoring the 2 behavioral health positions. I know that that's recruitment is a challenge, and the intent is that they'll bill Medi-Cal to reimburse for their costs. And I hope that works. I hope that if we see that be successful, that it's something that we can look at for further restoration of positions. I know it's often a balance of, bringing somebody on and then hoping that they cover their costs, but it's a worthwhile effort if we're able to prove that it works. When it gets to some of the harder conversations, the harder discussions around the lab and the radiology, the impact on our workforce, the impact on our patients and our community, it's we're really in a difficult spot. For years, our clinics have been bleeding out, right? We've been operating at a deficit and plugging the holes through general fund or through other sources. And there never is a good time to, you got to stop this and we have to right size. But if there was a time, in my opinion, it's now, because what's ahead is incredibly threatening to our ability to provide any of these services in the future. And for the folks who came up and talked about the value of our clinics, the hardest to serve, those experiencing homelessness, those with the most acute mental health challenges, the most acute physical health conditions, that's who comes to our clinic. And that clinic needs to be there even when the federal government reduces Medicaid eligibility or the state government reduces, our ability to bill for the folks who need our clinics. And so while the trade-off is hard because lab and radiology is so important to care, I think right now when I'm weighing the scale, I'm looking at like the most critical, essential services that will keep our community healthy and a clinic there for the next 2 to 4 years, given what's ahead. And so that's where I'm at. And that's what's putting me in a position of like reluctantly approving these reductions, because in my view, it's an attempt to preserve the clinic and the safety net for our most vulnerable for the next couple of years. I would also support any effort to do a smooth transition. So if that motion comes forward, I'd be supportive of that. And in that, I would love to see greater engagement and collaboration with the workforce and those who know our patients well, is to know like what's going to work for them. If there's a reduction in hours of lab or location of radiology, like how are we going to create a seamless transition? I think that our workforces are the best people to educate us about that. So I hope that they can be engaged. But it's our responsibility to make tough choices to preserve what we have. And that's the position I feel like I'm in today. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to continue this discussion a little bit about potential options for radiology. We heard from one of our employees who works closely on this issue that with the suggestion of offering radiology 2 days a week. Could you compare that option to this sort of idea of a 3-month ramp? And I mean, I understand it would be an ongoing cost, but on the other hand, we know radiology costs about $500,000, but generates $80,000. We know that if we schedule someone to come back on another day, then when they're there for their initial appointment, maybe some of those costs are billable. Or maybe in some instances, an appointment where we think there's an issue could be scheduled on a day when we know radiology is open. Could you just walk through that option a little bit?
Yes. So currently our radiology has 2 staff in it, or 3 staff, 2 FTE total. There's not much more we can go to reduce that. So radiology technicians need to have a chief of radiologists to provide the supervision. That's just per certifications and licensures. So that cost, and the greatest cost to a radiology program, similar across the board, is salaries and staffing. And so what we're looking at is, I think it's approximately about $400,000 for staffing, but now with reduced hours, now with reduced services. So we would have to explore that with how the math actually works in terms of how many visits, just how it would work. But it goes back to, I go back to my other point of the way that we are financed with the prospective payment service. We just get the bundled rate. So even if we have patients coming in, and primarily the driver of people coming in is because they want to see a clinician, so we get that bundled rate. We don't get an additional funding for, the X-ray service.
Yep, I get it. I mean, yeah, totally. And of course, the difference though is that radiology, those same patients, they might be comfortable coming to Emmeline or the Freedom Campus, but now we're going to be sending them somewhere else, different part of town. So it's the situation is a little bit different on radiology, as far as I can tell, in terms of the potential impact to follow-up care. And so, yeah, that's what I'm curious. I mean, could we reduce it to one full-time person? Maybe that is in Watsonville one day and Emmeline another.
So you're describing having a person work both locations, but still work 40 hours, or you're having them reduce their hours? Like,
Yes, there's a full-time 40-hour
one full-time
person
back and forth.
Yeah, and just reduce the number of days that we actually provide those services.
Right. Well, we could definitely run the numbers, especially if you do the extension for 3 months. That's something we could run those scenarios and see, and work with staff, like I said, to engage with them and evaluate that potential or that possibility.
Okay, I appreciate that. One other question that's come up is, it was mentioned by a member of the public, was the fact that we haven't actually advertised our psychiatric nurse practitioner positions. And so I'm glad to see the restoration of the money for the locum tenens, psychiatrist, and the other mental health position. But one question that comes up in my mind is, well, are we at the same time eliminating a psychiatric nurse practitioner position that we never advertised, and that now we're going to kind of locked into funding a more expensive locum tenens psychiatrist rather than, a nurse practitioner who can do, much of the same work for less money?
I just want clarification, because you're saying psychiatric nurse practitioner. I thought wasn't a senior mental health client specialist what we added back in, so there might be confusion.
Okay. Exactly. I don't think that they are being added back in.
Oh, so you were thinking something else was being added back in.
I'm just curious. Well, first of all, did we ever advertise for that position? And second of all, by committing to locum tenens, but then eliminating for a locum tenens psychiatrist, but eliminating other positions, including a psychiatric nurse practitioner position, are we sort of locking ourselves into paying more for these services than we could if we maintained a psychiatric nurse practitioner position, actually posted that?
I would say we locked in. I think we could do both simultaneously. I mean, we are trying to reduce just the kind of the risk of the amount of FTEs that we have on the books due to our structural deficit. So we can continue to utilize the locums, and we could potentially add a position back in, or we had a lot of unfunded positions as well. But historically, we have not been successful in the recruitment and retention in those positions. I don't have the stats, unfortunately, of when we last filled them. We have a whole spreadsheet. I can get it for you, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, this is not just when we last filled them, but when did we actually advertise for this, right? I mean, because we're hearing from someone who's doing the work, wondering when the position is going to be open. They're looking at it, not seeing it actually ever advertised, and now seeing it go away.
We work closely with personnel, human resources on recruitment efforts for our positions, and especially for our hard to recruit positions, such as, nurse practitioners and clinicians. And I do want to clarify that we don't have a hiring freeze. So we've been hiring. We've been judicious with our hiring, given our budget situation and in the proposal that we're bringing forward. But we have not had a hiring freeze in HSA.
Okay. Finally, I want to touch on the funding for MHCAM, which I agree, it's an essential service, and I think the money that we put into the service comes back in spades. What I am, however, cautious about is where we're looking to get the funding, which is to basically remove it from the zone, from the Capitola Road culvert project, which at first sounded okay, fine to me, great, Zone 5 will backfill. The problem is, when I looked at it a little bit more, Zone 5 actually, first of all, it's a flood control district, and this is actually in many ways a bridge project. I mean, it's a very large culvert, but if that culvert washes out, which is under a road that moves 15,000 people a day, the effect will not be flooding and property damage, which is the purview of Zone 5. It will be the loss of a major arterial in our road network. And so this really is a road project and not a Zone 5 project. And moreover, Zone 5 has, I think $60 million in high priority or $60 million in total projects identified, about 22 to 40 million of which are high priority. And so that extra money that's in the Zone 5 budget is not like, oh yeah, sure, no, it's earmarked for some very important projects. And if we take this money away from the culvert project, it's just not going to happen. The other thing is, even if the Zone 5 money was there, I would be concerned about just continuing to defer maintenance at, and cut funding away from, from infrastructure. And so even if that $500,000 was available, I'd say, great, let's spend it on the next highest priority culvert or culverts in the county. Maybe there's something under Mount Herman Road or Freedom Boulevard. I mean, these are comparable roads, right? I mean, 15,000 people a day. We need to address these vital infrastructure projects because otherwise the floor falls out from under us. I mean, we're talking about like potentially a $5-10 million fix. And then where's that money going to come from, right? If the worst happens. So, I mean, I think we've I guess I'd pose the question. To our assistant CAO, if there's other places you looked at getting the funding but are not recommending.
Yeah, well, I first want to note that in regards to Zone 5, it has a stable revenue base, and we're actually in discussions with Director Machado about potentially issuing bonds so that we can get more projects done. This is a stable revenue source. We could bond against this revenue stream and actually get more, accelerate projects. So that's one idea we have, particularly with the revenue increase that we want to go out to voters for in winter and spring of 2026. This could bring even more revenue in and a higher level of bonding. So that's one thing. And the other thing is for all of the high priority projects that Zone 5 is working on, they will all probably be in design and environmental, including Capitola Road in the next fiscal year. And so Director Machado could speak to which ones would go to construction, but a lot of them, if not all of them, would probably extend into the 26-27 fiscal year in terms of construction. So to have it complete in next fiscal year is probably not realistic anyway. And so we're just trying to figure out ways to maximize the funding we have. But in terms of other places to go within the county, we are already thinking through, reducing travel, looking at professional services, looking at extra help. There are ways we can go to reduce the county budget, but we're going to need a lot of those mechanisms in October when we come back to you. And so we probably will end up going and looking at all of these other places to reduce the county budget in multiple departments. But at this time, we're recommending taking the $500,000 for the Capitola Road.
All right. I mean, I see Director Machado in the audience. Could you comment on the timing of projects?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I can share a little insight there. So for that culvert, Nicole's correct. We're in design. We're going through environmental process. It does take time. I think that, the best time of year to bid these projects out is wintertime. So I mean, clearly that's the target, but that's not a for sure. So I mean, there could be some situations where it wouldn't be ready for next spring construction. So it could slip into the next fiscal year. I think that's a real possibility. But in general, we try to do design projects in the summer, fall, so that we can bid them in the winter so that we can start the next spring or summer. But that gets real close to the next fiscal year. So I think that's a fair statement. And I think it's a fair plan going forward to look at Capitola Road culvert for future budget cycle for construction. So I do think that's a reasonable approach today for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Well, thank you for the presentation. I also appreciate some of the things that were restored, like the mental health specialist, the local attendant, psychiatrist. Hopefully we can find those positions as well. And just like my colleague, Supervisor Cummings, I think labs and radiology are still the concern. Although one of the things that I'm concerned about is the radiology and kind of the service that they'll be able to get somewhere else, like at, I don't know, Watson Community Hospital. But assuring that they have the patients have the same level of care and timeliness, I guess, because the 2-day a week kind of thing also, it's concerning because it's, we fall back into the same issue as like, well, they're not there one day. What if the patients are there, but there's no x-rays or, that they can do that day, and they fall back into the when are they going to come back issue, if that patient returns. But there's no best answer, I don't think, whether it's the 2-day or the extension. The extension does give us time to look into these things. But again, I think the most important thing is that smooth transition and making sure that whatever happens after September, November, that we have a good transition in terms of the level of care. That we have language in these MOUs that we have with either the hospital or with Watson Community Hospital or whoever might be doing the x-rays. I think one of the other things I'd like to see is to make sure that we have a follow-up at our next meeting with sort of an update with the 11 employees, 10.6 employees, that we have an update with what's going on. What have we done to, help them in this process? But other than that, I'll bring it up to the board.
So I'm going to move the recommended actions with the addition that we extend radiology services by 3 months in an amount not to exceed $129,000 and return with alternative recommendations prior to the second meeting in September.
I'll second it. Can we get an update with the 11 employees?
Yes.
Okay.
And that the intention there is that there's been some expression from the board to have staff kind of work with, or have the directors and kind of upper staff work with some of the line staff to see if there's some options that maybe we can consider prior to that, the September 30th closure date. And if there are, if we can have a discussion prior to then, I think it'd be really helpful. If we're going to continue, it may be that we can't find something, we're going to continue on the path that we're currently on. But I think just being able to, especially since the workers have come out and said, we'd like to have a conversation, we'd like to make some proposals, providing that opportunity, I think is just helpful in respect to them as we're moving through this process so that we have taken everything into consideration as possible.
Okay, you got second motion second.
So we have, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, second from Hernandez. We can take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 8. Consider report with additional information on Measure K road operation spending by district and 2017 to 2023 storm disaster spending. Approve the proposed 2025-2026 budget for community development and infrastructure, including any supplemental materials. Take all related actions outlined by and referenced by budget documents. Turn it over to Matt Machado, Director of CDI.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, fellow supervisors. Let me just get my stuff together here. Please. Okay. So as you introduced the item, last week I did present our our CDI proposed and supplemental budget. And your board provided some additional direction that you wanted to see more information on the Measure K spending and road operations. Your direction asked to see the proposed equity of how this money was planned to be spent. And so today I'll provide that analysis. Additionally, your board asked for a disaster action plan that would result in a more resilient roadway network from major storm disasters. And so today I'll provide this information as well. I also want to quickly go over our budget again, just considering that I'm asking you to approve our entire budget today. So I'll recover a little, I'll present some of the same information I did last week. So as you know, community development infrastructure is a combination of planning and public works. Our primary function is to really develop land use policies so that we could build a built environment to serve our community, both from building permit services, sanitation, solid waste, and transportation. Our department mission is focused on attainable housing, reliable transportation, and a sustainable environment. And so just quickly, just so we can recap where we left off last week. So our combined department budget is here, and I just want to make a couple of points. The overall budget is down a bit due to a few factors. And one of those is that we've completed a lot of large projects. We're also seeing some reduced state and federal housing funds, and we're projecting a more uncertain economy. So we're projecting some lower numbers to result in an overall lower budget. Additionally, on this slide, you can see that part of this proposed budget is 4.1 million of Measure K. And this is to provide services in the unincorporated area for both planning and public works. Half of that is in the planning side, the other half is in the public works side, which we'll talk in great detail today on. And then lastly, there's a summary of our proposed staffing changes with 2 additional staff proposed in planning as building techs and 6 additional staff in public works, solid waste division, so that we can transition our recycling program into in-house services. So here's delving into just the public works side of our budget. And so, so you can see that the lower budget is really driven by the completion of some very large projects in nearly all divisions in sanitation and in transportation. And then a part of this proposed budget includes a general fund contribution of 1.98 million. And then, of course, the district sales tax contribution from Measure K of 2.1 million. Most of the general fund investment, about 3.9, is for road and drainage infrastructure, and that's what we'll go into next. And this is obviously a significant investment, and so we'll spend some time on it. And then, of course, I already mentioned the change in staffing. Okay, getting back to where we pretty much left off last week. And so I would like to put your attention toward the proposed $2 million spend of Measure K into that first line item, the road operations increase in services. I'll just start by saying that roads serve everyone really equally. It's our goal to use limited resources to keep the entire system open and operational to serve our entire population. And so today I'll just really delve into how that $2 million is being proposed to be spent. I'm going to start by doing a breakdown of that work type in that road operations, which is something I described verbally last week. And I have shared some of this information with some of you in the past. And really what it is it's a breakdown by percentage for each work area. And so I do want to direct your attention to we've broken down the 4 areas of road operations proposed, which include ditching, striping, paving, and culvert repair and replacement. And we had originally broke this down by percentage of the total work proposed across the county, so by district. And I do want to point out, if you look at under ditching, and then you line up with District 4, 1% of ditching in District 4, and you might ask why. Well, there's good reasons for all this. The reason for the less ditching in District 4 is they have less ditches to maintain. Much of the roads in District 4 are fronted by ag operations, and those ag operations in general maintain those ditches for us. So there's less ditching to do. But my main point here is that we believe that this proposal does provide good geographic equity across the county. And so you can see in the far right column how we're dividing up the work by percentages of the total work by district. And so you can see it's there's pretty good geographic equity, but that doesn't tell the whole story. And so the next slide will get into the cost of these services, because I know the board was interested in how we spend the money, not just where we do the work. And so on this slide, we've taken that same work, ditching, striping, paving, culvert repair, replacement, and we've assigned the cost to each of those services. And then we broke that down by districts again. And then so if you go to the, if you compare the third column, the population percentage by district, with the far right column, where we plan to spend the money for each of these areas of work, you can see that, again, we have good geographic equity when you compare where people live compared to where we're planning to spend the money. And so just a direct comparison of population base per district to proposed spend for each district, you can see the comparison. You can see it that way. And so next, I do want to, and by the way, this is still our proposed work plan for this given year. Our next slide, I'm going to take the same amount of work, but break it down into a little more detail per person. And so this is the core maintenance tasks by district again. The cost of each service broke down into that per person category. And this really gets to a point where I think we all can understand how we plan to spend that Measure K funding per district per person. And so if you look at the far right column, the cost per person is there listed. And I think it shows a good spend in each district, highest in 3 and 4. But that's just how the numbers worked out with the population based upon the work demand for those areas. And so again, this is our proposed recommendation for the proposed budget, but your board to ask for a change to this, or at least an alternative to consider. And so that alternative was to look at the $2 million broke down equally in dollars by district. And so that would be $400,000 per district. And so if you look at this next slide, just assigning the dollars per district equally, it would result in a pretty dramatic uptick in dollars spent per person in districts 3 and 4. You can see those numbers on the far right. And so we are not recommending this alternative, but we did want to bring it to your board for discussion and consideration, because it is directly what you'd asked. And so now next, the next slide, I'm going to shift gears a little bit on you. The next slide is really an analysis that's responsive to both of your directives from last week, showing where resources were spent for the 2017 and the 2023 storm disasters, and also leading into a plan and a discussion of how to be more resilient for future storm disasters. So that was the second part of your ask last week. And so here we go, looking at some of these numbers. I know this slide is a little bit busy, so I really want to just direct your attention to a couple areas. So the top box is the 2023 disaster, and you can see what we've actually spent, what's remaining to be spent, the total event cost once we have it completely built, and then we broke it down again, dollars per person per district, just to get a sense of where the dollars were spent compared to where the people live. And you can see that those 1 through 5 districts, pretty good geographic equity, with District 5 being standout for 2023, which is understandable. These disasters aren't planned. We don't know where the disasters are going to happen. They just happen. And so I think we all understand that we're just here to respond to Mother Nature. And in 2023, Mother Nature hit the San Lorenzo Valley the hardest. And that's reflected in the dollars spent and the dollars to be spent in that dollar per person storm damage cost. And then 2017, just a little bit different. You can see there was a little different split, but again, 2017, we don't know where those disasters hit. They just hit where they do. And so we broke that one down to what we've spent, what we need to spend, and then per person, per district. So the numbers are there broken down. And I do want to focus your attention on the column of estimated costs remaining to be spent. And this is important because your board asked for a disaster response plan. And so we still have about 76, almost $77 million to go to finish up the 2017 and 2023 disasters. As well as this conversation last week, there was quite a bit of conversation about how we spend our SB1 funds, which is a newer gas tax that was passed by the state in 2017. And the discussion was, where do we spend it? Well, most of it goes into storm damage response, but also it goes into major capital projects. It even goes into road operations to some degree. And so we put an analysis together to show you where we've spent those SB1 dollars over the past 3 years. And we tried to break it down by district. Again, the road operations wasn't easily broken down by district. And so you'll see on this next slide that we're able to break down most of the costs by district back into percentages based upon, the spend kind of per person, again, with the variable being the road ops, which is countywide, about 11% of our SB1 dollars over the past 3 years. That 11% is like on the right down at the bottom. That we believe was spent pretty equally across the county. And so if you were trying to assign a percentage, you'd probably take a couple percent and apply to each of the districts. And so again, even the SB1 spend over the past 3 years shows pretty good geographic equity as compared to where people live, the population base. And you can see those percentages on the third from the right totals. And so where that's going to lead us is next I'll focus the next part of the answer to that disaster response into our emerging issues. And this was a part of our proposed budget, these narratives, but I do want to highlight a few things and probably just read them out so that we understand what a resilient transportation system looks like, feels like, based upon these emerging issues. So storm damage repair, we've talked a bit about that already today, but it's really the highest priority to be ready for the next storm, meaning complete those projects. The next highest priority would be our culvert repair and replacement. And then our third highest priority would be to continue to invest in our deteriorating pavement condition, because those three items, if we can continue to invest in those, will make us more resilient to future storms. It's clearly proven to be the best mitigation to having a resilient transportation system. And so I will describe each one of those individually so that you can get a sense of the magnitude of the challenge for each of these areas. So storm damage, we've talked about it. We have more than $75 million of repair to complete for just the 2017 and 2023 disasters. And clearly unrepaired sites are more susceptible to new storm damage. The next highest priority is our culvert rehab and replacement program. And this is right out of our budget narrative, but we did complete our first comprehensive inventory of roadway culverts. And we do have hundreds of culverts in poor condition that are in need of replacement today. And currently, we invest about $250,000 a year annually into these culverts, which mostly are small culverts that our road crews can make repairs on. And what's lacking is a larger investment. In our budget narrative, we do make the comment that a reasonable investment in a culvert rehab program would be about $1 million a year. And I think we actually talked about this already today, but I was going to use the example of Main Street. If we wait for things to fail, a couple $100,000 culvert becomes quite a few $1 million. And so there is value in starting a real culvert management program. And our estimate was to get us going to be about $1 million a year. The existing deferred maintenance on our culvert system is about $400 million. And then the third item, and this is where I'll leave you with today, is the deteriorating pavement condition. In 2018 was our last pavement condition assessment. It resulted in a PCI, pavement condition index, of 48. That's out of a score of 100. And at that time in 2018, we reported to the board that we would need $24 million annually to maintain that existing pavement condition index, and that we would need upwards of $49 million over 10 years to bring the entire road system up to a good standard. Currently, we've been averaging about a little over $5 million a year in resurfacing and improving our service condition. Most of that money is coming from Measure D, from grants, and also from local sources. We are expecting a new pavement condition this summer, and we will bring that report to your board later this summer. And then we believe that our deferred maintenance and pavement condition is about $300 million. And so that's our emergent issues. The recommended action today is to accept and file this new information on the Measure K spend by district and the 2017-2023 storm disaster spending, and also to approve the proposed budget for CDI with all the supplemental materials attached in the numbers as shown on the screen today. So I'll stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you. First, I want to see if there's anyone in the public like to address us on this item. Anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Machado, for the presentation. Just to be clear, didn't we just remove effectively $500,000 from the $4 million in general fund contributions?
Yeah, we did. We did. That would be from the general fund contribution. That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And you mentioned Main Street, and just want to make sure that my colleagues are all familiar with that example. I mean, you're talking about the Bates Creek washout there. I was trying to, that was the example that came to my mind as well. It was sort of like, if we don't do it, what was the total cost of the Main Street repair or something?
I think it was right around 5 or 6 million, Steve. Do you remember? 5 million? 5 million. And yeah, no, I was going to add that, when that one collapsed, we had about 300 families trapped up there. And so we had to do some emergency repair on that one. That's not always the case. Sometimes we can leave roads closed, but in that case, we didn't have a choice. That's right.
Okay. That's all my questions. I believe that, like I said, this is the other looming issue. We've heard that we can do some belt tightening. I think that we should actually act on creating a $1 million culvert repair fund. We just removed $500,000 from the public works budget. I think we should restore that and add in another $500,000. And I think the easiest way to do that would be a reduction of 0.5%, 1/2% across all county departments, net county contributions for departments in order to then create that fund. So that's what I intend to move. Thanks.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Machado, for the presentation. I appreciate you coming back to us with additional information. It's really helpful to see how the roads fund is distributed across the various districts, and it really does feel like it's pretty equitable. It balances out in different ways, but I like the different ways that you looked at it, and I am comfortable with the department's proposed allocation formula for the additional $2 million in Measure K funding for road maintenance this year. As we think about investments for our road infrastructure, I really encourage the board to look, holistically as far as what's the best investment in our entire county system and network, because we all travel on the same roads in many regards, and we all rely on the same roads in event of an emergency and for economic development and things like that. And I agree that we do have a pretty big structural challenge in our roads budget, as well as like the previous conversation we had in health. We have deferred maintenance of the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm both looking forward to and dreading the pavement report, because I know it's going to just tell the picture that we all see every day, and we will be obligated to act on that and need to be prepared to act on that. heard a possible motion from my colleague Supervisor Koenig. Would you repeat the second part of that once again, where you would get the funding for a motion like that?
Yeah, so to reduce the net county contributions for all departments by 0.5% in order to generate a savings needed to cover or create about $1 million culvert repair fund. So, it's net county contributions from, really looking at everything except for this, apart from the sales tax is around, I think, $230 million. Some of those are like, AMBAG or the animal services, which we have contracts with and can't actually reduce. So this is kind of looking at everything else. And I mean, this again, just it gives us an opportunity to get this program rolling, to start thinking about it so that we're already moving if things should get worse.
So if I could comment, when the time's appropriate, I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, maybe I'll just share my original reflection. Is that one, I appreciate the bold action from Supervisor Koenig. Again, I love your willingness to move something forward. I don't think I can support that motion just because I don't know the impact of how that will what that will change in all the other budgets that we approved already. In the previous hour, we spent an hour on, anywhere from like $300,000 to $500,000 and how that could change, critical services, and the 1% in some, or half of 1% in some budgets could, have a real significant impact. So without knowing that, I don't feel comfortable voting in that direction, but I do think it would be reasonable to ask for a plan to support a culvert repair program. What would it look like? Allow us to have that conversation, perhaps in the fall when we're looking at the greater picture and all the potential cuts, and just sort of lay it all out and be able to have some of those tough discussions, because I'm not resistant to investing in culverts. I think we all recognize the importance. I just want to have all the information before I make any decisions.
Supervisor Serpa.
Thank you. Recently, I'm fairly certain we had some type of a discussion about a $50,000 allocation per supervisor district. And then I think Justin Cummings, you wanted to double that. Was that something that actually went through?
That was Measure K.
That was Measure
for Q. Sorry, Q. Yes.
Okay.
That was pulled from the consent agenda, and it's back on the agenda as item
10.1.
10.1.
Okay.
So you're still going to consider that.
But that isn't money we could use for culvert.
That's for parks,
right? That's for parks and
resiliency,
isn't it? Flood.
It could be part of my interpretation. We should get the other staff, but my interpretation that it was part of a bigger project that involved wetland restoration and climate change adaptation. Yes, the culvert repair could be part of that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And thank you. That's a lot of data you brought forward. I was alarmed the last discussion we had about reallocation of the roads program. D1 has 28% of the mileage, 34% of the population. My district 2, 30% of the mileage and 30% of the population. D5, 24% of the mileage, 25% of the population. So in those 3 districts, we have 82% of the mileage and 89% of the population. And I know on the campaign trail, we all heard the #1 complaint was that people were so upset and concerned about the condition of their road and infrastructure. So I do feel comfortable with the allocations as they've always been for the last 40 years. So anyway, I'd like to make a motion to approve the allocations brought forward as they always have been. I don't know if I
So
said
that would be
clearly enough.
recommended actions. It would be the recommended actions number 1 and 2 on the staff report.
Yes, thank you. Recommended actions 1 and 2 on the staff report.
Oh, okay.
I'll second for purpose of discussion.
You gonna add it on? Thank you. I'll be, what's that? Oh, did you talk? Oh, sorry. Supervisor Cummings.
First of all, I want to thank you for your responsiveness to the board and their interest in more information and kind of showing the differences in terms of how the funds are allocated. And I do get the concerns that some of my board members bring up. And then I also, think about the amount of work that went into getting these funds to be available in terms of moving Measure K forward and the efforts that my office and Supervisor Hernandez's office put into that, and many members of county staff, and knowing that there was not equal efforts in getting that passed. I think that's some of the concern that comes from our offices, because the amount of work that we put in was far more than many of the other offices put in, and then when we see proposals for roads to get fixed and we see less revenue coming towards our roads, that's the concern that gets brought up for us in terms of making sure that we're able to meet the road demands in our districts. And I know we just had one disaster on there too, because we didn't show, the impacts of roads from the CZU fires. We didn't see the impacts of the roads from 2024 storms. So there still could be more, obviously, information that could come forward that really shows how roads were impacted across different districts. Now, given that's being said, CZU fire obviously fell under a federal disaster declaration, so there's potential to recoup the funding if FEMA still exists in the future. But there's ways to recoup that revenue that's been spent on trying to fix some of those disaster related road issues. I guess today I'm comfortable with moving forward with the staff recommendation. That might not be the way I'll want to proceed in the future. Just knowing that there are, some issues, there are some damages that have occurred in other parts of the county, and there are, more roads. I do hesitate when we just use population as a metric, because there are other people who are coming and visiting the different districts. I have more people coming to visit beaches than maybe some of the other districts. And so that has impacts on our roads. And so I just, using population, I guess it is an easy metric to use. But I also do have some concerns with the fact that there's a lot of other people who are moving around our districts for a lot of different reasons. And then, I think the one benefit from what we just took action on was that, the Zone 5 projects, like that's a funded district that has revenue coming in that can be used for these projects. And so when we're thinking about major cuts to programs that provide, significant benefits to people in our community, especially when we put forward, wanting to support mental and behavioral health as a value that we share. I think that's a big reason why we took that general fund contribution and used it to help save some of these programs that are really vital and critical at providing day services for people who are experiencing mental and behavioral health. So, I think that having a conversation moving forward about, funding streams for roads, whether we want to talk about a ballot measure or what have you, I think there are opportunities for us to have further conversations on how to fund roads. But I'm not comfortable with moving forward today and taking money from different departments when we just actually passed the budget for the majority of the departments in the county. So I'll support. Well, I'll hear from my other colleagues, but I'll second the motion made by Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. So, I just want to begin by thanking our dedicated staff for all their hard work, getting us this additional detailed information. I know you guys are probably up all day doing that stuff. But it's important information for our road transportation and infrastructure needs. I think your efforts are critical, ensuring that we have a clear and accurate understanding of where our resources are most needed. As we move forward in discussing road and transportation infrastructure investments, including those funded by the general fund, sales tax measures such as Measure K, state and federal funds, it's critical that we do so with a commitment to fairness and equity, I think, moving forward. Every community in our county, whether urban, rural, unincorporated, deserves safe, reliable infrastructure and roads. So by continuing to work collaboratively and using the best agreed upon data to guide our decisions, we can ensure that every dollar is spent brings meaningful improvements to residents across the entire county. I do want to note that looking into the future, one of the things that would make me feel also better is that sort of an outlook, right? To look at the emergency road prioritization tool, sort of as a baseline to begin to look at the rest of the infrastructure needs. So again, I want to thank you, your staff, Matt Machado, Steve Wiesner, all the work that you guys do, and I will be supporting the motion.
Well, I'll offer a substitute motion, and then I would also like to give our CAO an opportunity to comment. The substitute motion is to move the recommended actions with the additional direction to reduce net county contributions for all departments, except the Health Services Agency, since as was pointed out, we did just have extensive discussions around trying to save $1 here and there on that, by 1/2% in order to generate the savings needed to create a $1 million culvert repair fund. And I would just briefly offer the comment, of course, it's difficult to suggest cuts to any department. Would never want to do that. This is, I mean, 1/2%, really just a belt tightening. And the situation to avoid here is having to go back and in the face of disaster and cut by 5%, 10%, because all of a sudden our liabilities have quadrupled because of the lawsuits coming in, because people can't access their home, because we knew about the dangerous condition of roads for decades and didn't take action. I mean, this is a risk, and this is just one very small way to begin to address it. So with that, also, I mean, it's of course at the chair's discretion, but love to hear CEO Palacios's comments too.
Well, we need to get a second. We need first to get a second, if there is one.
Well, I'll offer some comments, I guess, if there's no second.
If there's no second, the motion dies. And
right.
Go back to the original motion.
Okay, we go back to the original motion, and I'll offer the comments regardless. So, I think that Supervisor Martinez had mentioned to just kind of prepare something that we have for our culverts for us to look at and, be part of those conversations. But also, I think that if there is any sort of restoration or habitat restoration that needs to be done along any culvert, that could be a different funding source through Measure Q in the future at some point. And I think that might offset that 0.5% at some point after several years, of course, obviously. But yeah.
Can I ask a point of order? So is the motion dead yet? Because I don't want to second the motion until I hear what
the substitute motion is dead.
It is.
And we're back to the original motion, which has been seconded.
Okay. And then
your motion seconded by Supervisor Cummings.
Okay, great. So can we hear from CEO Palacios?
In regards to the motion that died?
No, I think he had some comments on
no,
a proposal.
Yeah, I was just wanted to make sure and add that at this point, I know when Public Works does their presentations, they traditionally show this unmet need that's in the billions of dollars. And of course we know there's need, right? Every time you drive around. But let me tell you, I conduct budget hearings with every department in this county, and they can provide equally convincing data about how underfunded they are. If you want to talk about behavioral health, we talked about how much we're cutting but if they talk about the unmet need in behavioral health, they can provide amazing data about how much we're not doing. Public defender, if you have the public defender up here and show you how much need is not being met with the budget she has today, it's going to be in the millions of dollars. The sheriff, the district attorney. I mean, we can get every department and they could provide, maybe I'll have them do, I'll do that because these guys like to do that. And I get it. They show this chart. Oh my God, we have $100 billion of need. And I get it. It's real. But we have needs across this county and they're very compelling needs. And I hear them and I say no to them. I tell the public defender no. I tell the sheriff no. And they all, because of the year we're in, they all basically withdrew their requests because we're in for a tough year. And so this was not the year to add new sheriff deputies, new public defenders, new district attorney, this was not the year and everybody withdrew. So I just want to make sure as we get, and we're having this discussion that we keep in mind all the other needs that we're funding as a county and all the other mandates we have too, because remember, we're mandated to provide public defender services. We're mandated to provide district attorney. We're mandated with the sheriff and they all have needs and they're struggling as well. So I just wanted to make that point that we keep the whole picture in view.
I mean, the question then becomes, are we mandated to provide road access to someone's property if they're paying us property taxes?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a need for that too. There's absolutely a need for roads. And we spent $350 million in the last 7 years on roads. And we've incurred $91 million, not on behavioral health, on roads that we took debt on. And so anyway, I just make that point, but absolutely, I agree. It's a road. And that's why I put, the $4 million and $2 million in the budget this year for roads. And I was told that we were not going to impact the projects because part of the projects was this Capitola culvert and that we were going to impact it. It's still going to move forward as is.
Thank you. So as long as I was talking about future outlook, I think some point we could even look at a future sales tax measure looking at behavioral health, roads, and maybe even a little bit for the public defender's office. But if there's no further comment, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig. Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with one dissenting vote from Supervisor Koenig. Next, we'll move to item number 9 on the agenda, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution amending a united fee schedule for fiscal year 2025-2026. I'll turn it over to Marcus Pimentel, County Budget Manager, and Gina DeMartini-Coons, Senior Admin Analyst for the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. My name is Gina DeMartini-Coons. I'm a Senior Administrative Analyst from the County Executive Office, and joining me today is Marcus Pimentel, the County Budget Manager. Twice each year, in June and December, the board adopts amendments to the Unified Fee Schedule. On February 25th, 2025, the board set a public hearing for today for the latest proposed amendments. There are revisions from the following departments: the Agricultural Commissioner, the Agricultural Commissioner, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Cannabis Licensing Office, General Services Department, Assessor's Office, the Health Services Agency, Human Services Department, Information Services, Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services Department, Sanitation, District Community Development, and Stormwater Management Community Development, both of which are within the Community Infrastructure Department, Public Works Division, and the Sheriff Coroner. It is recommended that your board open the public hearing, hear protests and objections, if any, and if appropriate, adopt the resolution to revise the Unified Fee Schedule. Representatives from the department are available to answer any questions. Thank you, and this includes our staff presentation.
Thank you. I will now open this public hearing and see if there's anyone that wishes to speak to this item.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tom Bros, and I just wanted to, I'm representing the Santa Cruz Farmers Market Association here today, and we're just in the same process of looking at our budget, and we're seeing that we have a lot of costs incurring right now with the transition of our downtown farmers market. And we've been looking at one permit that I think is duplicate and needs to be, we request that it be eliminated, and that's the event organizer permit right now. We have the farmers market permit that we pay for annually, and as well as the agricultural permit. But the event organizer permit that was added in 2019, and this board actually supported the farmers market and allowed a 50% discount on that one. But the fee has gone up, and it's really not adding any value as far as inspections, oversight. And we request that at this point, it be more consistent with what other counties do. And we just like to see that the event permit is eliminated from being applied to the Santa Cruz farmers market or any farmers market in this county. We've operated for 35 years, 5 farmers markets, and really an institution that provides food for the community and education, et cetera. And it's the event concept is really not applicable, we feel, to the farmers market. So with that, I feel if we could amend this or request this body to eliminate the event permit, that'd be great. Thank you.
Anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, my office has been contacted a couple of years ago and then recently regarding the farmers market. And the one thing that I just want to touch base on is that, back in 2019, the Board of Supervisors, took action to help reduce the financial burden on farmers markets. Specifically, the resolution they passed back then amended the county's unified fee schedule to set the year-round special events organizers for the temporary food facility fee for certified farmers markets at $190. And although the board hasn't taken subsequent action to rescind that direction, Environmental Health has begun to apply both the certified farmers market fees and the special event temporary food facility fees to all farmers market locations. And as a result, these fees that are charged to the Santa Cruz Community Farmers Market Association have increased from around $1,900 per year to almost $8,000 per year. And so in trying to help support the farmers or the farmers market, I'd like to recommend that we adopt the recommended actions, but also apply the temporary food facilities annual fee only to the farmers market operators rather than charging for each individual market location. And so this would charge the association twice and for the operators, but rather than charging them for every single individual location where they operate at. And then also would like to recommend that should the board want to move in that direction, that Environmental Health works with the Farmers Market Association to come up with a reasonable fee schedule. When we look at some of the other jurisdictions, Santa Cruz is way out of market in terms of how much we charge. We charge way more than many other communities like San Luis Obispo and Monterey County. And I think having the staff work with the Farmers Market Association to come up with a reasonable fee schedule, I think would make a lot of sense. And so I'd move that we adopt the 25-26 unified fee schedule with the additional direction to apply the temporary food facilities annual fee only to farmers market operators rather than charging for each individual market location.
Second. If it's all right with the chair, yeah. I mean, I have looked into this issue a fair amount as well. And so like our environmental health staff do an audit basically that practices are being correctly followed at temporary food facilities. And what struck me as kind of not applicable or in the farmers market to be doing that twice a year with every location is that it's the same operator. They're setting up the same way in each location, following the same procedures, have much of the same staff. And so it really is sort of a redundant fee. And I think that our staff could work out a little bit more streamlined inspection schedule where rather than looking at every market twice a year, they could look at 2 markets, 2 out of the 5 markets every year, and you never know which one it's going to be. But ultimately, you're still getting to the same core issue, which is how is this operator operating, a market wherever it might be.
So, now that it's in discussion, I think my only kind of, I don't know, irk or issue is that if you're running 5 or 6 farmers market and paying one fee, it's kind of inequitable to the person that's only running one farmers market and is paying the same amount, but not as profitable because they don't have 5 operations. How would you address that?
Could I have staff come up and address that?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. So for the record, Interim Health Services Agency Director, Jen Herrera, and I will just actually turn it directly to our Environmental Health Director, Andy Strader, for these questions.
Yeah, good evening, board. Andrew Strader, Director of Environmental Health. So I did want to clarify a few things. First of all, the model that we do utilize with the permitting for both the certified farmers market and the event organizer permit are prescribed by state law. And that is the normal or the majority way it's done in virtually every county. Monterey County does do slightly different scenario, although they do still kind of oversee both, although they actually technically do a lot of their inspections for the certified farmers market through their ag commissioner and not through their environmental health office. Our reviews with regards to other counties are that our fees are in line with generally speaking all the counties in the local area. I'll speak briefly with about Monterey County because I know that one's a comparison that's brought up with this issue. The fee for Monterey County fiscal year 25-26 is they do only charge one permit fee. It is $1,433. If you add our 2 permit fees that are in our proposal for 25-26, it comes to $1,490. That's only a $57 difference. So even a model like Monterey's that only has 1 permit, it's pretty much comparable, especially when you consider that their staff expenses are slightly below ours. It's statistically irrelevant. So I don't feel that our fees are out of whack, but it's very important to realize that these are 2 different distinct permits. And the reason why most counties do it the way that we do it, as opposed to the way Monterey County does it, is if there's a condition or circumstance where we need to suspend or revoke a permit, we would only be revoking it, that permit for that portion of the event that's in question, and as opposed to closing the entire thing down. So that's a more equitable and fair way of doing it, because otherwise you have to close the entire event down, both the CFM and the special event that's adjacent to it. Again, those are distinct permits under state law. We would still have to issue permits for both if we're following the law and do the inspections. Now, the board is allowed to provide subsidy for any type of food business. The environmental health department feels that this particular situation doesn't is not maybe the best way to provide subsidies for the community. Yes, they're a nonprofit, but that's very similar to our same business model. We're a nonprofit as well. And it doesn't send the best message if we're going to subsidize or reduce a fee for these organizations in comparison to a lot of the other types of food businesses that we do have. Food business is a tough business to run. There's a high failure rate across all types of permits, and if we're to absorb that cost, basically it falls on the other permit holders to cover that. So if the board wishes to provide a subsidy, I would suggest something to cover those expenses, as we would have to continue with those expenses under the state law requirements. And I'm happy to answer or ask any other questions if you have.
Just if you could provide information on the amount of money, just so the board is aware, if the board were to subsidize, let's say, all farmers markets to be equal across the county, how much would it be?
Well, it depends on what you set the rate at. If we have 9 farmers markets, 5 are owned by the same organizations, Santa Cruz Community Farmers Markets, and the other 4 are independent. I was thinking that a couple of them also had dual ownership, but they just have similar names and they're not actually owned by the same organization. So 4 are individual markets, and 1 is owned by 5 are owned by 1. So if, for example, we set the fee at 50% like we did with the 2019 resolution, for the event organizer permit fee, the event organizer permit fee is proposed at $549. So that's, roughly $225 or $275 if I do the math right. So you would have a savings of about $275 times 9, whatever that comes out to be. So yeah, we're not talking about a lot of money here. It's more of an objection based on principle.
So that'd be it'd be like $2,500 or something.
Just a quick question. So you're saying you cannot actually adjust the inspection schedule in line with the fee?
Well, I mean, each market is individual, and each location is individual. So the organizer or the manager might be the same, but the CFM folks are different each time. And the CFM, Certified Farmers Market, I should say, is one umbrella permit over all of those certified farmers. So those certified farmers already in the state law receive a subsidy for 1 permit fee for however many, unlimited amount of farmers, certified farmers that they can have in their market. For example, downtown Santa Cruz, I think last I count, we had about 40 certified farmers participating there on our list. If we were to charge them individual permit fees for selling their produce like other produce vendors, it would probably amount to somewhere in around $20,000, give or take. So that's already a substantial subsidy. Chair.
Just a quick question. Do the fees cover the cost as is today?
I hope so, but I don't have the exact numbers for sure. So what happened was when we did the last fee study, of course, we had the pandemic, which did disrupt things. So we did the fee study based on the years prior to the pandemic. At that time, and this was the period just before the resolution in 2019, so it was 2017, 17, 18, and 19. It came out with a certain number, 202 minutes per location. But that data was a little bit off because the permitting for an event organizer did not start in 2019. It started probably 10 years earlier than that. And the Santa Cruz Community Farmers Market did not have a permit for that time. So we didn't have the ability to track time against that. So it was a little bit skewed. But when we came up with those numbers, there's 202 numbers, it did 202 minutes. It came out to, without any extra overhead fee, by the way, it came out to $750 roughly. We thought that was too high when we look at all the permit fees that we charge across all the different types of food facilities. That seemed unreasonable for this type of business. So we lowered that back down to 508, and that also matched with other types of event organizers that came in actually higher than them. We also lowered that down to 508. So we didn't even charge or set the permit fee at what the fee study indicated at that time.
We'll plan on doing another fee study in a couple of years. We'll hopefully have better data because now we're back fully staffed. It's post-pandemic, et cetera. And we'll be happy to adjust the fees. Just like in 2022, some fees were lowered based on the fee study in certain categories and some were not. And that is in part to help balance and meet our obligations under Prop 26 so that basically people do receive services for the fees that they pay.
And when do you expect that fee study to be done?
Well, our goal is to do them approximately every 5 years. So we did one in advance of the 22-23 fiscal year. So what, that 27-28 fiscal year, I guess, would be in advance of that.
So how will we, address those 4 independent farmers markets? Because it's 4 payments, because would they be able to get one applicant and all 4 just run the way they run and get one applicant to get subsidized? If we wanted to do that?
Well, yeah, for those 4, or if anyone new came on board, the proposal of not charging fees for extra means that a new market operator would have to open 2, and it's hard enough to open 1. But those 4 wouldn't get any benefit. If I was recommending to the board on a subsidy type of situation, I would say return to something along the lines of what was 2019, which was just a lower rate for all, because then it applies to everyone equally, and you don't have a favoritism or unfair business practice type situation created.
But it's still there, just at a lower rate, right?
Right.
Okay. Supervisor Cummings, you had a comment, question?
I did have one thing that I learned through this process was that this, special event permit for the temporary food facilities, like these are for people who are selling pre-made kind of food or food that they're making on site. And they already have to go and get a separate permit from the county in addition to paying to be able to operate at the farmer's market. And I think to your point around equity, I mean, if you were to operate that same booth at multiple farmers market sites, even in the same association, you'd be charged that fee at each of those different sites. So the idea here is being that they're already paying one permit fee. This is another permit fee that from the farmers market, and this is something that they've reached out to us about. It would really help them. And when we look at the grand scheme of things, $2,700 is not that big of that's not a whole lot of money in terms of the impact to the county. And so, my recommendation here is this is something in response to the community that we're hearing from the farmers market folks. The other part of this is to have staff working with them to come up with a better fee schedule. And, I think in the course of a year, when this comes back to us again in next year's budget, we'll be able to learn more and we'll be able to make adjustments that hopefully benefit both county staff and the farmers markets. But this is really, in response to the farmers market folks who see this as an opportunity for us to really provide them with support during a really challenging time.
I would just say, I guess from my perspective, I'm learning about this for the first time. This is new, and I didn't get a lot of information about this prior to today. And so it feels like there's an opportunity for a greater policy discussion and a decision about how our county proceeds with fees in an equitable way, rather than kind of a Band-Aid approach to fixing a single issue. So I would personally prefer to defer this conversation to a different place for, a policy approach towards event fees and these other licensing fees and whatnot. So that's my position. I appreciate the conversation, but without having more information, I don't feel like I can support a change that feels kind of specialized without a greater solution.
Just a motion. We can.
So you have a motion and a second.
Yes. Yeah.
And just to make sure we understand the motion.
Yes.
And if you could repeat it, what your motion was, and then that way we can make sure about the fiscal estimate as well.
Sure. So the motion would be to adopt the 2025-26 unified fee schedule with the following additional direction, which would be to apply the temporary food facility annual fee only to farmers market operators rather than charging for each individual market location, and direct staff to work with the farmers market associations to come up with a fee schedule that would be mutually agreed upon between the farmers market operators and county staff.
So is that, just want to make sure, is that workable? Can you, that direction, do you understand it? And can it,
But you
how much would it cost?
and also if it's fair to the other four, or how can we make it fair?
If I understand correctly, the proposal is if you own more than one farmer's market or operate more than one farmer's market and have a special event associated with it, then you'd only pay one fee for that, for those multiple special events. So those would only affect Santa Cruz Community Farmers Markets and their 5 locations. They would get 4 for free. And then the other 4 would not receive any benefit.
I would like to propose a substitute motion to adopt the recommended actions.
I would second. We do have that discussion sometime about how to, I think this is a whole separate agenda meeting almost to make it fair and more policy driven. But yeah. Supervisor Serpa?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It sounded like you made a second, but then you added something to bring back a policy direction. I was going to ask, is that acceptable to the maker of the substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a substitute motion, a first and a second, and further discussion.
Okay, so my question is, when environmental health goes out to do inspections, like how often are they finding problems, non-compliance, health hazards, or health concerns?
In terms of certified farmers markets in general, well, I don't have any statistics for you. Generally speaking, probably not a lot of violations.
And how often are they inspecting in these locations?
Generally once or twice a year.
Is that by state mandate or is that sort of our own?
Yeah, there's no state mandate on the inspection frequency, say.
All right, well, there's no further questions. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Chair, if I may just have the maker of the substitute motion restate the motion, as I believe there was additional direction given the substitute.
Oh. To come back with and for us to work on a more policy driven kind of a fee schedule for this.
Okay, thank you. That's correct.
Yeah,
I'll keep it simple.
Just to be totally clear, the motion is to adopt staff's recommendation, correct, with additional direction.
Yes.
To come back to have a broader policy discussion regarding fees in general.
Yes.
Farmers market fees.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Equitable farmers market fees. All right.
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
Supervisor Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
No.
DeSerpa.
no.
So for the record, we need to hear from Supervisor Hernandez.
I'm so
Forgot about me.
Supervisor
Aye.
Hernandez.
Motion fails 3-2 with Supervisors Martinez and Hernandez voting yes and the rest no.
So we revert to the original motion. The reason I voted no on the substitute motion was I do feel that what's proposed, having looked at this issue quite a bit and also hearing that we're not actually required to go to each farmer's market twice, location twice a year, I think actually is the best solution that I've heard. And so at least for for the next year to be able to look at that, I think is reasonable. So call the question.
We need a second though.
I don't have any further. I'd share the same comments as Supervisor Koenig.
Oh.
So if we can,
This is the motion's already on the floor. It was made by Supervisor Cummings, seconded by me. Because there's substitute motions.
Okay.
and it's 5:30.
Got it.
It would be helpful to hear the original motion.
There's no motion on the floor right now. So somebody would make another motion.
It's the first
'cause
motion,
that one
which
died.
was this was the first motion.
You gotta make
which
it
was
again.
Supervisor Cummings, second by Koenig regarding, but it just applies to Santa Cruz farmers markets.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't apply to the other 4 farmers markets, the way you stated the motion.
No, I mean, to all farmers market operators. It should apply to everyone.
No, the only one with multiple owner is Santa Cruz. So that's why staff suggested if you want to make it equitable, you should just reduce the fee amount for everybody as opposed to just multiple locations. Because that only applies to Santa Cruz. They're the only one with the multiple locations. All the other ones are single owned.
And I hear that. I mean,
Yeah.
there's economies of scale in every business. At the end of the day, I think we do want to inspect every operator. And so the whole point is there's an economy of scale here. The operator is setting up the same way in multiple locations. It doesn't preclude other operators from having multiple locations.
So those 4 can have one applicant, but continue their operations? So they can get that subsidy, I'm saying?
So I guess for Justin, are you proposing that we just not charge any fees for event organizers at CFMs, period?
No, it's not the, as I mentioned previously, the additional directions apply to temporary food facilities annual fee only to farmers market operators rather than charge for each individual market location. And based on some of the conversations I've had, there is an operator who has 5 markets. There's another operator who has 2 markets. It sounds like there's 2 other operators out there. And I mean, the equity issue flips on both sides, right? Because it's like if the operator goes to multiple sites and is being charged, multiple times versus someone who's being charged just once, which ultimately goes on to the, the facilities, the people who have the facilities, then, there is the potential also for an individual who's operating a booth to get charged multiple times if they occur at multiple farmers markets under that umbrella. I mean, if the charge is going to be given to, if there's a charge for each site, then that means the operator, if they're going to be paying that charge at each site, then that charge is going to go down to the people who have those booths at those sites. And so, and I do just want to highlight that back in 2019, the board specifically took action to set the fees at 190, and there hasn't been any change in that since. And at the same time, those fees are now going up. And so what we're saying right now is let's just take a pause on the temporary facility food fees for this 1 year and move forward and have you all work with all the operators to figure out what would be an equitable way of charging these fees. So, I mean, that's, and I think that this is just an effort for us to be responsive to the people in the community and to provide direction with staff to start working with the farmers market operators so that we can come to consensus. And it's just 1 year. And again, it's $2,745. So that's a really small amount in terms of the impact to the county versus the potential for this to provide benefits for the farmers market operators. And I will say that, we've heard from multiple operators throughout the county, not just the one out of Santa Cruz. And so this is an opportunity for our board to be responsive to something that's coming up to us from the community.
Just to clarify, is the motion not to apply the temporary food facility permit to any farmers market, or is it to only apply it to the operator, not the location? What I heard was
operator.
The latter. Yeah.
The operator, not the location. Yeah.
So do you understand the motion? If you don't, then maybe you could just read it again and see if we can understand what it says.
I think I do. I think it just, like I said, I think it's going to mean that I think it means that markets that have multiple locations will only have 1 permit fee for the event organizer, which will benefit, from my understanding, 1 organizer.
And it does look like there's an operator who might be able to speak to this. If you might be able to approach the person mic, so if we can have them come to the mic. Because I'd like to see us move forward. I think
it's very confusing. I'm sorry. We're paying for every location. There's a farmers market permit fee that is applied since forever. I mean, we're paying $900 for the inspections, for administrative oversight, for everything. We do that under environmental health and for the ag permits. So that's how the county then sends their inspectors to each market and inspects our operation. Each vendor has a specific permit that they need to pull by ag or by environmental health on their own, even to be allowed to be at the farmers market. So they do that individually. But the Farmers Market Association pays a fee for each site every year. So $900 or whatever the fee is. So if we're in Felton or if we're downtown, each market pays one fee. So we're covering the inspections for those markets with that fee, we understand. Now the event organizer fee is a new fee that is not really, hasn't been defined. It doesn't really cover any of those inspections, administrative or enforcement kind of fees. It's the certified farmers market permit fee that covers that. And so we're feeling there's a duplication for the event organizer permit. And we're just asking if the event organizer permit can be removed. We're still paying, equitably and even increased those fees under the farmers market permit. And ag is separate, and we do that as well. So I just feel like it's just a duplicate permit where we're being charged too much.
And I do want to clarify that the permit is required by state law. And so what we are discussing here right now is whether are we subsidizing the permits for the additional operations under a single organizer. A way to think about this is, from an environmental health standpoint, is like a restaurant franchise. You have a restaurant owner or a business owner. They have an umbrella of restaurants, different locations. Each of those require their own permitting. Each of those require their own regulations. And so similar to that is this event permit fee, where you have regulations associated with each of those specific locations. Supervisor DeSerpa, you asked how many violations do we see? We certainly can come back to the board with that information. And hopefully we don't see much, and which is why we only go out there once or twice a year. It's really a preventative measure. Ideally, just the idea of knowing that someone's going to go out and be regulating, ensuring that clean forks are used for the samples, things like that nature, that helps create a system of trust in these markets. And so, and I will share too, again, the dollar amount is very minimal compared to what we've been talking about today. But there's a snowball effect. I mean, it's not just this that's uncompensated. There's the work that environmental health does. For example, the Moss Landing fire. Our environmental health team went out and did water lab samples, and all of that is uncompensated. So there becomes it becomes a snowball effect if we're not able to cover our costs based on the duties that we are required by law to do. Where we can recover our costs, we need to do that in order to make sure that we have capacity to do some of these unfunded things that happen, such as emergency response.
Otherwise, we'll end up like labs and X-ray, right?
No.
Supervisor Cummings.
And that's in part, again, this action is to be responsive to what we've heard from the farmers market. It reflects action that this board previously took in 2019. And we're also providing direction to have our staff working with the farmers and the farmers market operators so that we can come to some kind of consensus. And that was partly why I didn't want to get into all the details of trying to hash this out here on the spot. And rather than doing that, moving in a direction, again, that's aligned with what this board has previously took action on in 2019 and having staff work with the farmers markets so we could get to some mutual conclusion on how we want to move forward in the future. So there's a motion and a second. And if we want to call the question, I'm happy to second that because I think, it's almost 6 and we've got 12 more items on our agenda.
I'll be supportive, but I think that we do got to find some sort of equity tool mechanism, whether it's the lower cost for the independents, lower the cost, or and keep the regular costs for the other ones, but do what Supervisor Cummings is saying. Okay.
Yes, and that is our recommendation. That is if you are going to be subsidizing the costs, that we recommend doing it just across the board.
Okay. But to continue working on finding a better system. Okay. So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Okay.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
No.
Koenig. And Hernandez.
You almost forgot me again. But I do want to see a better solution come up too. Moving on, item number 10. Consider the approval of the County of Santa Cruz proposed 2025-2026 budget with last day concluding and related actions. Approve the continuing agreements list and fixed assets for 2025-2026. Take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Marcus Pimentel, our county budget manager, for the presentation.
Thank you, Board Chair. And I do recognize you have another budget item after this and 11 more items from this
11
morning.
more items.
So we'll keep this brief. I'm here today with Luana Martinez Davis, our Senior Administrative Analyst for our department. Again, we're on the backdrop of the federal government making some incredibly huge, impactful, negatively impactful policy decisions that are going to reduce eligibility, reduce costs, reduce funding to the state of California, to us directly. And then the state's going to react and reduce their contributions, funds, and eligibility to us. So we're going to have a cascading impact from federal actions. They're going to land on us in the coming months. Right now, we already know the Senate has come out, the California Senate has issued a alternative to the governor's May revise on June 9th that thankfully is proposing some lower reductions, not eliminating the reductions, but lower reductions in the eligibility, delaying some cuts. But there's still cuts coming, and we'll get more details over the coming months. With that, we're just going to recap a little bit of where we're at the budget hearing. We should have about 10 minutes. We'll go pretty quick because you've done all the heavy lifting up to this point. I'll turn it over to Luana Martinez Davis.
Good afternoon. So with all of the last day and concluding items, we're up to about $1.24 billion budget. The majority of the additions are in the general fund and the special revenue funds. I'll note too that the from item 7, the radiology positions are not currently in the summary of the actions there on the left of the slide, but those will be added with the concluding actions. So the position change from the last day is about 9.6 positions. Again, this doesn't include the 2.0 FTE radiology positions. The 5.6 and 2.0 radiology positions will, per the direction of the board, be continued until September 30th. The other positions include the ones from the Board of Supervisors, sheriffs, child supports reductions, HSA, and then from supplemental and last day, the 8 positions added to CDI, and then the 1 analyst position added in Measure Q, and then the 1 senior mental health client specialist position that was added, restored for a full fiscal year. Bringing it back to Marcus.
Yeah, so despite that opening of what is to come, it's going to be painful and challenging and horrific to some extent. This county has continued to be impressive in what they've been able to achieve, despite being systematically underfunded, despite being understaffed in a lot of ways. And we continue to be remarkable in what we can and are willing to do and have done. So this budget represents a lot of achievements. We encourage all of our readers to go through every department's page, look at their achievements, look at the emerging issues to see what's coming down the pipeline. There's some good opportunities in there as well as some threats. As a recap, we are proposing still a balanced general fund. We are fully funded, so that is an incredible achievement at this point in time. We do have some out-year deficit projections that will likely get worse in a couple months, so stay tuned for that. Our cash reserves remain at above our target level, but as we talked about, we're below our peers. Our peers would have a funded level of $200 million, and we're half that size in our cash reserves. Half our cash reserves are dedicated to FQHC system supports. So really, we're down to 3 payrolls. You've heard this before as a challenge. Again, what we're really going to be facing in the coming months is by Sunday, the state should have an adopted budget Often those details are still light. There'll be trailer bills that will continue through the month of June. And then there'll be budget junior bills that happen in July, August until the final is done. It could be September, or could it be October? This will be a longer season for the state because they'll likely be reacting to the federal budget and may not finalize their budget until the feds do. So we'll have to see where that happens. Once the feds finalize their changes, reductions, and impacts to us, the state will then react and we'll be able to come back to this board. We're thinking that time frame is starting in September, could be October, depending on when we find out the information. But we're going to be as responsive as we can going into next season. Our obligations are to have a balanced budget approved by the board today. And so we can start at the beginning of the year on July 1st. There's a lot of work to do from today to July 1st to get all of our activities in line. And then we come back to present the adopted form of the budget on September 30th to go to the state controller's office. So we're still in line to meet all of our legal mandates. What I'll finish with is just a little bit of, in this time of stress, and there's been a lot in this time of heavy level of uncertainty. I think I've seen this 4 times in my career. I've been working since '95. There's been 4 times in my career where I feel like this uncertainty is just unsustainable and it's overwhelming. CEO Palacios has mentioned it feels like things like the Great Recession, although this is being driven kind of from a single source and not from an organic, environmental, organic natural disaster or an organic economic event. It's being driven by some policy considerations that are cascading down across the entire country. I do want to acknowledge and give deep appreciation to all the staff in our departments who to this point in time have complied with all of the direction you heard today, Carlos, talk about. This was a hard year for departments. There was a lot of need across the departments and they had to take the word no and smile with it in just their initial request before they even made it further along in the process. And that was challenging. They all comply with our budget direction. And we presented on time a balanced proposed budget to this board and our community in the month of April, which was really impressive given all the work that needed to get done on the backdrop for probably a 3rd year in a row of a different backdrop. It was disasters and then it was funding the disasters. And this year it's doing all the work weekly about understanding what are the federal impacts, what are those threats. So that's been happening in parallel to all this behind the scenes. And as you know, the news changes daily or weekly or by the minute, trying to assess those impacts. So on that backdrop, the county departments and their budget teams have done a phenomenal job to get us the information we demand over and over again in different ways. Because it's really been a challenging year. So I want to acknowledge and appreciate every single one of them. In particular, I want to acknowledge Juliet Burke and her staff, Elizabeth Padilla, Lori Betancourt, Petra Rocha Martinez, Helen Bayal, and our newest, Delissa Escobar, who joined us. It's been a challenging year for them too. With all the budget hearings and changes. I'm going to give deep respect. We have a very small but mighty budget collection team. We kind of get together voluntarily and figure all this stuff out. And some of that is led by our ACAO, Nicole Coburn, to my left, Lana Martinez Davis, Ryan Friedrich, who presented the CIP, and myself. We've kind of been pulling this together with a whole team behind us who've been volunteering and stopping some of their work. I want to talk about Melody Sereno, our ACAO, who's been behind the scenes giving guidance and helping prepare a lot of our documentation. Our principal administrative analyst, Finn Stafford and Peter Detlis, David Brown, our senior administrative analyst, Gina Martinez-Coons, and George Intis, and our executive secretary, Danita Gonzalez. And I'm leaving out one person who she just celebrated her birthday. I'm not going to mention the date or the age, but Mika White is an incredible asset to this county behind the scenes in administration for our department. She's been creatively pulling together how we can dynamically produce a document in a way that's timely and effective and giving us a lot of opportunities. I just really want to give a shout out to Miko and the team behind us in ISD who's been helping pull all this together. And it's my honor to serve under CEO Palacios, Carlos Palacios. He's been leading us consistently through this challenging year and these challenging years behind us, along with assistant CEOs, Elisa Benson and Nicole Coburn, and our deputy CEO, Melody Sereno. We're just really fortunate to have that leadership team behind us. I just want to end there with some gratitude and thanks because it's been a tough year. And I'll finish with thanking each and one of you as you've demonstrated how challenging this year has been. No matter how big or small it is, there's not been an easy decision that's faced this board. And I just appreciate the effort and the level of response and the questions you've been giving us all year. So with that, I conclude this year's budget hearings, except for the item that was moved after this.
Thank you. We'll open it up to the public to see if anyone would like to make any comments on this item. Seeing none, we'll go to the online. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board to see if we can entertain a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all on all your hard work and, starting back, I guess it was in May, we, had our first hearings. We've been having those throughout June, and every year it's a challenging time. And I do actually want to thank the public too. This is since I've been, whether it was on the city council or on the board of supervisors, I don't think I've ever seen this many people come out to budget hearings. And so just really want to thank members of the public for their participation. It's obviously a really challenging year. We're going to be back again in the fall, but I think you all have worked really hard to get us to a place where we're going to move into the next year with a balanced budget. And I think that's one of the most, that's the best we can ask for under these really challenging circumstances. And so I'm happy to move the recommended actions.
Second.
Could I ask staff one question?
One.
All right, so I just want to unpack one thing in here, which is concluding actions and budget hearings, item 10. A bit of a cryptic paragraph here. Authorize the auditor, controller, and the county executive officer to rebudget all unexpended balances and appropriations in the capital, former plant acquisition GL keys within the capital project funds, including District 1 and 2 allocations of $75,000 each set aside in capital contingency for parks improvements as part of the transient occupancy tax, neighborhood improvements, and interest to adjust the appropriations of the various park dedication budgets for excess available financing by increasing the land other object. Is what's happening here? So the clawback of any unspent funds
there's two things going on there. One, that's an error on our part. That 75,000 is this board has already directed. We're repurposing that into the health department. That should have been removed from the language. What that particular item does is we have capital projects that have multiple span multiple years. And so we'll end the fiscal year, and any contract amounts or CIP amounts that are still ongoing, we'll carry those over from this year into the next year. So it allows us to keep multi-year projects alive. Without that, the funding, any unspent dollars would end and the project would die 25% of the way through. So this allows us to keep the funding going.
So any unexpended revenues from 24
carried over
would carry over.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, the 25, 26 revenues would be, I think they were allocated to contingency.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and second from Hernandez. Can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
I'm going to be voting aye with an abstention on recommended action number 2 on the continuing agreements list, any contract with Encompass Community Services.
Supervisor Koenig.
But I want to make it just clear to my colleagues that what's happening here is we are pulling back transient occupancy taxes that were explicitly by resolution in the past dedicated to neighborhood projects in 2 affected districts. So I'm willing to do that given the difficult budget year we're facing, but I think we do need to look at it in the future as a way also to equitably share, ensure that these sorts of neighborhood projects are possible across the county.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Yes. Moving on to measure 10.1, measure Q. Let me read this item here. It's back in the other file. Accept and file the report providing detailed cost estimate information for water, wildfire and Wildlife Protection Act, Measure Q operations and administration for budget fiscal year 2025, 2026. And we have a presentation from OE.
We're just here for answer questions.
Okay.
At this point, we're here to answer questions.
Yes.
All right, so I maintained that, pulling this item, unless Supervisor Cummings wants to lead with anything. One thing we consistently heard from the community was a concern over staffing costs. And after the last meeting when we discussed this, my staff was looking at, specifically the staff that's being proposed for hire, which is a senior admin analyst in the CEO's department. We identified another comparable position, a senior department admin analyst, which is actually $20,000 cheaper And when you read the position description, sounds a heck of a lot more applicable. The department analyst actually prepares and administers grants and contracts, including the financial program and components, conducts needs assessments, and assists department administration to prepare long-range program plans, may serve as the staff representative to commissions, committees, and task forces. Whereas a senior admin analyst in the CEO's department, the position description is a lot more analysis-based, analyzes department workloads, recommends staffing patterns, performs complex budget analysis, and oversees budget conformity for multiple county budget departments. Meanwhile, we've also heard some concern. I mean, the measure language does say that both the department, meaning the Parks Department, and the office, meaning the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience, are going to have to collaborate on this. And so there was concern about putting, really all of the staffing firepower in the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience. The admin analyst can only go in the CEO's department. The department analyst can go in either ultimately. And so I'm just curious what consideration, if any, was given to this by
I think from our perspective, knowing the market of analysts and trying to hire this promptly, we will be more competitive with the higher, the one that fits in the senior administrative analyst role. If you all decide that you don't support our recommendation, we can go with a lower analyst, but we may have a harder time filling the position.
I mean, 190 in compensation versus 170,000. Yeah.
And I hope not to fill it at the highest part of the scale.
Mm-hmm. And any, can you speak at all to concern about workload between office and department?
I'm not concerned about that, given the partnership that we've established so far. And this was a recommendation that we came to together. So I'm not worried about the fact it would be sitting in OR3. I do want to say one other thing, though, around the senior department analyst track versus the senior admin analyst track. All the other analyst roles within OR3 are senior administrative analysts. So it sets us into a different structure within OR3 if that was the direction of the board.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess my thought also is, especially if there is this board directed funding, is that probably the projects that we're considering might be a little bit more parks related than just OR3 related. And I mean, the department admin analyst in the parks department would actually have a little bit more staff support around them. So, for the, I'll propose a motion to accept and file the report, but approve the addition of one FTE senior department admin analyst in the parks department rather than the senior admin analyst, which is a CEO specific role.
So let me just comment on the part of the rationale is, again, this is not just to hand out the board's money at all. This is to advise the COAB, the whole community board, on the $3 million of grants, right, that they're going to be handing out for the entire Measure Q budget. And the vision is not that they're just going to sit there and hand out money to local nonprofits, that they're going to leverage grants, Prop 4, other grants, region-wide. So this is a person that's going to go and negotiate with city managers, that's going to go and meet with other county officials. And so part of it is having that person in my office gives that weight. So when they go meet with Monterey County, they're coming from the CAO's office, or the CEOs rather, and they're actually talking about a multi-jurisdictional project, right, that we're trying to negotiate, or they're talking with state officials. Again, I'm trying not to have a narrow vision. I'm trying to have a big vision. And the idea is not to hand out $3 million of grants on their own, but to leverage multi-million dollars. And so I wanted to make sure, and this is my direction, a person at the highest level we could get, and in my office that carries the weight of my office, which makes it a big deal to other jurisdictions. Because believe me, if they make an appointment from the Parks Department versus the CEO's office, it makes a difference when you're talking about a state department, when you're talking about another county. That's part of the rationale. And that's why part of what's driving the recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I initially pulled this because I was confused coming into the meeting of where the Measure Q allocations were, and when I looked in the here, I didn't see them. But then after looking through other parts of the agenda, it became clear where the board allocations were. So that's why I was going to recommend putting it back on consent, because I kind of figured out like where the
I apologize for the confusion, and this was just around the administrative operations budget, not the larger implementation of the county bucket.
Yeah. And I'd also would, I'd grapple with this question of like, where's the appropriate place for this to go? And I had some conversation with Supervisor Koenig. And so I've been also kind of interested in the same question about, what's the best place, but I'm open to hearing what the board has to say on that.
I have nothing to say unless someone wants to recommend a motion.
Need to go out for public comment on this.
That's right. Anybody in the public wishes to address us?
All right. Good evening, board, Chair Hernandez, board members and staff. Thank you for the time. It's been a long day. My name is Eric Lombardo. I'm the External Affairs Director at the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. My comment relates to the Measure Q budget item, but I just want to acknowledge a lot of other hard decisions that are being made by the board, many of them due to federal and state funding pullbacks that are out of your control. So thanks for all you do in making this budget happen. And that goes for staff as well. So just want to mention that this is a really important moment to fulfill the intent of voters who overwhelmingly passed Measure Q in 2024. This is a real bright spot while we have so many other funding sources that are constrained. In my comment, I just want to bring us back to the ordinance language that was passed. We understand that the new position that is proposed, that's being discussed here, will lead management of the Measure Q grant program and other important duties. I want to speak to the act language that approved by voters that states that the Parks Department and the Office of Response, Recovery and Resilience will co-administer those grant fund programs and make joint recommendations to you, board. It's not really my business to get into exactly where these things are to be placed or what level they're at. I just really want to reference that voter and approved language. I also want to agree with CEO Palacios's comment where he noted that both today and in the previous meeting, that this role would be best serving as a strategic collaborator that can identify those funding opportunities to leverage Measure Q dollars and bring larger public benefits to our community, bringing those grants in to the community. So just wanting to honor the intent of those voters and ensure that both county parks and OR3 can jointly coordinate this position to further the goals of Measure Q and the county's goals to serve our communities through world-class parks, climate resilience solutions, disaster preparedness. Just honor that intent that those department and the office are jointly managing these Measure Q funds and recommending to the board. So thank you so much for the opportunity. The Land Trust looks forward to remaining involved as we continue with implementation.
Thank you. Anyone online?
I have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring you back to the board to entertain the motion.
If there's at some point I can comment on this question about parks and OR3, I would appreciate that opportunity. I think the information that I provided with detailed hours demonstrates a shared commitment and approach to how parks and OR3 will both be involved deeply in the administration of Measure Q, in the work with the COAB, with the work with grants. That's where we show those indirect staffing costs and who will be involved in that. And as the assistant CEO to whom those departments report, I mean, I'm going to be continuing to be having them talk about it with me, ensuring that unified yet still specialized perspectives that they each bring, that's part of what we're looking for. We don't want just a parks perspective, and we don't want just an OR3 perspective. And it's the power of the diversity of those perspectives that is going to really help us get to that level of collaboration. So I'm very in tune with the language and very in tune with how this is going to be moved forward. And we made this recommendation based on, I think, the way things will work best given where we are in the program.
Thank you. Seeing that no one's willing to move this forward, I will make a motion to accept and file a report providing detailed cost estimates information for water, wildfire, Wildlife Protection Act, and Operations and Administration Budget Fiscal Year 2025-2026. I'll make the motion.
So I have a question for clarity. I thought I heard a motion from Supervisor Koenig earlier. Was that on the, that was seconded?
I did make it, but I think it wasn't seconded and it was before we took public comment. And so.
Okay. Got it. So have you retracted that motion?
Well, I was waiting for a second on the chair's motion.
Is your motion the
Staff
recommended
report,
action?
yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we take roll call vote?
Well, I guess for the sake of discussion, I'll offer a substitute motion, which is that we accept and file the report, but approve the addition of one full-time senior department admin analyst in the Parks Department rather than the senior admin analyst, which is a CEO specific role, understanding that, of course, the more flexible department admin analyst could move in the future, and that this does not preclude members of the CEO's office from meeting with other counties or state departments if needed.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Anybody have discussion?
Well, I don't know if it's the time of night and I'm very tired, but you talk really fast. Could you just say it again and slow it down?
Sure. Okay.
Because I'm trying to get my mind around it. So are you suggesting that we instead move this position from OR3 to Parks?
Correct. And they use a different classification that's about $20,000 cheaper.
Thank you.
If there's any further discussion, Supervisor Martinez?
I understand where the motion is coming from. I think that there's a concern that the parks emphasis in the measure might be lost if it's in OR3. But given the response to that I heard from our assistant CEO, as well as CEO Palacios's recommendation that the position come from that office, I think that's compelling. And this is, I keep saying it's the first time we're doing this. I want to do it right. I want to establish it correctly. And, no disregard at all to the Parks Department, but I do think that greater weight comes when it is in the CEO's office. So I would not be voting in favor of the motion, but rather the recommended actions if that were to come back.
I will not be voting for this either.
And I neither will.
If we could, Supervisor DeSerpa?
Can we just call the vote?
Call the vote.
And to clarify for the record, this will be the vote on the substitute motion coming from Supervisor Koenig, as seconded by Supervisor Cummings, relocating and reclassifying from the senior analyst to the senior departmental analyst in Parks. Supervisor DeSerpa.
No.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
No.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No. Can we go back to the first motion, staff recommendation? Can we take roll call vote? Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. That concludes this agenda. We're going back to the morning agenda. And let me count these real quick. Where we So that I have to adjourn this and actually adjourn this meeting.
Budget hearings, yeah.
Sorry. No.
No?
No break. Okay, moving on. Item 11, hold the public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2025-2026 benefit assessment service charge reports to various county service areas and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Matt Machado, Director CDI. This is all of our road CSAs, 17 CSAs. This is for a CPI increase covering 843 parcels. The recommended action today is to hold a public hearing, hear objections or protests, if any, for this 25-26 benefit assessment charge report, and then also to adopt the resolution confirming the benefit assessment service charge reports for the various CSAs. And I can answer any questions you may have.
First, I'd like to take it out to the public to see if anyone would like to address us on this hearing. Seeing none, anyone online?
I have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez, second from Supervisor Koenig. Can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor DeSerpa,
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 12, hold a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 benefit assessment service charge reports for sanitation county service areas numbers 2, 5, 7, zones 1 and 2, 10 and 20, and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So this is our sanitation CSAs for the charge report. So CSA 2, Place to Immerse, CSA 5, Sand Dollar, and Canyon del Sol, CSA 7, Boulder Creek, CSA 10, Rolling Woods, and Woods Cove, and then CSA 20, Trestle Beach. And so this is a 2.4% rate increase EPI across the board. So that we can provide the sanitation services. The recommended action is to hold a public hearing and then also to adopt a resolution confirming the benefit assessment service charge reports, which gets in the details for assessment per parcel. This is a sewer service charge though. Yeah, we can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. First, I'll take it out to the public. See no one wants to, anyone online?
No speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez, second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. 13. Next, we have item number 13. Hold a public hearing to consider the resolution confirming proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 assessment service charge reports for the county service area 12.
Good evening. Is this on? Yeah. I don't know about you guys. I thought it'd be out of this tie by now. Health Services Agency requests that the board hold a public hearing and adopt the resolution confirming the proposed fiscal year 25-26 assessment service charge reports for County Service A 12 wastewater management. We recommend that the board open a public hearing, hear support, objections, or protests, if any, close the public hearing and adopt the resolution confirming the proposed fiscal 25-26 assessment service charges for County Service Area 12.
I'll open up the hearing for public comment. Seeing none, anyone online?
I have no speakers online, Chair.
And I'll bring it back to the board to entertain the motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa, second from Supervisor Cummings. We can take a roll call vote.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 15, hold continued public hearing to consider the certification of the vote results for the County Service Area 26, Viewpoint Road, and take, 25, sorry, not 26. Oh, I'm going ahead of myself. Hold continued public hearing to consider the certification of the vote results for County Service Area 17, Empire Acres, and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So the item before you is CSA 17, Empire Acres, the election results. We mailed out 51 ballots, 18 were returned, 15 yeses, 3 nos, 83, a little more than 83% in favor. The increased assessment will generate $3,800 additional per year for the CSA. The recommended action today is to accept certification of the vote results for CSA 17, direct the Deputy CEO, Director CDI to retain the ballots for at least 6 months following the certification and to adopt this board item's resolution authorizing levying the assessment for road maintenance operations and projects within CSA 17 for 25-26 fiscal year.
Thank you. We'll open it up for public comment, open up the hearing for public comment. Seeing none, anyone online?
You have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
With recommended actions.
Second.
We got a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. All right, next we got number 15, hold a continued public hearing to consider the certification of the vote results for County Service Area 25, Viewpoint Road, and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So this is CSA 25, Viewpoint Road and Aptos. We did mail out 54 ballots, 41 returned with 36 yes votes, 4 no's and 1 invalid. So 90% in favor of the assessment increase. The increased assessment will generate an additional $5,400 to the CSA. The recommended action this evening is to accept certification of the vote results for CSA 25 and to adopt a resolution authorizing and levying an assessment for road maintenance operations for CSA 25 for the 25-26 fiscal year and each year following. And answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to open up the public hearing for public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back, see if there's online.
We have no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'd like to move approval.
I'll second. I have a quick question. Can you repeat those numbers? How many ballots went out and how many were returned?
54.
54 mailed and 41 were returned with 36 yeses and 4 no's and then 1 invalid.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor, the SERPA, second from Supervisor Cummings. If we could take roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 17, continued public hearing to consider the certification of the vote results for the County Service Area 46, Pinecrest.
Wait, we skipped one. Item 16, sorry.
Yes, getting ahead of myself again. Hold continued public hearing to consider certification of the vote results for County Service Area 32, View Circle, and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So this is CSA 32, View Circle. 9 ballots were mailed, 4 were returned, 3 yeses, 1 no, 75% in favor of the new assessment. The new assessment will generate an additional $2,500 per year. The recommended actions is to accept certification of the vote results and to adopt a resolution authorizing and levying an assessment for this CSA for this fiscal year and each year following. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. First, we'll open up the public hearing for public comment. Seeing none, anyone online?
No speakers online, Chair.
Bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Recommended actions.
Second, we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, second from Hernandez.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
And Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 17, hold continued public hearing to consider the certification of the vote results for County Service Area 46, Pinecrest.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. So this is CSA 46. We mailed 36 ballots, 21 were returned, 7 yeses, 13 no's, 1 invalid, 35% yes, 65% no. And so the community does not agree to increase the assessment rates. So the annual assessment revenue will remain at its current $10,792 for the CSA. The recommended action is to accept certification of the vote results for CSA 46 and to adopt a resolution confirming previously established benefit assessment for road maintenance operations and projects within CSA 46 for this fiscal year and each year following.
Thank you. We'll open up the public hearing for public comment. Anyone wishes to address us? Anyone online?
No speakers online, Chair.
We'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, second from Supervisor Cummings. If we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Yes, next we have number 18, hold public hearing to consider approving in concept and ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Cruz amending zoning plan and map pursuant to chapters 1310 of the Santa Cruz County Code and to rezone APN 089-09160 to the timber production zoning district. Confirm the proposal is exempt from requirements from CEQA and take all related actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Chair Hernandez and Supervisors. My name is Alexandra Corvello, the project planner. This is a proposal to rezone a 10.1 acre parcel from special use zone district to the timber production zone district. The property is adjacent to 2 timber production parcels that are owned by the same property owner. This property is located northwest of the city of Boulder Creek in the San Lorenzo Valley. It is very steeply sloped with no current development and is a heavily forested parcel with second growth forest. There is a solid forest resource that meets the state and county standards for rezoning as outlined in the forester's letter. The property is located in the Mountain Residential General Plan area, which makes this rezoning consistent to the general plan as timber production is allowed within this classification. Under the Santa Cruz County Code, the required findings for amendments to the zoning ordinance and zoning map are specified on the slides. Findings 1, 2, and 3 on this slide are mandatory, and at least 1 of 5 additional findings are required. Those are both identified as A and E, which can be made at this time. This proposal is supported because it will serve a public benefit to reduce fire loads and allow for economic development. The proposed rezone is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under section 15264. I would like to note that while this proposal amends the zoning designation, the timber harvest itself is subject to additional evaluation by the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Therefore, the recommended actions are as followed. Conduct a public hearing on application 241318 and the proposed rezoning ordinance. Determine the proposal is exempt from further environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. Approve in concept the attached ordinance to rezone this parcel to timber production, and approve application 241318 based on the findings and conditions contained in the staff report to the Planning Commission, as well as direct the clerk of the board to schedule the ordinance for second reading and final adoption at the June 24th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. The slide does incorrectly say August 5th. This concludes my presentation and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone on the board like to address us on this hearing? Seeing none, anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know that this is a parcel in my district. Because it's connected to other timber parcels, it meets state law. I know it was also supported by the Planning Commission, so I will be moving the recommended actions. Thank you.
Was that a second? Okay. We got a motion from Supervisor Martinez, second from Supervisor Koenig.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have item number 19, consider approving in concept or in ordinance amending subdivision A of section 2.02.060 of the Santa Cruz County Code relating to the compensation of the Board of Supervisors, take all related actions.
Good evening, Chair Hernandez, members of the board, Ajita Patel, Personnel Director. The existing ordinance for Board of Supervisors salaries is reviewed each June. The current salary structure is set at 62% of the Superior Court judge salaries. In order to maintain the 62% alignment, staff recommendation is that you approve a 2.62% increase to your salary today. With your approval, we would bring the item back on consent agenda for a second reading on June 24th, and the increase would take effect on August 25th, the 61st day of passage. I'm end my comments here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. First, I'll open it up to the public, see if anybody wishes to address us on this item. Seeing none. Anyone online?
See no speakers online, Chair.
And I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, we'll just say I'm supportive of this today, but I do think that maybe in the future there's an opportunity for us to have a conversation around, whether this is the appropriate way to link our salaries or if there's some other mechanism. I know that we're going through negotiations, and for our previous, we were working with our SEIU employees. We agreed to 3.5 over 3 years, and I know the other bargaining groups are going to be coming to us for similar, wage increases. And I think, you know, for the amount of work that we put in, like not even getting a 3% raise, which is pretty standard for COLA, you know, seems like it's going to, one, it seems like it's a little unfair for all the work that we put in. And two, I think, you know, is this the appropriate way to tie our salaries? And so I don't want to entertain anything today, but I think there might be a conversation worth, you know, is this the appropriate way we should be linking? And then also it'd be good to just learn more about this process. I know it's kind of outlined like 62%. Why 62% of judges' salaries? Like should be something different. So I think it'd be good for us to have the conversation in the future, but also knowing that a lot of folks are going to be negatively impacted by the administration, our ability to try to support our workforce. And, you know, I think that if we're taking a less increase this year, you know, I think it's appropriate. And over time, we can see how we can maybe adjust that to be a little bit more equitable with other pay increases with our other county workers. So I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, second from Supervisor Martinez. We can take. Go ahead.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next is item number 20. As the Board of Directors of the Davenport County Sanitation District hold a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 25-26 Davenport County Sanitation District Water and Sewer Service Charge Reports and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and
Welcome back.
Supervisors. Yeah, thank you, Matt Machado, your CDI Director. So on May 6th, your board adopted a resolution setting the water and sewer service charges for the Davenport County Sanitation District, and set today as the day of the public hearing for these water and sewer service charge reports. The water and sewer service charge reports contain the assessor parcel numbers and the amount of water and sewer service charges for each parcel. The proposed increase this year for water service charges is 0.5%. And the recommended action tonight is to hold a public hearing and hear objections for this fiscal year 25-26 water and sewer. I'm sorry, and I missed something on there. I mentioned the 0.5% water rate increase and the sewer rate increase is 4.7%. Sorry, missed that piece. The recommended action is to hold a public hearing and hear objections, and then also to adopt the resolution confirming the 25-26 water and sewer service charge reports for the Davenport County Sanitation District. And I can answer any questions you may have.
We'll open it up to the public. Seeing nobody here, we'll open it to see if there's anyone online.
I see no speaker.
We'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second. We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, second from Supervisor Hernandez.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item number 21. As the Board of Directors of the Freedom County Sanitation District hold a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 25-26 Freedom County Sanitation District Sewer Service Charge Report and take all related actions.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Again, Matt Machado, your CDI Director. And so again, on May 6th, your board adopted the resolution setting the sanitation charges for the Freedom County Sanitation District. They were set at a rate increase of 2.9%. The sewer service charge report, again, is just a listing of all the APNs and the appropriate sewer service charges for each parcel. The recommended action for this evening is to hold a public hearing, hear objections or protests, if any, and then to adopt a resolution confirming the 25-26 sewer service charge report for the Freedom County Sanitation District.
Thank you. We'll open it up to the public. Seeing nobody here, we'll bring it back to see if there's anyone online.
No speakers online, Chair.
And we'll bring it back to Supervisor DeSerpa for a motion.
Also move.
Second. We got a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa, second from Hernandez. If we could take roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number. Meeting adjourned. You know, the good thing about 6:30 is that less traffic home.
Recording stopped.
The only silver lining.